Solovyov in Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Alexander asks Solovyov to organize a military band. Solovyov had a very strong ability, that is, he was like a song request machine. Maria always pestered him to help play instruments and sing, and he also tinkered with music scores. Because of this, Alexander felt that he could not prevent him from doing nothing there, so he called him. Count Stroganov was not in the palace in recent days, so Solovyov could not find him to discuss some dangerous issues. But Alexander assigned him a task at this time and summoned him, so that the other party would always know that he had the ability. But what was he going to do? Solovyov, I have known for a long time that you can do everything, but there is something that you need to manage now. Alexander sat behind the desk. Fortunately, he did not wear sunglasses, otherwise he really looked like Commander Ikari. Solovyov thought that it was not a bad thing to do some things. While working for the Crown Prince, he also went to see what happened to facilitate his investigation. Your Highness, what do you want? I remember you helped Maria memorize songs and folk songs in the past. I think you should know about music, right, Solovyov? Yes, Your Highness. I want to set up a military band in the Guards. I want you to go there and take a look. Solovyov laughed in his heart, but he couldn't show it. He always boasted that I had received professional training and couldn't laugh. At this time, he could only bow to express his agreement. I'm very happy to serve Your Highness. It's just that setting up a military band is not only about playing music on formal occasions, but also involves performances. Alexander didn't like to be long-winded. When Solovyov was about to start his super long chant, he was interrupted. Okay, go ahead and do this job. He knew that Solovyov had made a French-style song before, and he didn't know why it was named Bayonet Advance, so he knew that this guy with more comprehensive abilities could still do something in this regard. The Crown Prince was famous for his ostentation and love of enjoyment. It was no wonder that his interests were so different from those of Larissa, who lived a simple life and liked quietness. So he wanted to organize a military band. The official military band of the Russian Imperial Army did not appear until 1882. Anyway, it was done during the Alexander period, and it was not famous. Solovyov was most familiar with the Red Banner and the Ministry of Internal Affairs for Russian music groups. However, if he was asked to do this, an officer who had fought in the war would be asked to do it. If someone else was asked to do the embroidery, it might be like asking Zhang Fei to do the embroidery. He still accepted the task, but it was just to go out and do activities instead of staying in the palace. Alexander's adjutant was not subject to so many constraints and was more free to move. It was precisely because of this that he could go out and meet Count and Countess Stroganov. That's about it. The first task His Highness gave me was to form a military band. The Count shook his head after hearing this. He and the Crown Prince were good friends, and he had seen His Highness do things on a whim. I can help you with this, but for a military band, the training must be in accordance with the Emperor's requirements, and the annual vacation is limited. The band members have many performance tasks and personal social activities, and I'm afraid some people don't want to go. By the way, they must strictly follow the requirements of the army. It's not like they are going to go to the battlefield. Their duties are definitely different. But, I came here to say something. What do you want to say? I think someone may be plotting something in St. Petersburg. If I want to investigate, my personal strength alone is not enough. Count Stroganov had heard rumors, but they were not clear. He was not a secret policeman, and he and his son were trusted by the Empress and Tsar Paul. This honor would also be passed on to the heirs of the Russian royal family. Don't be anxious. If someone really wants to murder the emperor, or if something big happens in Petersburg, many people will be sent to the guillotine. The reason why the count said this is because he is a former member of the Jacobins, and he said it more or less casually. I just felt it from the personnel arrangements of the guards officers around the emperor. Logically speaking, it is impossible to transfer me out. My qualifications are not enough, and the security work around the emperor has always been arranged directly by me. That day in the Little Winter Palace, when Count von Palen and General Terezin proposed to the Emperor to close the trapdoor leading to the Queen's bedroom, I became suspicious. After hearing this, Stroganov became more cautious. When the two of them chatted, they were in a small reception room without their entourage in the name of viewing art. If you suspect someone without any reason, you may be accused of false accusation. Mishap, what will you do if that happens? That's why I want to investigate. You are His Highness's confidant, and I want to seek your help. Count Stroganov also felt that something was wrong with the current situation. There were all kinds of rumors circulating in the social circles, and in the past 10 years, there have been so many coups in Europe. It is not surprising that an assassination or even a coup occurred in St. Petersburg, and there are precedents. The Count himself actually opposed the coup. He advocated that Russia should gradually carry out all-round political reforms on the premise of ensuring the stability of the government. If it fails to do so, it will one day be like France. Don't worry. If you hand it over to Prince Kurokin, he may not be able to take the case unless my father comes forward. Let me ask the servants in the mansion to inquire. But on your side, I remember that you have a few trusted guards officers around you. How about looking for them? I think so too. If something really happens, I don't know which of the 5 major guards regiments will be in trouble. Since Peter the Great, it has been very important to win the support of the guards officers and soldiers in St. Petersburg, but Paul is a bit different. He is very popular among the soldiers. Count Stroganov's idea is to tell Alexander at the right time, and also to investigate carefully. He didn't know that Count von Palen tried to provoke Alexander many times, but never showed his hand, because most of the confidants around Alexander were sons of some of Paul's confidants and old friends. If these people knew, those old fathers who did not participate in the conspiracy would probably know the information that endangered their old friends and monarchs through their sons. The Stroganov family had a high status in Petersburg. Even without considering their current positions, they could be guaranteed to be wealthy and idle for more than 100 years. They could avoid being involved in such a conspiracy. Solovyov was against the conspiracy, and the Count himself was also considering those rumors. He thought that there must be sufficient evidence to be able to bring it out, so that Paul and Alexander would know about the incident. The investigation was secretly launched in Petersburg in February 1801. The Count himself would participate in a reception of Count von Palen. He often participated in such activities on weekdays, and rarely talked to the Count. He would observe from the actions in social occasions. The specific actions were still the servants of the Count's mansion. They could often meet people from Count von Palen's mansion on the streets of Petersburg. It was impossible for the conspiracy group to conspire in a dark corner with a few people every time. It might still have to hold a banquet. As long as they knew who was coming, they could grasp some of the situation. It is not ruled out that some of the officers of the guards may have drunk too much, but they know who is Solovyov's acquaintance or friend, so they will be more careful. After all, he just did it once in Peterhof Palace last time. Solovyov also needs to pay attention to the situation these days and complete the task that Alexander gave him. As for Count von Palen's secret operation, they have now begun to recruit young officers to participate in the operation. Their ultimate goal is to launch a sneak attack on Paul himself on March 15th of the Julian calendar. However, many of the newly recruited officers do not know that what they are going to do in the end is to kill the king, and those who had previously generally believed that it would be more appropriate for Paul to abdicate. The Count now also realized how powerful this special mouth was when he took Count Panin to participate in the conspiracy. Once he changed his position, von Palen's efforts to be a non-stick pan would not be so easy, so he could only decide to go down himself. Now he recruited 2 more commanders of the Guards Cavalry Regiment, but he didn't realize that there were many noble children in the regiment. Their fathers were brought up by the 2 old marshals Suvorov and Kamensky. The 2 men had been enemies all their lives, but the generals they used were generally very loyal to the Tsar. Among them was Davidov, who loved to write poetry. He had just come to the Guards Cavalry and met the young Count Bludov in a cafe, which happened to be downstairs from Solovyov's house. Sometimes, Solovyov would come to this cafe himself, but he liked lemon soda water and always drank 2 large cups at the bar. He saw the young Davidov at the table behind him, talking to a friend. When Solovyov focused his attention, he heard some clues. Point recently Uvarov and Yankovich Demeliyevo. Although the content was heard intermittently, it also made him alert. Davidov, I didn't expect you to be here. How are you doing in the Horse Guards? I'm fine, Major Solovyov. Where are you now? Some time ago, I was in the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment, where I had the important responsibility of protecting the Emperor. Now, His Majesty has transferred me from the new palace to serve as an aide-de-camp to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. That's good. It's hard work to march information in front of the Emperor all day. Among the commanders of the 1st Battalion, you have worked the longest, and you can be transferred out. Others will be easily caught with minor problems. No one dares to neglect them. Davidov, you just mentioned the 2 commanders of the Horse Guards. What are they doing? Recently they often go to Count von Pollen's house. Sometimes we can see General Terezhin and some others. We are also curious. What do they do all day? Solovyov knew the answer, but at present, he only guessed after quickly going through all the known information in his mind. That is, the people of the Guards Regiment went to Paul's trusted minister without reporting in advance, and did not report later. There must be some ulterior motive. In this case, it is necessary to collect evidence later. Who knows, sometimes the old man wants to get together. Maybe so, but you are an expert in translating Oriental literature here. We should discuss Oriental poetry. The poems of the female poet you translated are very interesting. Solovyov himself forgot about this. It is the hussar poet famous in Davidov's poetry. He is both literary and martial. Although his appearance is a bit rough, his poetry level is not low. He still has to deal with it here. After all, his home is upstairs. It is said that these 4 floors are his home, and it is not far from the Mikhailovsky Palace. There are also many officers from various guards regiments who come here to drink coffee or tea. So that's it. I can explain the general meaning to you. Chinese characters are very wonderful. Although it is difficult to master, they can have many wonderful meanings when used. If I have the chance, I will definitely come to your house to ask for advice. Davidov, you probably don't need to come to my house, because you are downstairs from my house now. Davidov himself didn't expect it. After all, few people knew what Solovyov's private life was like. Even if they knew where his home was, it would probably be the old house along the west of the Moika Canal, the laundry lane he mentioned before. So that's the case. Then it will be easier for us to come to your house. But there are stepmother and younger sister at home, and the women are easily disturbed. My stepmother is pregnant again recently. Although Davidov looked so rough, he was very particular about etiquette and understood what he meant when he heard this. I know that sometimes women in the family also need a quiet life. If there is a chance in the future, we can organize a literary association. Although you are doing translation work, your words are very exquisite. I hope that when there is a chance, you will also come to our place to participate in activities. There are many liberal and enlightened young nobles in Davidov's association. In the later period of the literary association, Pushkin also joined the association after graduating from high school. But I have a lot of work on hand. If there is a chance, I will also go, and maybe I can bring real works. Chapter 152. The conspiracy is about to surface. In late February of the Julian calendar, Count von Pollen was officially appointed and returned to serve as a minister. Unexpectedly, Count Rostopchin was dismissed from his post because of his slow progress as the Dean of the Diplomatic Academy and his failure to complete the final text of the peace agreement with France in time. Count von Pollen was overjoyed at this time. Many things he did were successful, especially his position as the Minister of Posts. As long as the letters were not delivered privately, he could see them, which allowed him to spy on what everyone was doing. He could even frame Paul, based on the information he obtained, and exclude those senior ministers who were still loyal to him. However, there were a few people he found difficult to deal with. One was Kutuzov, who often went to the palace to play cards with the Tsar. The general never left any written letters. He only chatted with Paul, so there was definitely no written evidence. This fat man with one eye blind has always been a possibility. The tyrant trusts him very much and has transferred him back from the post of Governor General of Lithuania to serve as the commander of the Vyborg garrison. But none of his people are from our side, at least not from our side. They are very cunning. Count von Palen listened to Count Zubov's words and agreed with him. After all, the only one among these people who had a close relationship with Kutuzov was this count. But Kutuzov was like this. He was actually very loyal and would not join these conspiracies. He was also very smooth. Paul had assigned him many tasks and he did a good job overall, so he was promoted all the way. It is said that this old, blind, and sleepy fat man will soon become the military governor of St. Petersburg, with the power to command troops other than the regular army of St. Petersburg and Vyborg. So can we win him over? This old guy, he won't participate. And we must also pay attention to the fact that he has a good relationship with Rostopchin, and he has several regiments of troops under his control. If we don't act quickly enough, don't worry about this, Count. The tyrant won't have time to mobilize the troops outside the city, and these people won't play any role. Indeed, although Count von Palen's plan was hasty, it was still relatively feasible. After mobilizing a large number of guards officers, they could place their own people and replace the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of the Semenovsky Regiment and the 4th Battalion of the Putin Regiment, who were better under their control, without their knowledge. Even the excuses have been thought of. Although such a plan looks childish and ridiculous, it is very feasible. The appointment of Kutuzov as the military governor of St. Petersburg has also been put on the agenda, but it is unlikely to be appointed immediately. The current governor is Count von Palen. Solovyov actually couldn't figure it out. It sounded like Xiaoduozi was going to rebel against the emperor. The composition of the Chinese and Russian imperial powers was different, but it was always outrageous that such close ministers who had made a lot of money were carrying out a widespread conspiracy. Moreover, they thought they were righteous. However, judging from Alexander's style, it would be difficult to use such a group of people who dared to kill the emperor with confidence in the future. Wouldn't it be more convenient for these greedy idiots to directly kill all the members of the royal family and ascend the throne themselves? After all, the Russian royal family had few people before. If Paul and Maria hadn't given birth to so many children, there might be a crisis of succession soon, and it would not be surprising if Boris Godunov appeared again. The result for them was probably that most of them would be transferred out or exiled, and would not accept the appointment for a long time. The servants in Count Stroganov's house actually found out the news. Alyoshka, have you gotten any news? To answer your question, young master, I learned it from the entourage of the young master of the von Palen family. Their young master has been serving in the Guards Cavalry Regiment recently and rarely goes home. He went to do things for the count and said that he was going to deliver an invitation to Count Zubov's house. Oh, when your majesty ascended the throne, their relationship was not very good. That being said, I heard that of the 4 masters of the Zubov family, usually only Master Platon comes to the house of the master of the von Palen family. Sometimes there would be General Bennigsen, and a few other people, and someone in red clothes, who looked like a lord from the British embassy. After hearing this, Count Pavel Stroganov wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he was only the minister of the palace, this position could be high or low, and usually it was used to serve as a facade in the court and to display his talents when the royal family socialized with the great nobles. But these people come from different directions. If they are put together, they will not talk about something unspeakable at home. That would be strange. Mishap, I remember your funny way of expression. How did you say it? If it is a normal love story, it should be Romeo and Juliet. This is like Romeo and Foria. It doesn't look normal. It seems that we need to collect some evidence. At least we should remind the emperor and his highness. The Stroganov family has always been close to France. In addition, there is Count Pavel who actually participated in the Jacobins and witnessed the capture of the Bastille on the streets of Paris. Even his good friend and third uncle, Prince Dmitry Golitsyn, personally took part in it when he was studying in Paris. But regardless of the position, Count Pavel is very clear about the troubles that will come from being close to Britain. He will inevitably be used as a gun. Although Paul was chilled by Austria's micromanipulation, the British did not keep their promises, which made him clearly realize that Russia will always be used for whatever it wants to do on the European continent. The British must be thinking of doing something. It's not easy for their diplomats to come to Count von Palen's mansion. Alyosha, go and claim the reward. This information is worth a lot of money. The reward is this. Thank you, young master. Although the rules in Count Stroganov's house are strict, the master treats the servants very kindly and gives a lot of rewards, so the servants are very loyal. It seems, mishap, that your speculations are actually quite close to the facts. In addition to Alyosha, I also sent some servants out to get information, and the information they got is even stranger. The question is, what are they going to do? If it's the British, I tend to think it's a conspiracy. If it's a military coup, what benefit can they get? A government that benefits the British is like what Queen Elizabeth Petrovna did back then, to get our government closer to the Bourbon king, but this is different. The British obviously didn't contact any member of the royal family, and the people under the crown should be from the same family. Stroganov knew nothing about this, which meant that Alexander, who had no secrets with him, was not directly involved. You know, Alexander blocked Count Pavel's talented wife in the corridor and wanted to pursue her. In the end, he told the Count everything, just to ask for the Count's forgiveness. But Stroganov was unwilling to say it to Solovyov face to face. After all, he just had the phrase "I'm the Emperor's confidant" pasted on his forehead. However, since the issue of imperial power was involved, he had to produce more sufficient evidence. This Count von Pollen has always boasted about how honest and trustworthy he is among the ladies in the court, but now he has done such a thing. You must know more than me, Pavel. I see you don't want to make any jokes today, mishap. That Count, do you know what Madame Levin thinks of him? I don't know. That's right, you still have to sit at the children's table for meals. After all, you can coax children and play with the unmarried princes. It's normal that you don't know Madame Levin's opinion of him. Madame Levin is the governess of several young ladies and is also responsible for raising Nikolai and Mikhail. However, Solovyov is always absent when she teaches, and Madame Levin does not appear during the prince's entertainment time and practical classes. These are occasions where Solovyov often appears. It's not surprising. After all, the lady is very old and is almost 60 years old. What did the lady say? She said that Count von Pollen was the most honest and happiest person. It seems that this is no longer true. Maybe he is still a hypocritical and cunning person. There are always people like this in politics, who grab their own interests instead of for true morality. Since you can say this, I think I should formally introduce you to His Highness. Although your behavior is sometimes a bit reckless, your heart is at least bright, and you are very loyal to your friends and monarchs. But one thing should be excluded. He once slept with Larissa in his arms one night and their feelings were very deep. This kind of thing cannot be said, unless Alexander is King Zhuang of Chu. Although he is tolerant to the point that, even if Larissa really has a lover, and gives birth to a girl, he will raise her as his own child. Sometimes he will not be so tolerant. The reason for this tolerance is that he has too many lovers. Larissa's cold and pitiful appearance in the Winter Palace is unbearable to him, and he has come back frequently recently. But apart from his feelings for Larissa, he is still a person who is known to everyone, open and honest and extremely loyal, and never plays tricks. The Count was going to tell Alexander and the Tsar what happened, but you never expected that someone would come out to mess things up at this critical juncture. Paul heard about a duel between the end of February and the beginning of March. It happened that Alexander came to the Mikhailovsky Palace with his entourage. The father and son were sitting in the office. Paul was accompanied by Count Kutasov, and behind Alexander were Stroganov and Solovyov. Alexander still felt that he should bring the young adjutant he sent with him when he came here to see his father. It's ridiculous to duel together like this. I heard that it was a duel between Alexander Rybopia, a young man from Switzerland, and Zydveltensky, a Polish prince. What were they going to do? Jealousy for a woman. Some asked for confidentiality, but others asked, what were they going to do? If I knew about this, these two little bastards should be expelled from the country. It's not like mishap. I remember you dueled with a secretary from Venice for the honor of Madame Lebrun and her daughter? Yes, your majesty, there was such a thing, but I didn't have the chance to meet you at that time. It was really early. Yours was a just duel. When I found out later, it was because you were a rare talent that you were not punished. Besides, you are a Russian, so it is unlikely that you will be expelled from the country. Paul was still angry, and he didn't say it clearly, because von Paaren insisted on keeping it confidential, and Dmitry Nereshkin leaked the matter, and it was even rumored that they fought because of jealousy over Paul's mistress Anna Gagarina. The Tsar usually would not punish duelists, but since it involved the reputation of someone close to him, he decided to personally inquire about it. However, according to what Alexander and Count Stroganov knew, the young Swiss man did not like Princess Gagarina, but liked Princess Yusupov's daughter Ekaterina Potemkina, born to her deceased ex-husband. What's even more outrageous is that the 21-year-old Ribopir is very rich, and the girl he likes is a cousin of the little fairy, who is only 14 years old this year. The outrageous thing is that Ribopir is handsome and very popular in social circles. Paul also likes him very much, often letting him be his adjutant, and promised to send him to the diplomatic department or the National Bank in the future, where he can show his skills. This unpromising boy, why does he want to cause trouble at this time? When he recovers from his injuries, I will drive him back to Switzerland. Your Majesty, calm down first. I don't think things are that simple. Count Kutasov was still trying to appease Paul's irritable mood. Of course, Solovyov knew about this. After all, the little fairy treated him as a good sister before she got married. She knew that her cousin was pursued at a young age by this Swiss boy. It is well known that the Engelhard sisters are very beautiful, and their daughters are also very beautiful. If they stand together in social occasions, they are like a string of dazzling gemstone necklaces. But I know Sasha, he probably won't like Princess Gagarina. After all, this is not his favorite. Solovyov said it by mistake, and directly told the gossip that the little fairy told him in front of the people in the room. Unexpectedly, Paul's temper disappeared, and he turned to smile, and turned his eyes to him. You want to protect your friend, you have to show evidence. In fact, my friendship with Sasha is not like that of the three Dolgorukov brothers. We are colleagues in protecting the emperor, and sometimes we can also learn about his affairs. Chapter 153. The showdown is coming. Young people like gossip, and there are many such things in the palace recently. When Solovyov said that Ribopir had secretly married Ekaterina Potemkina, Paul also laughed. That's great. There is still pure love in this palace, and I don't need to arrange marriages. The daughter of Princess Yusupov and the son of a Swiss banker, that's great. Alexander had a sullen face, because the Polish prince was Maria Narishkina's brother, but at this time his new adjutant blurted out such explosive news. Ribopir was indeed very handsome, and it can be said that he was popular in the palace, but he never easily revealed his emotions. It turned out that the secret was here. The crown prince didn't need to have a sullen face anymore. He now turned into a wicked smile, so that the misunderstanding would be resolved. A 20-year-old Guards cavalry officer and a 17-year-old Polish prince should be like this purely because of a misunderstanding. Boris was mistaken, father, and the dispute between the two sides should be caused by some unnecessary things. That's easy to explain, and there is no need for too severe punishment. Solovyov, you take my order and release both young people. They should choose to reconcile. Alexander was also very happy. At least he didn't have to plead for Boris. He had explained before that Paul was going to spare Boris, who made a more serious mistake. Now there was no need to make any enemies. Of course, Solovyov couldn't help but sigh. The Polish boys' sisters were all good looking. The eldest sister was Konstantin's mistress, and the second sister was Alexander's mistress. With such a strong backer, plus his father was a pro-Russian faction, and died because of Russia, he was taken care of. Instead, the injured Ribopir was almost driven away. He thought it was unfair. If he hadn't said something, the misunderstanding would have been huge. Ribopir was wounded and lying in the confinement room of the Mikhailovsky Palace. Even Goethe, who happened to visit Petersburg, knew about the duel between the two young men and wrote about it in his diary. Miss Cap, why are you here? I'm here to take you out. The Emperor wants to release you. Okay, Your Majesty, I won't say much. Just let me go. I think something is strange. Ribopir talked about some things. It was probably that the Crown Prince and Constantine were involved in the mediation of Boris. Count von Paalen kept it secret and Dmitry Nereshkin informed Paul, but the atmosphere of this matter was very strange. Solovyov knew that what Russia lacked the most was abstraction, but he couldn't tell this Swiss man, so he could only rescue him first. "Sasha, how is your injury? Just don't let my mother worry too much. This injury won't kill anyone." Rybopir's father was a soldier. He used to be Prince Potemkin's adjutant. He also served under Suvorov and died an Ismail. Therefore, he was especially taken care of by Potemkin's relatives. He was raised by Prince Yusupov since he was a child and raised with the children of the princess's first marriage. The prince would never think that the piglets he raised would push the cabbages he watered and raised. Alexander's teacher harp was recommended by his father, so Alexander also took good care of him. Paul always liked young people who were smart, capable, and handsome, and often brought him with him. This kid looked like the real protagonist template, and Solovyov felt that he could not compare. "What I want to tell you is that someone may do something to this palace," Count von Polin muttered. "I can only tell you that you can either tell His Highness or the Emperor." Rybopir was clear-headed, and he also felt that Count von Polin was a bit suspicious. What did he mumble? "I didn't hear it clearly, but I heard March 15th and Caesar clearly. These Alemanni are all the same. When they say Caesar, it's hard not to hear it clearly. It's bad, but there is no other evidence, and there is no way to explain it clearly. Even if it's ambiguous, there is no good way." Solovyov thought of Talleyrand's approach, and he often bowed like this, and said some ambiguous words. If Count von Polin was asked, Solovyov guessed that he might say a set of rhetoric that turned black and white, which would be more disadvantageous, and might be blamed. Therefore, he gave up the idea of speaking directly. After all, with his status, it would be inappropriate to say anything. However, because Paul treated him very well, promoted him to Major of the Guards, and awarded him medals and fiefdoms, a hereditary noble officer of this age, although he had some connections, was not strong enough. It was an exception for him to be able to get here at the age of 20. Moreover, this Tsar still loves his people to some extent, and even has a relatively clear understanding. After getting along with him for a long time, I still feel that he is much better than many European monarchs, even those who seem to be outstanding in the books. Not to mention the distant past, from Peter the Great to Paul, there was also a rich woman named Queen Anna from Courland who occupied the throne in the middle, and almost took away the imperial power to the Ivan V family, who made no contribution to the expansion of Russia. This must be put behind. As for Queen Elizabeth and Queen Catherine II, they were great, and loved by the people, and it was nothing to live a luxurious life. But the court atmosphere of the two queens was very bad, and brought many disadvantages. Paul is now standing at such a crossroads, and he actually noticed it, so he decided to carry out reforms, and even the idea of emancipating serfs was slightly earlier than those feudal countries in Europe. It is actually useful to keep him, at least this Tsar who is willing to reform, and enrich the country, and strengthen the army is really good to the people. From the several visits to the manor, it can be seen that there has never been a Tsar who can sit in the serfs' homes and chat with the old people in the village, except for Peter the Great who sometimes did so. His murder will indeed seriously delay the time of liberating the serfs. Even if Alexander defeated Napoleon, he did not have the courage to recommend the reform in the end. Instead, he acted as an actor on the throne to balance the interests of various factions. In public and private, Solovyov had some good feelings for the Tsar, and he also particularly liked Chinese culture and supported his translation career. You know, Paul also liked the translation of the Three Kingdoms very much after seeing it. At least he is alive to see the completion of the translation work. The fact that the Order of the Knights of Malta can be upgraded from the 3rd level to the 2nd level means that Paul still recognizes him. But whether he can afford to save him, he now thinks it depends on fate. And there is another point, that is, in addition to the group of young nobles, Count Stroganov and Solovyov, the loyal guards and intelligence organizations around Paul have also set their sights on Count von Polin. It is time for both sides to have a full showdown. Paul and Alexander were still chatting about Rybopir's little story there, and they didn't think it was strange, but after they knew it, they didn't plan to spread it. There are such pure and beautiful stories in this world, so we shouldn't interfere, at least because of the palace affairs. That's true, father. How is Larissa? When I got up this morning, I saw that her belly was different from before. Father, you know she is very thin, and some changes in her body will be seen soon. You must treat your wife and children well, treat your brothers and sisters well, and you must take care of your family first, and then the country. Paul has heard some stories about holy fools recently. When Empress Elizabeth died, and Ivan VI was killed, there were indeed some rumors in St. Petersburg. The former is not strange, but the latter is difficult to say what happened, because of the secret detention. He had also heard some rumors recently, such as that his lifespan would be as long as the letters on the inscription on the gate of the Mikhailovsky Palace. Such charlatans' words always confuse people, but they still have some effect on the superstitious Paul. He is also a little cautious, and he always has some premonitions. But his own health is very good, and it doesn't look like he will die within 10 years. He also insists on exercising every day, has a reasonable diet, and his work intensity is not too high. However, superstitious people always have some ideas, so he said this to Alexander without thinking. Yes, father, but you are in good health, and there is no need to say this at this time. Kutasov, Stroganov, both of you go down, let us be alone for a while. In the office, only Paul and Alexander are left. I received a secret report that someone was planning something bad in St. Petersburg. I didn't believe this at first, but the secret report was so detailed and shocking. There is such a conspiracy group in the capital of our country. This is not the time more than 30 years ago when your grandmother, my mother, took drastic measures. In 1762, your grandfather, my father, was overthrown. Now Russia is peaceful, the people live and work in peace, and the nobles live a rich life. There are still people who are not satisfied. What are they going to do? Father, I don't know either. Paul knew that Alexander was not acting today. He was still serious when the situation was serious. At this time, he handed a report to his son. You'd better not know. This is the report given to me by the Attorney General Abalyanov. Some people say that he is a Grand Vizier. That's because you have not experienced the real life in the Turkic and Persian courts. As far as I know, it's full of intrigues and always leads to bloodshed. What our country ultimately pursues is law and effective rule, not the army. That the Sultan can't even recruit enough soldiers. Father, if what is said above is true, what exactly do those who want to launch a coup want to do? I think they want me to abdicate, or to choose a commander they think is suitable, just like the Roman guards. I know the story of Caligula. Once that kind of accident happens, I want you to protect your wife and daughter, as well as your brother, sister, sister-in-law, niece, and your mother. I don't want any child in my family to be thrown to the ground with their brains spilled like Caligula's daughter. When Paul spoke, he could hear that he was a little angry, and the report was very clear. Father, will such a horrific thing really happen? I think it will, but I don't know what will happen. Here is another list. I wrote it under the candlestick all night. It is the officers mobilized from the guards, and some young people among my servants, who have some skills, and may be useful in the future. You must keep this list well, so that if something really happens, there will be no one available. As for the civil servants, if you can use them, the young people around you are all good, and can take on important tasks in the future, especially Count Stroganov. How did God create such a young man? Paul's words were actually equivalent to a showdown. What he wanted to confirm was that Alexander had not really been involved in the conspiracy, so he would feel more at ease. As for Alexander, he was unwilling to join directly and did not express his position, but he had no way to resist his father's approach. The people on the list were not the important officials around Paul, but middle and lower level officers and aides de camp between the ages of 18 and 30. These people have been tested in the past few years. Solovyov didn't know about the conversation between the royal father and son, and he just took the injured Ribeaupierre to the imperial physician. He could guess that this was a murder, not a simple coup, and March 15th was the anniversary of Caesar's death. Obviously, someone wanted to kill the king. However, the suspicious Count von Palen must have his own set of rhetoric, and it might not even be possible for people to catch him. Solovyov thought that at this time, they should not confront each other face to face, but should find sufficient evidence. But Paul's problem is that he likes to confront each other too much. If he really got the news from somewhere, he would definitely show his cards directly. Alexander had heard a little bit, and Count von Palen had expressed it to him more than once, but he did not express his position. He was unwilling to overthrow his father, unless his position as the crown prince was threatened. Now Paul was talking to him about his family from the bottom of his heart, which also made his attitude somewhat loose. Whether he was acting, or his real attitude, he had to express his position. After all, although Boris Godunov's son was killed by the nobles before the Romanovs, he was an unrecognized Russian monarch, not to mention the pseudo-monarchs before him. Alexander himself was unwilling to believe that there might be a coup, but regicide should be impossible. After Paul knew his son's attitude, he was ready to confront Count von Palen. This method was not smart, and would eventually bring disaster. Chapter 154, Von Palen's Flawed Acting, Part 1. Tsar Paul was going to summon Count von Palen to have a showdown, but his considerations were always very inconsiderate. If there was any suspicion, he should be arrested on the spot, whether he had any problems or not, and handed over to the Attorney General for interrogation. The hot-tempered Attorney General was a rough man who only knew Russian, and didn't know a single foreign word. However, his work was very effective. Compared with Count von Palen's ability to peek at nobles' letters, his intelligence work was more professional. Although the Count didn't know why Paul suddenly summoned him, he knew from the letters he secretly opened the evidence that the Attorney General was collecting recently. Abolyanov would never have thought that the Tsar's confidant was such a shameless person. Although he had greatly lowered his assessment of this person's bottom line, he didn't expect that he would dare to peek at the memorials he wrote to the Tsar and the Crown Prince. Von Palen looked loyal, but he was actually very shameless. He had to serve in the palace, and was well prepared for these things. He had a strong ability to adapt to changes. After entering the Mikhailovsky Palace, he also met the family tutor, Madame Levin, and greeted this respectable lady. However, with her experience of raising children in the palace, Madame Levin found that the Count's actions were a little strange. She thought of the dinner last night when the Tsar and the Queen had a good meal together. Although it was a rare good meal, Paul himself said something very strange, asking adult members of the royal family not to get involved in the conspiracy, which confused the Queen and her nephew Prince Eugene. Some of the recent strange rumors in the court have a lot to do with Count von Palen. Madame Levin's main responsibility is to teach the young princes and grand duchesses. Catherine has recently graduated from her and has been instructed by a separate teacher. Although she is responsible for the progress of Maria and Catherine's studies, her main focus is on educating the younger Anna, Nicholas and Mikhail. Count, you are here at this time. Is it because His Majesty summoned you? Yes, madam. I think you should be more careful. Never mind, it's nothing. He was suddenly asked by Mrs. Levin, and he unconsciously said this sentence with incoherent logic. After he walked to the Tsar's new office, Mrs. Levin looked at the tall back of the Count and had doubts. What's wrong with him today? What is he doing? She also had to teach the young prince. Maria and Catherine also moved in. Only Alexander and Constantine did not live in the palace, because they had their own families. They lived in the Winter Palace and the Marble Palace respectively. Alexander told Paul that Larissa was in good health, and they were going to move in April. The lady looked at the location of the garage, where the grooms were. There were royal carriages and horses there. If something really happened, they might be useful. After all, the rumor of March 15th, Kaiser has already appeared. It was Count von Palen himself who said it, and it was heard by Ribeaupierre and some other attendants and adjutants. As a noble woman like Mrs. Levin, who is a tutor of the royal family, she naturally has to pay more attention. Let's not talk about her here. Count von Palen came to the door of Paul's office. Standing at the door was the attendant general Major General Kutuzov. This person happened to be the person closest to Paul in the conspiracy group, and could even know his daily movements. Your Majesty met with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince yesterday. Although he was not satisfied with him for not reporting the duel, he did not give any punishment measures. I just wonder why you were summoned today. Who knows? Let me tell you. Count von Palen found that only Paul was in the office. The adjutants, attendants, and secretaries were not there. Count Kutuzov, who was usually by the side of the Tsar, was not there either. Please sit down, Peter Alexeyevich. I think we should have a good talk about March 15th and Caesar. We all know what happened on this day. Caesar was stabbed 23 times in the Senate. And if you count the days, the gap is not far away. Today is March 9th, less than a week later. How do you explain it? Paul seemed to have known it. Count von Palen was also surprised. After all, he was in the palace every day before. He could still find out whether the Tsar had noticed something by observing his words and expressions. Your Majesty, but our country does not have senior senators with sharp swords in the Senate, nor does it have the tradition of the Republic. But Novgorod is not far from here. Don't forget that the aristocratic republic is another political way. I'm not Tarquin the Younger, not Caesar, nor Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius or Nero. Paul usually calls himself I most of the time. When I comes out of his mouth, his tone is usually not harsh. This is a gesture that he shows that the monarch is not high and mighty. Count von Palen also heard from the Tsar's tone that this posture seemed wrong. Can you explain? Do you want to use a dagger or poison directly? Now it's very convenient. There is a pistol on the table. You can kill me with one shot. Your Majesty, I think you must have misunderstood. Count von Palen did not expect Paul to be so angry. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered one of Paul's biggest characteristics. Although he likes to punish others because he is too concerned about laws and rules and evidence, Paul rarely punishes people. He must follow the rules, and even some decent people can defend themselves. Everyone says that Paul is very autocratic, but he is still very reasonable. At this time, in anger, he can actually give Count von Palen a chance to defend himself. You know, if you want to deceive people in the court, you have to bow first, then hide your panic eyes, and then return to the drama mode. Solovyov knew this very well. He had watched many TV series and movies from various European countries before, and he knew several famous Talleyrand's too well. Today, Paul threw him in the servants' room, so he could hear what Count von Palen said. It was impossible to see, and there was no place in this room for spying. Your Majesty, you also know that in the past, conspiracy groups have been uncovered in Smolensk and Riga, and what I'm doing now is not to murder Your Majesty, but to infiltrate their inner circle. Your Majesty, you also know that, if there is really a conspiracy group, they will also say that Count von Palen is a servant of the monarch, and will not let me join so easily. I can only flatter them to infiltrate the inner circle. I'm still loyal to Your Majesty, but I just want to destroy this conspiracy group, and change the minds of some of them. In fact, Paul did not believe it completely. He was honest but not stupid. With a twist of his mind, he could also find that there was something strange here. Is that true? Your Majesty, it is true. I think you should know that I have been serving Your Majesty since before Her Majesty the Queen gave Your Majesty Gatchina. Paul still didn't believe it, but since von Palen said so, he would not get any clear evidence. Anyway, I still hope that the lost lambs can get on the right path. You go back, and this matter ends here. Palm Sunday is coming soon, and I don't want anything to happen. If these people turn back from their mistakes, I can still forgive them. If they persist in their mistakes, I have thought about not forgiving them. Paul rarely issued death sentences, but he would not be lenient with regicide and treason. Before Count von Palen left, Paul said, if they want to come, they can come. This was a strange threat, and it was obvious that Paul's mentality was not normal. Count von Palen had not expected such a thing to happen. He knew that today's hurdle was over. If Paul really wanted to punish him, he would probably ask the guards at the door to lock him up and put him in the cell of the Mikhailovsky Palace. Solovyov heard it clearly inside, but he couldn't feel what was going on. He had no right to read the report of the Attorney General, but judging from the Attorney General's usual style, no matter how simple and rough his style was, he had to rely on evidence when working in such a department. He didn't know why Paul wanted him to eavesdrop in the servants' room today, but he also knew that the Tsar trusted him very much and now sent him to Alexander's side. Otherwise he wouldn't let him stay like this. After Paul closed the door of the office, he rang the bell, which was an order for the servants to come out. After Solovyov came out, he saluted Paul. Your Majesty, you want to ask me something? Mishap, do you think Count von Palen is telling the truth? I think so and not so. He did join the conspiracy group, but from the tone of his voice, I can't accurately judge the Count's intentions in many details. If you think so, I will believe this report even more. If they want to kill the king, they can just come directly. It was quite strange for Paul to do this. Your Majesty, if I were to say, you should also be careful now, and never make a story like Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. These two, one killed his son by mistake, and the other killed his own crown prince Alexei. After Paul heard this, his body trembled. As a monarch who was familiar with history books and laws, he was also very clear about his great-grandfather's deeds. The Tsar knew that he needed to calm down, and now he was also trying to recall which forces participated in the previous coups in Russia. Solovyov, you seem to be very good at history. Which of the coups in our country have been related to foreigners? Your Majesty, Crown Prince Alexei attempted to flee to Austria, and Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth Petrovna had the support of the French. Yes, these are all obvious. The court in Vienna wanted to recognize Crown Prince Alexei as the Tsar, and there was a secret agreement. As for Queen Elizabeth, her situation was rather special. The nobles in Russia could no longer tolerate it, and with the support of the guards, the French were not so deeply involved. Paul himself knew that his father, Peter III, turned to Prussia, and the final result was predictable. If it were the British, if the British wanted to do it, they would definitely take action. In this case, it would not be so simple. Then Paul waved his hand and signaled Solovyov to leave as well. He wanted to stay in the office and think quietly. At this time, Count von Poland seemed to think that the progress should be accelerated and the coup should be launched within a few days. After returning home, he hurriedly wrote to Count Zubov and prepared to win the support of the Crown Prince. However, judging from Alexander's reply and the attitude of the conversations in the court in recent days, his attitude has always been ambiguous, which is a trouble for Count von Poland. He didn't know that Count Stroganov told Alexander that no matter how Count von Poland wanted to convey his persuasion, he should not agree. Only when he received a clear signal from Paul himself could he take action. As for Paul himself, he lived in the Mikhailovsky Palace. Unless all the guards were instigated, it would be difficult to break through under normal circumstances. At least these soldiers respected the Tsar himself very much. The slightly petty Tsar could recognize every long-serving veteran and remember their full names. Most of the new soldiers could also remember their names. With such defense, everyone could think of the problem, and it was unlikely that they would imagine a bloody coup in the heavily guarded Mikhailovsky Palace. Your Highness, if a coup really happened, I'm worried that Count von Poland is not as he said to Your Highness, but will eventually kill the king. March 15th and Caesar are two clear signals. Pasha, are you sure? Your Highness, it has come to this point. It must be the Count Anaustilata Rani. You once called yourself a Jacobin. I think you should know this kind of thing very well, right? Alexander was now enlightened. Count Stroganov was indeed right. Among his confidants, only this one was in the palace. What should we do in this situation? Wait for Misha to come back first. The emperor wants to summon him because he has been a guard in the palace for more than a year. He is very loyal and a reliable person for His Majesty and His Highness. After he comes back, he will naturally bring His Majesty the latest situation today. In addition, there will be a grand performance at the Mikhailovsky Palace on March 10th. And if the conspirator is discovered, he will obviously not sit still and wait for death. He may come back to His Highness and seek support again. Count Stroganov's brain was working fast. Whether it was Paul or Alexander, the favor they showed to their family was incomparable to the Count who had rebelled as Paul's long-term confidant. Therefore, the father and son were more calm when they stood in line and bet. In this case, both sides can win, and Paul is actually more stable alive. After all, his new policy on abolition of slavery, if it continues to be implemented, is to liberate serfs. With Paul's character, he is more determined than Alexander. The Count once chatted with the old Count at home. The father and son were considered the richest family in Russia, with at least tens of thousands of serfs under their name, but both supported abolition, and believed that this system of restricting identity was meaningless. Alexander, a Byzantine, would not be so determined to promote abolition. What's more powerful is that Paul broke the shackles in front, and then Alexander came out to pretend to be a good man to clean up the situation. This is an excellent two-act drama. As the director, the Count and his son would never have thought that someone would come out to kill the king under the banner of the country. What to do now is indeed very tricky. Chapter 155, Von Palen's Flawed Acting, Part 2. You did the right thing. With this arrangement, the adult members of the royal family will be separated by family and go to their own palaces at night. The guards are not under the same command, so if someone really rebels, they will not be wiped out by the rebels. This is how Count Stroganov praised him after Solovyov reported back. This happened in February. Paul, Alexander and Konstantin all lived separately. Paul's guard work was mainly carried out by the Pavlovsky Regiment, while Alexander and Konstantin were the leaders of the Semenovsky Regiment and the Izmailov Regiment respectively. It was their job to have their own guards. At the same time, it should be noted that coming out of the Mikhailovsky Palace, to the north is the Eyers Square. In the northwest corner here is a station of the Pavlovsk Grenadiers. Although they are not the Guards regiment, they are the soldiers handpicked by Paul. In terms of military system, it is the same as the Guards, and soldiers are selected rather than conscripted. Therefore, although only the Jagger Company has been on the battlefield, the training has always been very good. From the performance on the exercise field, it can be seen that this kind of troops is no less elite than the Guards. The station of this regiment is at 2 Million Street, just opposite the Marble Palace, which is Konstantin's home. There is also a company of the Izmailov Regiment that takes turns to guard this place every day, which is relatively safe. At that time, Solovyov was still with Paul, so he came up with a guard plan that was not subordinate to each other and separated the three most important adult males of the royal family to avoid being wiped out in one fell swoop if something happened. The three of them are really kind to each other, filial to each other, friendly to each other, and they wouldn't kill each other first. The Russian royal family is different from other places. The only regular drama is the battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and usually the mother-in-law unilaterally bullies the young wife. Father, what should we do next? We are also related to the emperor, Pasha. Your grandmother is from the Nereshkin family. Although our family is from a wealthy merchant family and has become prosperous, it is more or less due to the royal merchants. No matter who the emperor is, we have to serve him carefully and not make any mistakes. Moreover, becoming a personal friend of the monarch will be more conducive to our sacred mission to turn Russia into a progressive and enlightened monarchy. Do you understand? When you joined the Jacobins in Paris, why did the Queen call you Prince Golitsyn and dozens of young nobles in Paris back? It was because she was afraid that you would be tricked and incited. Now it seems that when the world is in turmoil, the British are always involved. The affairs of Paris have nothing to do with them. In Vienna, Berlin, Rome, Lisbon, Naples, and St. Petersburg, their shadows are everywhere. The more the British muddy the water and the more chaotic things are, the more beneficial it is for them. If it is a stable country, it will be unprofitable for them. Father, why are you talking about the British all of a sudden? The emperor sent a guard officer to the side of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was an unintentional move. It seemed that the Kurland groom was about to be made a general. Pasha, tell me about Solovyov. What did you talk about when you were dating him? We talked about art, but when it comes to politics, Misha doesn't have a strong aversion to any country, but he is not very friendly to Britain. This kid is a continentalist at heart, and he pursues a balance on the European continent, which is what Her Majesty the Queen has always pursued. But the British don't want Europe to be stable. The more chaotic it is, the more beneficial it is to them across the channel. If Count von Palen succeeds, no matter what the result is, he feels that he can issue orders and then be friendly with Britain. But he doesn't understand, Your Highness, our Crown Prince. Only a few of you confidants will tell him a few sincere words, but you won't tell him the truth. Even if he really staged a coup this time and successfully seized power, he can't accomplish anything great without the real support from the royal family and close ministers. Then what should be done? If Your Majesty doesn't move, it's not easy for us to move either. It's a pity that such a monarch, if he was not so paranoid, would be an ideal monarch. It's a pity that he has been trying to prove himself since he was a child, and he likes to go against others, so it's inevitable that he will get stuck in a dead end. It's not so easy for us ministers in the court to persuade him. Even though he has discovered the problems, he always wants to do things his own way, which has led to the chaotic situation today. As for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he is good in every way, except that he lacks determination and patience. The Emperor is impatient and paranoid, which is not good. It's not easy to really get rid of bad policies. The Earl and his son are both enlightened liberals who advocate reform, but their status as wealthy and aristocratic families means they can only carry out reforms by influencing the monarch himself, and other methods are not feasible. Father, this won't solve the problem. We can only wait and hope nothing happens. But when someone takes a risk, Pasha, you are by the prince's side. You must ensure the reliability of the Winter Palace eunuchs and the guards. Father, it's not a big deal. The aide-de-camp is not only by your majesty's side, there is always one by your highness's side. Who is the general on duty these days? Your highness has Bagration, and your majesty has Solovyov of the Guards Hussar Regiment. If someone really wants to take action, I'm afraid they will take action against the general on duty on your majesty's side. We must ensure that Prince Bagration can issue orders as the aide-de-camp. The Guards Hussar Regiment under his command was brought out by your majesty from Gatchina, and the relationship is so deep that it cannot be compared with ordinary troops. As long as this troop can move, even if they are stationed outside the city, they must be able to quickly enter the city. And there is another more fatal thing, that is, the only troop in the Russian army that uses all new guns is this regiment. Bagration is the commander of this regiment, and is absolutely trusted. As for the specific arrangements, as the leader of the nobility, the old count, who had no military power, could not say anything. He could only ensure that some of the attendant generals would not be affected by the coup, and that they could mobilize troops calmly. Another hope was Admiral Kutuzov in Vyborg. Although he was an old sly guy, he was still very loyal to Paul. At the critical moment, he might become the key to victory. Solovyov did not know about the palace anti-coup arrangements made by Count Stroganov at this time. After all, if Count von Palen really wanted to do it, he would go directly to the Mikhailovsky Palace. Without the clear order of the Tsar himself, even if he exposed this guy, he could not be arrested. Paul seemed unwilling to believe that his confidant who had followed him since the Empress's time would rebel, so he did not take any action. Solovyov had no choice but to return to the Winter Palace to report. After seeing him come back, Alexander also knew some details of Paul's questioning of Count von Palen. Your Highness, that's about it. I was next door at the time and heard it all clearly. You did a good job. Go away. Alexander was going to summon Count Stroganov and his son. Only they and Kachubi were the civil servants who could give advice on such matters. However, Kachubi himself was demoted for resisting Paul's arranged marriage. In a rage, he took his fiancée to Dresden and was not here. The remaining one was Novosiltsev, Count Pavel's cousin and once Alexander's attendant. However, he was traveling abroad recently and was not around. Your Highness, you have come at the right time. I want to tell you the truth now. Count von Palen is probably really involved in the rebellion. But without the order of my father, we can't take any action. Your Highness, I don't know if it is appropriate to say it at this time. Alexander Sergeyevich, you are an old minister. You have been in the court since the time of Empress Elizabeth Petrovna. You are knowledgeable, and every word you say is valuable advice. At this time, if someone wants to take action against the Emperor, I'm afraid you must participate, or at least acquiesce in their actions. Your Highness, you must not agree to them, and you must be prepared early. If these people take risks, they can use any means. You mean all possible means, Your Highness. At this time, if someone comes to you, you must be sure and don't agree to anyone unless it is an order with the Emperor's seal and personal signature, or an order brought by His Majesty's confidant. You cannot believe any edict coming out of the palace. Although the old count lived a wealthy life all his life, he had experienced a coup d'etat. There were even rumors in St. Petersburg that this amateur chemist poisoned his first wife Anna Vorontsova and Peter III. Although these were all nonsense, it was true that the count had experienced several coups d'etat and conspiracies, so he had some experience. Alexander Sergeyevich, this, Your Highness, only this way can your safety and reputation be guaranteed. Count von Palen is the military governor of St. Petersburg and the Minister of Posts. He can even bypass the Attorney General and the Minister of Police, Prince Kurokin, to read all the correspondence between the nobles, including the memorials to the Emperor. At this time, you can't guard against anything. Only the edict of your majesty himself, with a signature, is the most effective order. But if they really want to force your majesty to abdicate, or take further measures, to imprison members of the royal family, it's hard to say. The old count himself couldn't talk too deeply, just reminding Alexander. Although he has no patience, he is very smart, and understands it at a glance. If this happened, Alexander's own considerations would also be crucial, but he didn't like these favorites of the imperial grandmother and the emperor's father too much. Whether it was Count Zubov or Count von Pahlen, he didn't like them. In this case, if someone comes to see me, unless it is an order brought by my father's confidant with complete signatures and seals, nothing can be done. That's it, your highness. You need to make your own decision on what to do next, and we are just your loyal servants, providing you with advice. At this point, Count von Pahlen wanted to visit the Winter Palace. When he came here, he actually brought something that Alexander and the count and his son could not have imagined. This is the Emperor's edict, which wants to arrest you, His Highness Constantine and Her Highness the Queen, and imprison them in Schlüsselburg on Lake Ladoga, Peter and Paul Fortress and Arkhangelsk respectively, and we, the confidants and close ministers, will go to the guillotine and the gallows. No way. Alexander also felt that it was too sensational when he heard this, but judging from the wording and the seal, it was indeed Paul's edict. But the old count told him to pay attention to whether the signature was issued by Paul himself, which made him more alert. If your highness doesn't believe it, such an order will be issued soon. His Majesty has gone mad. He sent someone to summon me to his office today and ask me face to face whether I participated in the conspiracy group. Then I got such an order from the aide-de-camp. After all, no one wants to lose their head. Your highness, I risked stealing a copy of such an edict. Please understand. His Majesty is probably really going crazy and wants to destroy this country. Okay, I know, you can go. Don't mention this to anyone. Alexander just used body language to indicate that he knew, nodded to indicate that Count von Pahlen could leave, but did not make any verbal promises. After all, the Crown Prince himself is an actor, and he knows very well what will happen. The Count thought that Alexander acquiesced. After all, he had seen this prince since he was a child, but he didn't expect Alexander's complex personality to be so difficult to guess. Then, let's prepare. There will be a performance in the palace tomorrow, March 10th. Alexander interrupted von Pahlen. He could guess that the count was going to take action tomorrow, but it would be stupid and let the whole of Petersburg know that it was a coup. For Alexander himself, he would not give up easily. This kind of coup would be very difficult to inform Paul or directly participate in. After he said this, Count von Pahlen knew that it would definitely not work tomorrow. He personally regarded this as Alexander's promise to acquiesce to his actions, but Alexander himself would not express his opinion. After all, the final right of interpretation belongs to the company, and he does not want to see the worst situation. Count von Pahlen set the time for the new coup to be launched late at night on March 11th. The real action was in the early morning of March 12th in the Russian calendar. At this time, Paul would also go to bed. It was a night shift in the palace, and it was relatively relaxed, which was also convenient for action. However, he himself did not notice that Alexander had played him and secretly submitted a memorial to Paul to strengthen the palace's vigilance. At this moment, Count von Pahlen still looked like he was counting money and preparing for the victory settlement, and he even felt that the advantage was on his side. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Alexander's acting skills can win an Oscar. Count von Pahlen came back and thought a lot. He did think that the 3rd Battalion of the Semenovsky Regiment was on duty on March 11th, but the security mission of the Winter Palace was the 2nd Battalion of the Semenovsky Regiment. Although the Count could influence the actions of the 3rd Battalion, there were no officers placed in the 2nd Battalion. After all, arranging the royal family members in 3 palaces led to a strange phenomenon, as if the sons had to move out of the family when they became adults. It also increased the cost of security. The 3 main regiments of the guards needed to be divided into 3 places to stand guard. Then, because of the relationship between the duty and the command, Count von Palen himself also noticed that no matter which night it was, he could not control the 3 palaces. What's more, the Izmailov regiment commanded by Grand Duke Constantine was a unit that he managed and trained himself. No one in the conspiracy group could successfully intervene, but they only invited a few young officers to participate. That's it. He also felt it was more appropriate. After all, there were 2 battalions in the Semenovsky regiment and the Putin regiment, and they had already done the work of the officers. According to the latest memorandum, the main things that the conspiracy group needs to guard against are the various Guards cavalry regiments and the Izmailov regiment, the Guards Chasseur regiment and the Guards Grenadier regiment outside the city, as well as the Pavlovsk regiment in the city, seem to be out of focus. In this case, it is necessary to control the 2 main Guards regiments. In addition, the soldiers cannot know any details of the conspiracy. The remaining officers went to Paul's bedroom and forced him to sign the abdication edict there. However, most people did not know about the regicide, and even the Zubov brothers did not make up their minds to do so. The planning on March 10th was mainly carried out in General Teregin's apartment. Now it has entered the final stage. The tyrant has discovered our actions. We should have acted in advance today, but His Highness said that there is a performance in the palace today. Damn it, you won't do it. If there is a performance? Vladimir Yashvili from Georgia cursed like this. He has a reckless personality and may do anything terrible. That's what the Crown Prince said. We can't take any action today. Besides, the troops on duty today are all loyal to the tyrant. It's not easy to transfer them out. Even tomorrow, the 1st Battalion will have to guard the palace. It's not easy to get them out. General Bennigsen was very calm. Now these officers are going to enter the Mikhailovsky Palace during the coup. They are equivalent to commandos and have to act into groups. General Bennigsen, since you raised this issue, there should be some solutions. There is an inspection in the Mikhailovsky Palace every morning. The 1st Battalion is always on duty. Wasn't it always like this when the Kid Battalion commander was here? After Bennigsen said this, Count von Palen confirmed how to transfer the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Peter Alexandrovich, you are the head of the regiment, so you still need to send an adjutant for this. That's easy. As for the method of using the fire alarm to attract the attention of the guards, have you considered not to wake up the tyrant himself? There is indeed this problem, but the previous alarm bells were not so loud in the bedroom, and the attendants and guard soldiers needed to remind them. These people have been in the palace for a long time. The precautions of the Mikhailovsky Palace are still modeled on the security measures of the Winter Palace. Even Paul, who is hardworking and always alert, only heard one of the 3 alarms, which proves that this is still feasible. As for other details, they are still conspiring, but the final attack will be based on the time of the call in the invitation sent by Count von Palen. At the same time, Alexander was in the Kilometer Concert Hall, accompanying Paul to watch Madame Chevalier's performance. He himself had a fierce ideological struggle. Someone in Petersburg wanted to stage a coup, no matter what form it took, and the people around him advised him not to get involved. Although Paul had a bad temper and often scolded his sons, he explained the important matters clearly. Many rumors were so absurd. Even Alexander himself felt that Count von Palen's approach was a means for his favorites to alienate him from his father and son and benefit from it. His current position is like that of Crown Prince Alexei. Although he never intended to rebel, it is inevitable that he will be used as a signboard. It's just that confessing at this time is also very risky. Alexander always started his performance like this, when the situation is unclear. Today's performance is good. I think there will be another one in the future. Paul's mood today is not bad. He just issued an order to appoint a new St. Petersburg Metropolitan Ambrose, which caused another rumor that Paul was going to dissolve his marriage. Solovyov was at the door of the concert hall. He had heard people whispering. This statement was very absurd. When Queen Elizabeth wanted to marry her lover, even though her position was so stable, she did not succeed in the end and could only arrange a secret marriage. Even though the power of the Orthodox Church must obey the monarch, and the Church and Paul have always had a good relationship, this approach sounds incredible. From this position, he could see Alexander accompanying Paul to watch the play. Larissa came here with her husband today. With her slender figure, the bulge in her belly could already be seen. Paul has always been good to his daughter-in-law, because she might be the new heir, which made him very satisfied. In his mind, he now thought of the story of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great told by Solovyov. He thought of testing his son's true attitude towards the so-called conspiracy. Alexander, I won't hit Larissa with my cane, and you don't have to worry. Alexander didn't dare to believe this, but considering that Paul sometimes didn't play by the rules, his mind was also working fast. Our family has always been harmonious, and there is etiquette and order. Your Majesty can rest assured. What if something else happens? I don't think so, Your Majesty. And the appointment of the Metropolitan Archbishop is just a normal personnel arrangement, but someone has been spreading rumors, trying to alienate you and your mother, and me and Constantine. Paul was relieved when he heard this. Even if Alexander really knew about the conspiracy, he would not take the initiative to participate. And there is one thing that no rebel can solve. The soldiers of the guards are loyal to the Tsar himself. Even if there are officers who rebel, there is no need to worry too much. What's more, there are soldiers on duty and male servants in the inner room and the bedroom. As long as the door is locked, it will not be easy to succeed for a while. He stood up and looked at the Queen and his son with his arms folded. This is a strange posture. He usually stands like this when he expresses dissatisfaction. This caused the Queen herself to be afraid. The rumor that the Metropolitan had been replaced was indeed very scary. The atmosphere in the court could not settle down for a long time after some rumors began to appear at the end of 1800. There were various rumors about deposing the Queen and the Crown Prince, and dismissing court officials, which made everyone feel insecure. However, Paul had not issued an arrest warrant for a long time, and he also summoned several generals and senior civil servants who were exiled. Alexander also began to doubt. Although the wording of the arrest warrant was very similar to Paul's oral instructions, it was only stamped but not signed, which was very much like a plot to alienate the two. At the same time, it was also an open conspiracy. No matter what, as long as he expressed his position, it would be very embarrassing for Alexander, and he could not take the initiative to reveal it. The cunning von Palan had temporarily passed the test with Paul through his own excuses. However, the Queen and Constantine did not know what happened between Paul and Alexander's expression was very natural, as if nothing would happen. Paul was used to it. He was often criticized when he was the crown prince, and it was the same after he became the emperor of all Russia. As a monarch, he had never lived like he did in Gatchina. This rumor seemed to destroy his family now. After the performance in the concert hall, the adults of the royal family sat in the banquet hall of the palace. The family would have dinner together at this time, and only after dinner would they return to their sleeping places. I ask you to swear today that you will not participate in any conspiracy. After hearing this, Constantine was very angry. Father, we are all your children. How could we participate in the conspiracy? In any case, I will not join the conspiracy. Paul did not say anything. The second son always had a hot temper. The two half-grown girls Maria and Catherine could not believe their ears. What kind of conspiracy would happen in the family? Juliana next to Constantine did not say anything. Alexander and Larissa sat opposite. Before they spoke, they saw that the Queen began to cry. How can you think like that? You are the monarch, and we are your family and your subjects. Of course, the acting skills of these people, except for the hot-tempered Constantine, can be nominated for the Golden Globe. Alexander's performance was very calm. He directly and calmly swore to his father. Father, I will not participate in any conspiracy against you, not to mention how stupid it is. He did not continue to explain in detail. This natural expression is indeed an excellent actor. Paul believes that he will not participate in the conspiracy, while von Palan believes that Alexander will join them. Alexander really does not want to be involved in the conspiracy, and he is also at the gambling table. This actor, even Count Stroganov and his son did not think of what he was going to do. This speculative idea is incomprehensible to people around him, and it is indeed interesting. What is your highness doing there? I don't know. Your highness said that he would not participate in the conspiracy. Your majesty should believe him. For Alexander, as long as the order of succession does not change, he is still the crown prince of Russia. It doesn't matter. And even if something really happens, he just needs to go along this path. This kind of speculative mentality really makes people unable to understand his operation. He has always been good at dancing in social occasions. Even Larissa beside him can't think of what her husband is going to do. For example, when she was changing clothes 2 days ago, he touched her belly and started to whisper some sweet things. Paul was satisfied with this and asked everyone in the palace to go to bed. Your Majesty, is this okay? I think there is no problem. Once something happens, whether this scene of the stage play will continue to be performed or the next scene will be performed, I don't know. Paul himself is also an actor. The family was testing at the dinner table today. After all, conspiracy is something that any family will face the danger of being separated as long as there is the poison of power and wealth. As for the series of palace tragedies that happened in the past, no one knows what will happen in Petersburg. Alexander and Larissa's carriage returned to the Winter Palace, and Constantine also returned to the Marble Palace. They all went to bed at 10 o'clock in the evening. This was the last arrangement of the day. The new day would come in a few hours, and it would be March 11th, 1801, Russian calendar. What will happen in the end will be revealed at this moment. The tyrant didn't realize what happened in the end. Count von Palen also had a cunning and strange smile on his face. He now holds the highest power among the civil officials. He will also enter the palace tomorrow morning to bring the latest international situation report to Paul himself. Paul has just approved the order for the Cossacks to march from Astrakhan to Central Asia and India, but the specific action has not yet been launched. The Cossack hetman Orlov is still on standby at the new station. At the same time, Count von Palen is also very confident. After all, Alexander did not express opposition, which is a silent support. At least they can take action. The important goal was to transfer all the guards of the guards, and the final time for action would not be decided until the night of March 11th, after everyone in the palace went to sleep. This scene would happen. The last big drama of Tsar Paul's era was about to begin. After returning to the Winter Palace, Alexander also ordered the general on duty, Prince Bagration, to come to the Winter Palace in the afternoon. In addition to himself, he also had to bring his family. Solovyov had to convey the order late at night, but he also reminded Bagration to bring the Mahjong set into the palace and present it to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 157. A seemingly ordinary day. Tsar Paul got up on time at 5 o'clock every morning and then listened to the reports of the ministers, sometimes on domestic affairs, sometimes on foreign affairs. The report on the morning of March 11th was Count von Palen's report on the latest situation abroad. Paul actually still thought that von Palen's statement was very suspicious, but apart from the report of the Attorney General, there was no clear evidence and other circumstantial reports. He was too particular about details and laws, so he did not punish him. In addition, von Palen had been with him for a long time. Even if it was a dog, after raising it for such a long time and developing feelings, it would not come out and bite its owner when it was full. Your Majesty, this is the latest news from France. No matter what the first consul is going to do, when the peace treaty is formally signed, the foreign ministers of both sides must be present. By then, I'm afraid the new president of the diplomatic academy will have to go. You have a lot of tutors now, and we can't let you go far away, especially to Paris. Your Majesty, it doesn't matter. If it is within your job responsibility, you will have to go. In addition, Your Majesty should also take a look at the marriage targets chosen for Her Royal Highness Maria. There are the Crown Prince of Saxe-Weimar, the Prince of Denmark, and why, isn't it good to have the only son of your father-in-law? Although my wife here has not given birth to an heir, she is still young, only 22 years old. At least Alexander comes back to take care of her, which is always a good omen. The only trouble is that she is a little young. So, let's put Maria's matter aside for now. The Prince of Weimar is not bad either. When I choose a son-in-law, I always have to look at his character and whether he can make my daughter live well. William and Frederick Ludwig are good. Don't be so anxious about the marriage. Paul listened to the latest reports on the domestic and international situation for 4 hours in the morning, but in fact, there was not much nutrition. Such a complex news was actually just a noise. Compared with that, it was better to review the reports submitted by the governors. I don't know if it will interfere with Paul's thinking. When so much news was stuffed in, he didn't think about what might happen. The second itinerary this morning was to review the troops accompanied by the Crown Prince. Before Alexander left the Winter Palace in the morning, he went to please Larissa, promising to order her a new book published in London in a few days, to change the furnishings in the palace, to arrange a nanny for little Maria, etc. Your Highness, are we going there by horse or by car? Solovyov, prepare the horses. Your Highness, how about a batch of Andalusian horses? You have only been here for a few days, but you know what I like. Go to the stable and bring the horses, and you will accompany me to the Mikhailovsky Palace. Solovyov himself had the Orlov trotter that Paul had rewarded him with, and he followed behind Alexander. This section of the road is not far. From Million Street, you can directly turn to the Eyre Square, and you can see the Mikhailovsky Palace below the square. Solovyov has always been looking at the color of this palace, and he is not very happy with it. Thinking about the dress that Madame Chevalier wore yesterday, which was also the same color, it was a bit strange. He heard the most rumors. When this lady came from France, her origin was unclear. Even the Attorney General suspected that she might be a spy for the first consul. However, this rumor is also a bit funny. After all, this lady was Kutayev's mistress for 3 or 4 years. As for being a French spy, it is not so reliable. In 1794, Madame Chevalier performed in Hamburg and was not in France. That period was just from the Jacobin dictatorship to the early days of the Directory. Even if General Bonaparte had this ability, he didn't even fire cannons on the streets of Paris at that time. This statement is also a very irresponsible behavior. Alexander accompanied Paul in the military review. The troops reviewed in the palace were the 1st Battalion of the Prussian Regiment and the Guards Hussars, which were also the troops on duty today. The 1st Battalion will be on duty tomorrow. On March 13th, it will rest according to the usual practice and will be replaced by the 2nd Battalion. The duties of the Guards Hussars will be replaced by the Guards Cossacks later. These soldiers are also very loyal to Paul, and the strict formation during the review made the Tsar very satisfied. Then he and Kutaysov rode horses. Paul was in a good mood and changed horses on the Rata course to show his favorites the real skills of dressage. At the same time, Count von Palen had made up his mind to start the action on the night of March 11th and began to distribute invitations to the conspirators who participated in the action. But unfortunately, Solovyov was accompanying Alexander on the Champ de Mars and saw Count von Palen's servants rushing out and heading to General Teregin's villa. Your Highness, isn't that man Count von Palen's personal servant? What's his name? That Lithuanian. He's coming out now and heading to Terezin's mansion. Solovyov, what do you think he can do? Your Highness, according to today's schedule, there will be no captains of the guards at the evening banquet. The guests include old Count Stroganov and Count Kutuzov, as well as Prince Yusupov. That's strange. Alexander couldn't make a public statement. His statement to Count von Palen yesterday couldn't be made public, and it would be very troublesome to say it anyway. Solovyov actually knew that this was a poor version of the Golden Knife scheme. Even if Count von Palen was defeated, there would still be people trying to instigate the relationship between Paul and Alexander, the father and son. It was unavoidable. Even if the servant was caught, it would only force the Count to take a risk in another way. Moreover, the servants were not very clear about what the conspirator was going to do with what was written on the invitation. Many of the specific details were unclear, and they might be deceived again. In fact, the simplest way was to arrest Count von Palen on the day Paul questioned him, and the problem could be solved quickly. But Paul had developed feelings for the dog, and couldn't bear to do it. The Romanov royal family in Russia had a bit of this womanly kindness problem, except for Nicholas II, who took the blame for the suppression of the guards. Count Zubov, who was not working in the palace, received the invitation now and was preparing to go to Lieutenant General Terezon's official residence in the afternoon. At this time, we have to act in the evening. Paul didn't know what happened outside the palace at this time. He had lunch with his entourage at noon. Your Majesty, what are you going to do this afternoon? There are no performances today. I want to read the newspaper now. Please ask the attendant to read with me. He was reluctant to use a maid to read the newspaper, or his mistress. Princess Gagarina was very young, but in terms of knowledge, she was shallow and frivolous. This afternoon, Alexander had to go back to the Winter Palace first, and then return to the Mikhailovsky Palace at 8 o'clock in the evening. The father and son had to have dinner together. At the Winter Palace, the commander of the Semenovsky Regiment, Depreladovich, the commander of the Guards Battalion, Count Tolstoy, and the adjutant of the Guards, Prince Alexander Volkonsky, were all left behind. Prince Bagration insisted on holding them and wanted to play mahjong. Prince, don't you usually play cards? Playing cards is so boring, and you lose money all the time. Come and see, this is the dominoes for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It's called mahjong. I made 2 sets, one for daily play, and the other is made of ivory, ready to be presented to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You guys, just come and play with me. This card is also simple, a kind of kitten game. The method of counting is engraved on the box. Can you see it? You want to play cards at this time, we all have to be on duty. In fact, these 3 people are insiders and participants of the conspiracy group, but the Semenovsky regiment is stationed in the Winter Palace, so they are separated outside. It doesn't matter if the junior officers below are missed, but these key officers must be stabilized. However, Bagration can only catch 3 people at a mahjong table. Usually, others are intimidated by his bravery, so these 3 unlucky guys are left. Unfortunately, the adjutant of the Semenovsky regiment on duty was in the palace, not in the Winter Palace, but that was almost the same, as the core members of the regiment were detained. In the Crown Prince's bedroom, Larissa was pulling the little fairy and telling her some precautions after pregnancy. You are in better health than the rest of us. You're already 6 months old, and you're still so lively. But don't move too much. Hey, what's that noise next door? Peter wants a few guards officers to play mahjong with him. He's addicted to cards recently. These Chinese dominoes are specially made, and there's no way to cheat. Your husband is brave in battle and honest in heart. I heard that to make you happy, he holds you around the house when he's not on duty. In the first few months, he held me high. Now that I'm like this, he's afraid of hurting me by holding me, so he just holds me in his arms. Although he looks a little ugly, he's still a good man. But when the baby is born, I don't want him to be like this. The little gobliness myopia is getting worse and worse, and her eyes are hazy. That's why everyone who sees her likes her. Cattish, you just like to look at faces too much. But, I'm different this time, just like my mother told me in the letter. My 2 sisters are twins, a bit like that. Indeed, the little fairy unbuttoned Larissa's clothes and saw the shape of her belly. She was so thin, and her belly was obvious. It's like this. Let's go and watch the card game. Lisa, you always lock yourself up in the palace, which is not good. You should always see something new. Indeed, it is rare to see mahjong in Petersburg. But in order not to make so much noise, they were very disciplined when playing cards, and they lined up neatly. As for Alexander himself, he came back to the hall of the Winter Palace without saying a word. What are you worried about, Your Highness? Solovyov, you were sent by my father, but not to monitor me. This is strange. Your Highness, you are the Crown Prince. I came to you as an aide-de-camp, not to plant a spy. Otherwise, I would have reported it in secret. Yes, I'm worried that a coup will really happen. What will happen then? The outcome is unpredictable. I also find it strange. Why doesn't Your Majesty arrest the Count? He can do so. My father is too particular about evidence. He only dismissed the people in the Smolensk conspiracy group and didn't put them in jail. What happens in Russia sometimes cannot be speculated by common sense. Alexander himself is still very worried. Count von Polin will also attend the banquet in the evening. Don't think too much. There is a banquet in the Mikhailovsky Palace tonight, and I have to go to the palace now. You stay in the Winter Palace at night. If anything happens, you have to help Prince Bagration gather the troops, send orders and do staff work. I heard that you are very good at it, Your Highness. It's just that at the dinner, you and His Highness Constantine are both in the palace. Will anything happen? No, my father has such a deep affection for a dog he raised. Constantine and I are his sons, and we are not rebelling. What should I be afraid of? Alexander seldom shows it. When he showed his cards today, he was actually a little vague. He knew that Solovyov was promoted by Paul, so he said this. Besides, the guards are outside, and these soldiers can't possibly arrest us all. If the officers dare to let the soldiers join the coup, the soldiers will probably not agree. That's right, but Your Highness, have you ever considered that the soldiers are loyal to the Emperor and the two Your Highnesses, but these officers have ulterior motives? Hearing this, Alexander knew that Solovyov, this pretty boy, did have some ideas. He was indeed a young man with a promising future that his father and Marshal Suvorov were optimistic about. You mean, someone wants to forge an imperial edict? Not only forge an imperial edict, but also use a divisive strategy. Such people have extremely malicious intentions. Your Highness, this is what I'm most worried about. Even if there is no coup, there will never be peace in the palace. But Alexander's idea of picking peaches was very clear. He was not very familiar with Solovyov and would not tell him too much about his true thoughts. On the way to the banquet, he also thought about this problem. Before leaving, he told Larissa not to sleep too deeply tonight, so that if something happened, it would be a good precaution. If it was really a forged edict, the situation would be different. If they could launch a coup against Paul, they could also do it against him. However, Alexander was an excellent actor. He would only give orders when decisions should be made. On weekdays, he was really confusing. Chapter 158, The Tower of Petersburg, Part 1. General Bennigsen, whose full name is Levin August von Bennigsen, was the former commander of the Izam Hussar Regiment. When you see the word von, you know he came from the German princes. He came from Hanover, and when he served in Russia, he was already a lieutenant colonel. Hanover is a place that has the same boss as Britain. Looking at the Zubov brothers who have always had a relationship with the British and some other officers, it looks like a pro-British conference in Russia. In the past coups in Russia, members of the royal family would more or less join in with a sense of mission, but this time Alexander and Constantine were actually out of it, and it was discounted anyway. Bennigsen didn't expect that there were not many people conspiring in General Teregin's apartment at the time. Today, so many people can come to Count Zubov's house. General Bennigsen, our action was originally divided into two teams. We must assign the action teams here today and announce the plan. Count von Polin prepared a lot of champagne when he called these people together. They were drinking while listening to the plan. Alcohol makes cowards brave. If they didn't have a few cups of wine in their stomachs, no matter how many donkeys they were given, they would not have the courage to enter the Emperor's palace to launch a coup. Our specific action is to first transfer the guards of the 1st Battalion of the Preobrazhensky Regiment in the Mikhailovsky Palace and use the 4th Battalion and the 3rd Battalion of the Semenovsky Regiment to replace them. The reason is that His Majesty will summon them for the review the next morning. This should be easy. The regiment commander and the herald adjutant are our people. It should be easy to mobilize them. General Bennigsen was experienced in combat after all. Compared with these guards who had never been on the battlefield, he naturally had to raise questions. But we need to mobilize the Semenovsky regiment. Where is their commander? General Bennigsen, the general on duty in the Winter Palace today is Prince Bagration. He insisted on dragging several officers to play cards, and they are all staying in the Winter Palace. This Bagration has always been addicted to gambling. It is best to hold him back. It is best not to mobilize the guards chasseurs. Next, we will explain the arrangements for entering the palace. Count von Polin will lead one team and General Bennigsen will lead another. After triggering the alarm in the palace, we need adjutants to gather all the guard soldiers. The soldiers of these two battalions and some officers do not know the specific purpose of our action this time. Even Count von Polin is still concealing the fact that his ultimate goal is to kill the king. Sounding the alarm will attract the attention of the guards. But there is still a problem. How to deal with the soldiers at the door of the bedroom. If they move, everyone in the palace will know. This is also simple. Among the various palaces at night, only the emperor and the queen's bedrooms have the same rotation. The stables and the young prince's bedroom also need to be rotated. General Bennigsen instinctively noticed that there were too many problems in this plan. If the leader finally backed down, the coup plan would fail. It all depends on the commander's determination. As for the alarm in the palace, Marin and Boltoretsky, as adjutants of our regiment, you must give appropriate explanations to the officers and soldiers on duty, and leave enough time for the two action teams to reach the bedroom. In addition, the secret passage from the bedroom to Princess Gagarina must be blocked to prevent her from escaping. At this time, Count Platon Zubov stood up, and he also wanted to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, when our great queen was in power, she once told me in person that when her soul went to God, she would pass the throne to Alexander, now His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Not long ago, we already knew that His Royal Highness supported our action. At this time, no matter what, there should be a new monarch in the end, that is, the current Crown Prince Alexander. Count, what should we do with the one sitting on the throne? I think we should send him to the fortress on the shore of Lake Ladoga, which will be convenient for management. Count Zubov has not wanted to take the responsibility of regicide until now, and Count von Palin, as the mastermind behind the whole conspiracy, obviously did not agree with the others. We are going to have an omelette, and we need to break the eggs first. It is not clear, but Count von Palin's words mean that regicide is likely to be the final result. These people are wearing ribbons representing participation in the action, and they are carrying weapons. Many people have drunk a lot of champagne. After the alcohol comes up, they start to head towards the Mikhailovsky Palace. Before the conspiracy and banquet on their side ended, Paul had just finished the dinner and returned to the palace. He will spend an hour with Princess Gagarina in her room today, but the prince and his wife are there, and they are just chatting there. Paul is here, and wrote a note. As for the specific content, the outside world does not know. Well, I should go back too, and you should go to bed early too. Then Paul went up the stairs, and returned to his bedroom, ready to lie down and rest. At this time, he saw himself in the mirror, the same as he had seen when he passed by here before. Because of the angle of light and shadow, his appearance was distorted. When chatting with General Kutuzov, he also mentioned the possibility of death. Going to another world is not sewing a backpack. He still had a premonition, but what was going to happen, whether there would be a coup, no one would know until the real action was launched. At the same time, Count von Palin's arrangement was random and chaotic. Although it was to be divided into two groups, the personnel arrangement was very random. General Bennigsen believed that the organization of these 30 people was too chaotic and could not accomplish anything. In other words, he drank a few less glasses to keep his mind clear throughout the incident and not be led into the ditch by these guys. The two adjutants did not drink much either. They had to keep their minds clear so that they could lift the alarm. Under the order of General Terezhin, the 1st Battalion received an order that His Majesty the Emperor would see them on the review ground the next morning, and they had to prepare early and rotate with the Guards troops who came to replace them. In this way, the 1st Battalion was transferred, but the sentries at several key positions responsible for internal security did not move. A Gapiv stood guard at Paul's door. This was also the reward he received for his loyalty to duty. He was on guard at the Tsar's door. He also noticed the transfer outside, but even if someone really asked him to change his post here, he would not leave. He remembered that the major told him that when on duty, he should guard the emperor's side and not leave at all that night. There was also a guard hussar behind the door, but the new commander of the 1st Battalion did not like to use secret sentries, so he removed the secret sentry post at the door. That position was hidden diagonally opposite to a Agapiv's position. Count von Palin, Count Nikolai and Count Platon Zubov, and General Bennigsen led these officers to enter the castle of Mikhailovsky Palace. The only thing they were worried about now was that there was a general on duty next to Paul, and that Lieutenant General was absolutely loyal to Paul. But he also had Major General Kutuzov by his side, who was responsible for taking action in the office of the general on duty, and had a heavy responsibility. Anyway, no one could have imagined that the Tsar's own aide general would actually directly participate in the conspiracy group, so this position was still very critical. The team led by Count von Palen was to carry out the arrests, especially those who were loyal to Paul. He was the governor of Petersburg and had the right to do so. After that, they had to try to get in touch with the two Grand Dukes, but Alexander and Constantine had returned to the palace. Alexander would normally accompany Larissa at this time every day. Although he was a playboy, he still took good care of his spouse when his wife was pregnant. As for Grand Duke Constantine, after returning to the palace tonight, he was just preparing to go to bed. He was often unhappy after quarreling with his wife. This configuration was still a headache for Count von Palen. After all, except for a few officers, they had almost failed to infiltrate the Izmailov regiment. At the same time, the Pavlovsk regiment was stationed in the northwest corner of the Mars Square. If they took action, they would inevitably alarm the grenadiers. As for Alexander, since he was in the Winter Palace, it was not easy for him to deliver the news immediately. Moreover, he did not know that Alexander's acting skills deceived everyone. He did not make any statement, but had to make a decision at the end. Under the leadership of Captain Algamakov, General Bennigsen and the Zubov brothers entered from the side door on Nevsky Avenue, while Count von Palen went through the main entrance. The guards had just completed the change of guard. Some people drank too much and began to sing as they walked into the palace gate, which naturally caused chaos. The alarm sounded, and the messenger adjutants of the two regiments that had been arranged before had already arrived at the alarm location. Seeing that the guard soldiers gathered because of the fire alarm, they also knew that this would always buy time for the two action teams. And most of the officers of the two battalions stationed tonight still supported the coup. Agapyev heard the fire alarm. He opened the door and looked at the Hussar Kirillov inside. "What's going on, brother?" "I don't know, brother. We are the two guarding the emperor. We should stay at our posts. If there is an assassin or a fire, we brothers will have to protect the emperor." After they finished talking, they also guarded the door, one inside and one outside. Nikolai Zubov was different from his brother. He walked in front carelessly, but Count Platon retreated a little. After all, he heard the alarm. "Let's go quickly. We are afraid we are doomed." "We are here, Count. Aren't you ashamed? You have made such a conspiracy and brought us all into the palace. Can the bullets you fired be taken back? If you go back now, you will definitely die. If the operation fails, you will also be hanged. We can only move forward now." By the way, General Bennigsen cursed in his heart. What had blinded him to participate in a coup with such a coward, a pretty boy, and a bootlicker? Their action team came to the floor, where Paul's bedroom was located. There was also Patrol Officer Arseniev on the side of the corridor. They did not intend to alarm this guy. After the patrol officer went to the sentry post of the Putin regiment, they were frightened by Count von Palen. After all, the Count held many important positions beside Paul, and was asked to wait in a certain room. The Zubov brothers and Bennigsen continued to lead people to the door of Paul's bedroom. Agapyev saw someone in the corridor. He first wanted to raise the bayonet of his rifle, but he did not expect that the tall Count Nikolai Zubov from behind would hit him on the head, knocking him unconscious temporarily and bleeding all over the floor. Kirillov inside heard the noise, and he did not know what happened. "Brother, what's going on outside?" But he was even more useless than Agapyev. The one standing guard at the door suffered from the disadvantage of having a long rifle in his hand and was attacked from behind by Count Nikolai, otherwise he would have opened fire long ago. Kirillov pulled out his pistol from his waist and loaded it, but when he opened the door, he gave away a head, and Count Nicholas scored a double kill. Although his attack looked ruthless, it was not fatal. It just broke their heads and bleed a lot. The scene was very scary. At this moment, the sentries at the two gates were knocked down. The last line of defense was the door to the inner room of the Tsar's bedroom, which was guarded by two servants. As an adjutant who could walk freely in the palace, Algamakov's advantage was obvious at this time. When the male servants inside asked questions, he could make up lies with his eyes open. "Who is it making a noise at this time of night?" "It's me, Algamakov, the major adjutant of the parade ground. His position is very important, and he has the right to report to Paul at any time. Isn't it too early for you to come in at this time? It's almost 6 o'clock. You are talking nonsense. It's just past midnight now." The servant was still a little alert. He looked at the self-ringing clock and then at the pocket watch to confirm that the time was correct. Damn it, your watch is broken. If I'm punished by the emperor because of your stupidity, can you bear it? Damn it, will you open the door? The servants knew that they were of low status and could not afford to offend these officials, so they finally opened the door. Then, these dozen people entered Paul's bedroom, but after they came in, they found that the bed was empty. Count Platon panicked again. The bird has flown away. It was Bennigsen again. He touched the bed, which was still warm. The nest is warm. The bird has not flown far away. Chapter 159, The Tower of Botanice in Petersburg, Part 2. Paul did hear the noise outside. Regardless of other people's feelings, he knew that this should be a real coup. He knew that he had underestimated the venomous snake. He didn't raise a dog, but a thing worse than an animal. The secret passage leading to the queen's bedroom was sealed. He ran to Princess Gagarina's room. When he just came to the secret staircase, he heard the sound coming from there. In this way, Paul knew that he was now trapped in a jar, and he could only wait to die. Bennigsen and the Zubov brothers were still searching for him. Paul had to hide in the closet. He could only hide if the other party didn't search the closet. If these people left the room, he might have a chance to escape. As long as he could reach the corridor, the guards still loved him, and he might have a chance to turn the tables. At this time, he regretted sending Solovyov to Alexander. If he was still in the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment, he would not be able to let such a group of people in during the night shift. Bennigsen saw the situation in the closet. He walked over and didn't pay much attention, but Count Zubov behind him saw something was wrong. These officers opened the closet door and pulled Paul out of it in his pajamas. The Tsar himself was short, and he would definitely not be able to fight against these tall officers. What is this? Your Majesty, you should abdicate. Just sign it. Count Zubov stood in front of Paul with an expressionless face and took out the drafted abdication edict. No, I won't sign it. Paul's attitude now was this. But these drunken officers had already entered the emperor's bedroom, making the place full of alcohol, and everyone was holding a weapon in their hands. At first Paul mistakenly thought that Constantine was also there, and there was a young officer wearing the uniform of the Izmailov regiment mixed in. He even said the famous saying of Caesaret too, but he blinked and saw that it was not Constantine, so he had a bottom line in his heart. It was not his son who came here to rebel directly. Bennigsen always had a cavalry sword in his hand. He raised the sword and said to Paul, "Monsieur, you are my prisoner, and your rule is over. Give up the throne and immediately sign the abdication bill to make way for Grand Duke Alexander. Abdicate? Sign this edict? Who gave you the power? In the name of the country and the people, Your Majesty, what you have done in recent years has made everyone fed up." Count Platon Zubov said this, which made Paul's attitude towards him even more contemptuous. The welfare I have brought to the people is something no one has ever done before. I issued a 3-day corvée declaration to the serfs, prohibited the separation of families when buying and selling serfs, abolished the poll tax, reformed the tax system, and destroyed those unredeemable bonds and banknotes in our country. No one has really been able to do this in the past. The Russian army has won a brilliant victory in Italy, and the Prince of Georgia has even requested to submit. Our country has never been as stable and prosperous as it is today. No serfs or citizens have risen up in rebellion. The louder Paul spoke, the more imposing he became, and he forced Count Platon to retreat step by step. And you only relied on your mother's favor to enter the core of the palace. Although I don't like Prince Potemkin, what he did was much better than you. Among the 4 of you brothers, I know Nicholas and Valerian. They still have some courage, but you sold yourself to your mother and gave her decree of succession to me in advance when your mother was dying. This behavior is cowardly and a betrayal. My name was originally written on the decree, and you, a villain, still wanted to wag your tail and beg for mercy. What have you done by taking advantage of your mother's trust in you? You are a villain who curries favor with the powerful, a vicious dog that can never be tamed. A dog still sheds tears when its master is about to die. When Paul said this, he thought of his father Peter III, who died early, and his mother, the Empress. Their final outcome was that they were betrayed by their own favorites, and tears came to his eyes. I will never sign this bullshit abdication edict. You bunch of Courland grooms, salted fish in the Baltic Sea, stupid donkeys on the Gulf of Riga. If you really think you are asking me to abdicate for the sake of the country and the people, bullshit. Do the 36 million people of Russia really support you as you say? Do you want to come and see and ask the soldiers in the palace, the citizens of St. Petersburg, Moscow and other major cities, the free people in the countryside and the serfs in the manner to evaluate it? Count Zubov realized a problem at this time, that is, if Paul continued to say this, although the little Tsar's speech level was not very high, but in anger, the more he said this, the more these officers of the coup felt that this matter was going to blow up, and Paul began to pity them at this time. It's not too late for you to stop now. I will forgive you. How pitiful. You want to depose me in the name of my son? I think this is impossible. My son Alexander is my heir by birth. There will be no change after the royal succession law is promulgated. Even if I hate my son, I can't change the laws of the country. It's not too late for you to lay down your weapons and pledge allegiance to me again. I won't regard you as traitors. His words really made the officers involved a little shaken. At this moment, Bennigsen was very calm. He knew that his worst outcome would be to be deprived of all the honors he had won in Russia and expelled from the country. After all, he was still a citizen of Hanover. At this moment, the bedroom was extremely dark. He was going to go out to find a candlestick and see what was going on. As for the two Zubov brothers, they are not as good as Paul in terms of talking nonsense. Paul looks short and inconspicuous, but he studies very hard. He is familiar with law, science, history, and has learned many foreign languages. Although he has never been on the battlefield, he has his own way of training soldiers, organizing logistics, and researching military equipment. In terms of full power output, Count Platon Zubov may not be Paul's opponent. His level is far inferior to Potemkin. Although Paul has a lot of opinions about Potemkin and even prepares to throw his coffin, he is quite caring for his relatives. He is somewhat disdainful of Platon Zubov, and the current situation is even more unfavorable to the Count. Count von Palin was outside. He arrested Count Kutasov and found a note from him, which reads, "Someone is making trouble tonight. Maybe the Count from Courland," and the handwriting on the note looked very new. Humph. He just hummed and saw an officer from Zubov's team coming over. "Count, we have taken control of the bedroom, but has the abdication decree been signed?" "No, His Majesty doesn't want to." Seeing that the young officer was a little shaken, von Palin's face became very ferocious. "I think at this time, we should take the last resort. What should we do?" "You can tell them to execute according to the plan." As for the plan, it was what Count von Palin had been planning all along. At this time, he had to complete the regicide and end Paul's rule in a physical way. However, he did not control any member of the royal family. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Mrs. Levin came to the children's bedroom and called Maria, Catherine, Anna, Nicholas and Mikhail to change their clothes. Later, she let the older children lead the younger children, followed by the nanny and maid, and ran to the stable from the secret staircase. "Your Highness Maria, just go to the stables and let the groom take you to the Winter Palace." When Mrs. Levin was in a commotion in the palace, she took this opportunity to try to go to the Queen's bedroom, but when she turned to the stairs, she saw several officers at the door. She was afraid of getting into trouble, so she went back to her room. Now she could only wait for an opportunity. The officers who received von Palin's instructions had been listening to Paul using words as a weapon to push Count Platon into a corner. Seeing this situation, Nicholas couldn't stand his brother being attacked by the monarch's unilateral language, so he hit Paul with the snuff box in his hand. Although he was extremely strong, he had some sense of measure when hitting people, so he didn't beat them to death in one go. But after seeing Count Nicholas beating the Tsar, the officers who came over plucked up the courage to attack Paul. The most ruthless one was Georgian Prince Yashvili, who rushed over, first pinned Paul down, and then punched him. Paul was still struggling and kicking the Georgian in the crotch, making him scream in pain, and then the other officers rushed over and beat the Tsar himself with sword handles, fists, and anything they could pick up. The Zubov brothers were stunned watching from the side. These drunks were simply destroying the plan. By now, Count Platon was no longer drunk, and he saw the final situation was out of control. Paul was now bloody and leaning on his simple imperial bed. He was obviously not breathing, and there was a scarf around his neck. It was obvious that the officers had strangled him. Those beatings would not be immediately fatal, but the interruption of breathing would definitely be fatal. When Bennigsen came back with the candlestick, he saw this scene and could hear it clearly at the door. "What the hell did you do?" The three leaders knew what was going on and went to find Count von Pahlen. "Now, these guys are directly regicide. I think the phrase you said about breaking eggs is for this purpose, right?" Although the brothers of Count Zubov had a big grudge with Paul, they were unwilling to become regicides directly, especially Nicholas, who really gave Paul a blow. "At this point, we have to go all out. The only way to solve the problem is to meet His Highness and support him to ascend the throne." Count von Pahlen completed his vicious regicide plan, but his backup plan was ruined. Alexander and Constantine were not in the palace. Only Queen Maria and her 5 children were there. However, looking at the royal carriage running out of the yard, the count knew that someone might have run away. "What's going on over there, sir?" Several little princes took a carriage to the Champ de Mars. "What?" These conspirators and murderers all left Paul's bedroom. Discussing the next countermeasures in the stairs, Count von Pahlen advocated mobilizing the guards. After all, the commanders of the 2 guards regiments were here, and they could mobilize troops. It was late at night, and Count von Pahlen was also prepared to use his power as the military governor of Petersburg to mobilize troops other than the guards. Under the premise that there was no plan, he was ready to go all out and force Alexander to succeed to the throne, exempt them from their guilt, and control their government. But no one knew whether it would succeed. Agapyev woke up at this moment. He had just been hit on the head and fainted for a while. Now he was dizzy and swollen when he sat up. He saw that the doors of the bedroom were all open, so he knew that something was wrong. Thinking back, someone must have come to launch an attack just now. Then he saw that Kirillov was also lying there with blood all over his face. "Brother, wake up." He confirmed that the hussar was not dead, so he wanted to see the situation in the bedroom, and then he was shocked. "Your Majesty, what happened to you?" Agapyev remembered Paul's kindness and gave him a medal. Paul was indeed dead. The loyal guard remembered that he had sworn to protect the Tsar himself, but now this was the result, so he burst into tears. He also found Paul's military coat and hat and covered his body first. Then he thought calmly that if someone attacked him, it must be a treason. At this time, he had only one way, which was to sneak out and report the death to the Winter Palace or the Marble Palace, at least to let one of the 2 princes know. The Eyers Square was now in chaos again. He crossed the moat and went to Nevsky Avenue. He made a big circle so that he could touch the gate of the Winter Palace on the other side of the palace embankment. When he turned back, Agapyev tore off a shirt to bandage his head. He didn't want to faint again before seeing the Crown Prince. He was also quite lucky. Count von Pahlen's attention was all on the field of war at the moment. He could run out to Nevsky Avenue, but he didn't dare to talk to the guards' cavalry officers on the street. But among the officers patrolling the streets at night, there was Davidov. This young hussar saw Agapyev and grabbed him to ask, "You are a soldier from the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment. What's going on? Were you attacked?" "Mr. Lieutenant, something terrible has happened. Take me to the Winter Palace. I have to report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the general on duty." Davidov looked rough, but very smart. He knew that something big must have happened in the Mikhailovsky Palace. "Can you ride a horse? Come with me. I'll take you to the Winter Palace." Chapter 160 Petersburg Unrestricted Fighting Tournament. After returning to the Winter Palace, Alexander had been wearing formal clothes and sitting on the couch, while Larissa was in the bedroom playing with the older and younger children. However, everyone was wearing formal clothes, except for the little fairy who was pressed on the bed by Natalia and Natalia. Larissa was stroking her belly and imparting experience. The husband of the little fairy was playing Mahjong with 3 officers of the Semenovsky regiment. These 3 people were the commander of the regiment, the battalion commander and the adjutant of the regiment, all of whom were in the corps and key departments of the command. Bagration happened to be a man with excellent physical strength. After marching for several days, the soldiers were tired, but he was still energetic. When he was at home, it was always his wife who begged for mercy first. It was the same when playing cards. He also said that he would have a good time today and could not leave the table until he had played well. Prince, you need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. I'm a reasonable person. Listen carefully. No one will care if you go to the toilet in the middle, but if you find an excuse to run away, don't blame me for being rude. What's more, playing Mahjong is really fun. After playing Mahjong for more than 10 rounds, these people have forgotten how big the matter is today. After all, Bagration's bet is not small. If he wins the card, he will earn a lot. You must know that, although this prince is not rich, Paul has given him a lot of rewards, helped him buy a mansion, and married a wife. The cash in the little fairy dowry alone is 200,000 silver rubles. The couple will never lack money in their lives. The main thing they face is gambling debts. But at this time today, he gambled so much because Alexander told him something in advance. The officers of the Semenovsky regiment will definitely be involved in the conspiracy group, but don't all get involved, otherwise it will be difficult to end it. The crown prince himself had made up his mind that the winner would take all. These guys couldn't walk far, even when they went to the toilet. There were people watching them in the palace. Although the garrison troops were all soldiers from the Semenovsky regiment, when it came to obeying orders, they had to listen to the orders of the crown prince himself. Sashka, no matter what, from tonight until March 15th, you have to be more careful these days. If Count von Palen really wants to take action, no matter what the final result is, someone will inevitably take risks. Count Stroganov was right beside him at this time. Although he had never led troops, he had a clear mind and was very clear about the interests involved. Will someone take the risk? This is exactly what we are worried about. His Majesty did not immediately arrest anyone suspected of treason, and he only severely reprimanded you without any substantial action. This is because, although His Majesty knew that someone was plotting, it involved many problems. Maybe he was unwilling to believe that his close ministers were plotting a rebellion, or he was afraid to act rashly, or His Majesty wanted sufficient evidence. In any case, it gave the people who really wanted to rebel an opportunity. At this time, Your Highness must not panic. At this point, Count Stroganov knew about Alexander's problem, and he still had to analyze it, fulfilling his responsibility as a friend and minister. Alexander still didn't make it clear, but his attitude also depended on what was going to happen in the Mikhailovsky palace. If a rebellion really happens, we will have no choice but to mobilize troops. Solovyov, what should we do if something happens? You have experience with the Grand Marshal, and I would like to ask for your opinion. It will be easy then, Your Highness. I will find Prince Bagration and ask him to mobilize the troops as the general on duty. In addition to the Guards Chasseurs, the 2nd Battalion of the Semenovsky Regiment on duty at the Winter Palace, the Pavlovsk Regiment, and the Guards Artillery Battalion will all be mobilized. Why is there also a Guards Artillery Battalion? Do we need cannons to quell the rebellion? Alexander's own military branch was artillery, and he thought Solovyov was making a fuss. Wasn't it just to suppress a rebellion? Your Highness, if there really are rebels, they will either hold them on a hostage, or rely on the palace to resist. In a hurry, they don't have many people, and I'm afraid they will really use the Mikhailovsky palace as a fortress. At this time, if the emperor is kidnapped, what should Your Highness do? Send troops to attack the city, or obey orders? Although with His Majesty's character, I'm afraid he would rather die than live in disgrace, but Your Highness's status is also very important. Solovyov usually doesn't talk, but when he says a few words on politics, he always stays on the side of righteousness. Mishap, I've only heard you talk about leading troops, but I've never heard you speak like this. Your Highness, if you listen to what I have to say, it would be fine. If not, just treat it as a breeze passing by your ears, and don't pay any attention to it. But I also want to say that saying such things at this time is risky, so please don't punish me, Your Highness. It's already this time, the speaker is not guilty, just go ahead and talk. There are only 3 of us here now. Alexander suddenly perked up. He is an emotional political animal plus an excellent actor. Solovyov knew what kind of person he was, but he had to say it, as this moment was too critical. Your Highness needs to make preparations in 4 aspects. Not taking action before is to make a decision at the last moment. It would be best if His Majesty is still alive and the coup fails. In this way, everything will be safe and sound, and His Majesty can continue to implement the new policy. The more thoroughly the new policy is implemented, the better. I have also spent some time with His Majesty, and I saw that he offended the master, but he had the support of the people. In this way, when your highness succeeds to the throne in the future, he will have the support of the nobles and the people. The throne he sits on at this time will be the most stable. Yes, there is some truth in that. Alexander himself had read the list written by Paul, and Solovyov was naturally on it. He did not expect that this kid would stand guard and serve as a guard for Paul when he came to Paul, and he also started to plan when he came to him. It was indeed very interesting. Moreover, he actually thought that Paul's reforms had offended the great nobles, and he would definitely be supported by these people when he succeeded to the throne in the future. After all, it couldn't be much worse. Alexander's usual attitude was still friendly to the great nobles. The next other situation is that your majesty is kidnapped by criminals, but there is still room for maneuver. At this time, your highness will also need to mobilize troops to surround the center of St. Petersburg. If the coup plotters only hold the emperor hostage and force him to abdicate, as long as your majesty is still alive, there is room for maneuver. Alexander is most hoping for this one now. The first one mentioned by Solovyov is that the personalities of their father and son are difficult to figure out. One loses his temper and the other is confusing. When they finally succeeded to the throne, although a big pie was drawn, and he was a stable successor, the risk is still there. If Count von Palen really made trouble and forced Paul to sign the abdication edict, if Alexander could succeed to the throne, he could immediately take the highest power into his hands, which would be the greatest benefit to him personally. As for the new policy and constitutional reform, they have to be put on hold. Alexander wants to do it, but he also has to observe the situation. Solovyov will not analyze it in such detail, but just leave the topic here. But the next two situations are more dangerous. But this is also a coup d'etat. Once an unwanted situation arises, what should we do? If someone wants to regicide? Stroganov, who has always had a gentle personality, stood up when he heard this and said, "No one has done this in Russia for a long time. Mishap, it's unlikely, right? Your Highness, what do you think? Let's think about it here. Father's favor to Count von Palen is like raising a dog. If the dog is well fed, it will have feelings, right? I think regicide is unlikely, impossible. Your Highness, you overestimate these idiots. They say they are doing it for the country, but each of them is acting in their own interests. Since Peter the Great, which emperor has not compromised with them? Although there were no wolf cubs that could not be fed in the past, there were also people who killed people in order to please their new masters. This is what I'm worried about. You said there are 4 situations. The first 2 are not bad. What should we do if such a thing really happens? It is true that Alexander was an actor, but he was unwilling to dirty his hands, and he was also unwilling to let blood stain the throne again, especially the blood of his father. At this time, if these conspirators are really bold and dare to do such a thing, your highness will continue to rule according to the succession law. What I'm worried about is that these people are plotting a military rebellion. Once this happens, if your highness is unprepared, the autonomy will definitely not remain in your hands. At that time, you are just a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, and these people will do whatever they want. Therefore, what we have to do our best to avoid is this situation, which is also the most unacceptable one among the 4 results I want to talk about. Then what should we do next? This is also the last resort under a lot of difficulties. Your Highness, why did I say to mobilize the artillery? Since it is a coup, there must be people plotting to mobilize the army, especially the guards and the garrison in St. Petersburg. Von Palen is the military governor of St. Petersburg. If there is a coup, it is most critical to seize the garrisons on 2 fronts. One is the guards and the troops stationed in the city, and the other is the garrison outside the city. Alexander was not completely unaware that the garrisons around Petersburg included 3 major parts: the guards, the Petersburg garrison, and the Vyborg garrison. This was the closest, and there were also the Navy fleet and the Vyborg garrison nearby. However, in the city of Petersburg, in this weather in March, the Kronstadt fleet did not have enough time to mobilize troops and travel by boat, so they were definitely not among them. You mentioned the garrisons on both sides. What should we do at this time? Your Highness will go to the banquet tonight and should have met the old Count and General Kutuzov. Yes, you don't want me to mobilize the Vyborg garrison, do you? Alexander could command the Semenovsky regiment, but when von Palen came to him, he didn't know which of the 4 battalions of the regiment was controlled by the coup plotters. After all, he didn't want to know about the coup, nor did he want to conspire. If a coup really happened, he didn't want to kill the king, so he had to ensure that his hands were clean. Although the Vyborg garrison is not large, it has some combat effectiveness. The Guards cavalry in the city must also be under control. In addition, there are the Pavlovsk regiment, the Izmailov regiment, the Guards Chasseur regiment and the Guards Grenadier regiment. Of course, cannons are also needed. Solovyov simply did not analyze the consequences. Everyone knew that at this time, mobilizing the army would mean a big fight, and the result would be that the winner takes all, and the loser would be left with nothing. The Guards Artillery Battalion has 36 cannons, including the powerful Unicorn cannon and the mobile cavalry cannon. When mobilized, the cavalry cannon will be used to block the air square and several main intersections leading to the Mikhailovsky Palace. It will also be necessary to guard various intersections, to cut off any possibility that the rebels may mobilize their garrisons. At this moment, your Highness only needs to coordinate and drive the guards and nearby garrisons into the city. These rebels, no matter how powerful they are, will find it difficult to escape. To mobilize the army, we also need the aide general on duty. At this time, with Prince Bagration in the Winter Palace, he can mobilize 3 of the 5 regiments of the guards outside the palace at any time, as well as the guards artillery. As for the garrison in St. Petersburg, after the Guards cavalry blocks the road, your Highness's order will be needed to mobilize all the musket regiments to let them know who is plotting a rebellion. At that time, it will be time to march to the city and decide the outcome. However, no one wants this to happen in the end. Alexander did not just nod at this time. At this critical moment, he finally made up his mind. When the time comes, you, the attendants and adjutants, will have to pass on the orders. But since you are smart, you should stay with me and assist Prince Bagration in the coordination. What if the rebels want to go to the Marble Palace? Alexander knew his second brother Constantine best. He had no interest in the throne, but if he was held hostage, it would mean that the command of the Pavlovsk regiment and the Izmailov regiment would also be a problem. If your Highness can trust me, I will go to the Pavlovsk regiment now. The officers and veterans there are all selected from the Moscow Grenadiers. I will take the order of the general on duty and your Highness's handwritten order to find the commander, Colonel Tsverenev. I used to be with the Emperor, and now I'm with your Highness. If I say anything, he will still believe it. That's it. At that time, you must control the intersection of the air square, and not let any rebels come out from there. Also, after finishing this matter, you will go to Constantine and ask him to mobilize the Izmailov regiment. Once anything happens, no soldier is allowed to move without my order, and no soldier from the Mikhailovsky Palace is allowed to come out. Then, when they were almost done with their plans, there was a noisy sound on the road of Million Street. Alexander could clearly see that several royal carriages came from the intersection of the air square east of Million Street. Everyone knew that something must have happened. Chapter 161 Petersburg Unrestricted Fighting Tournament, Part 2. When Maria heard that Mrs. Liven wanted her to take her younger brother and sister to the royal stables, she was a little panicked. She was just a little girl in various senses. When she was asked to make a decision, she must have never thought about what would happen. But she spanked her buttocks and calmed down. She pulled Nicholas by herself, asked Ekaterina to lead Anna and the nanny to hold Mikhail, and came to the royal stables from the secret stairs. Your Highness, where are you going at this time? Prepare the carriage, we are going to the Winter Palace. The grooms didn't care so much. The carriages were prepared at night. After all, there were many times to travel at night. Besides, going to the Winter Palace was just a normal arrangement. Moreover, it was so chaotic outside. It had been chaotic since nightfall. Going to the Winter Palace was also the responsibility of the grooms. After the children got on the car, they saw their cousin Eugene from Württemberg riding out on a horse, and knew that something big must have happened today. Anna and Nicholas were sensible. Mikhail didn't know what happened, but with the nanny here, there would be no surprises. The carriage quickly passed the Pavlovsk regiment station. The sentries standing guard there at night saluted when they saw that it was the royal carriage coming. It was still a little distance from the Mikhailovsky palace. If the soldiers on duty left their posts and looked at the Mars Square, they would see a mess over there. Who are they running away? Governor, it's the unmarried Grand Duchess and 2 young Grand Dukes who are running away. 3 royal carriages have been arranged. They are heading for the Winter Palace. I see. It seems that they missed it. Bennigsen was still commenting on Count von Palen's performance today. He wanted to find an opportunity to run away. Although the coup was partially successful, and he had contributed to it, it was obviously a life of suicide. What should we do? We must go all out. First, we must go to the Marble Palace and control Grand Duke Constantine. Then we must go to the Winter Palace and meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. That was all he could think of. However, in the panic, the number of guards that could be mobilized was not very large. There were only 3 battalions of soldiers. You must know that a fully staffed guard regiment consists of 4 battalions. At the same time, Davidov had already brought the people into the Winter Palace, and the carriage from Million Street soon came in. As soon as Agapiv saw Alexander, he knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "The emperor has been murdered." Alexander collapsed in his chair when he heard this. The result of the coup was directly regicide, which made him a little panicked. Count Pavel was calmer and kept asking Agapiv, "What happened?" Everything was fine in the first half of the night. The Hussar Kirillov and I were standing guard at the door of the emperor's bedroom. Then we heard the night alarm, and the guards outside were changing shifts. Nothing happened at first. I saw a group of drunken officers coming up the stairs. I was about to warn them to stop, but I don't know which bastard hit me on the back of the head. When I woke up, I saw that the 2 doors of the bedroom were both open. Not only were the hussars inside knocked unconscious, but the servants were also gone. When I entered the palace, the emperor was lying straight on the bed with blood all over his face and a red mark on his neck. He must have been murdered. Although the back of his head was cut, he was not stupid, and he still remembered everything very clearly. Okay, you did the right thing. Can you see clearly what the drunken officers look like? I can't see clearly. Some of them are wearing cavalry uniforms and guards uniforms. It's hard to say what they look like. You should leave and find a doctor to see him. Count Stroganov was very calm now. He and his wife were here, and the countess was still inside with the crown princess. Your Highness, we should mobilize the troops now and tell the general on duty to take action. Okay, Solovyov, go find Prince Bagration and ask him to take action according to the plan we agreed on before. Bagration was still dragging these 3 guys to play mahjong. He had already lost 40,000 rubles at the table, but his luck was not bad at the moment. He won 2 rounds in a row, and one of them was a self-drawn hand. Although the Russians had just introduced mahjong, they played it very lively, and the main point was an abstract. After Solovyov came in and whispered a few words to Bagration, the prince suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes and shouted directly, "Come here, take down these 3 traitors." When Bagration entered the palace, he brought the soldiers of the Guards Chasseur regiment with him. They had been hiding behind the door, waiting to take action. "What are you doing? Humph. What are you doing? You are participating in a conspiracy group, trying to use the guards to plot a despicable plan to overthrow the regime. Do you really think I don't know anything about it?" Bagration didn't talk about the regicide, but the corps officers of the Semenovsky regiment were actually involved in the rebellion. There was no guarantee that they were loyal to which faction. Here they had to be taken down on the spot. This also avoided interfering with the command of the army, and then Bagration went to Alexander's bedroom to ask for instructions. When he came over, he saw that Alexander and Larissa were already dressed and waiting there. "Peter Ivanovich, you must pass down the order now to mobilize the guards and garrisons in Petersburg, especially the guards cavalry, and block all the passages in and out of the city. If you encounter any suspicious persons, arrest them all." Alexander's voice was still a little trembling at this time. On the one hand, he was performing, and on the other hand, it was a bit difficult to keep his emotions stable under the influence of many factors. Larissa was very calm, which was different from her usual appearance. After Bagration received the order, he asked Solovyov to take the order to the Pavlovsk regiment's barracks, which was the closest barracks to the Mikhailovsky Palace. He also had to go to the Marble Palace at number 5 Million Street to ask Grand Duke Constantine to mobilize troops. What did you say? Constantine couldn't believe that such a conspiracy of treason could actually happen in Petersburg, and now it has succeeded. Your Highness, no one could have imagined such a thing. His Highness wants you to lead 2 regiments of troops to line up at the Air Square, but do not launch an attack. I know that my mother should still be in the palace, so we really can't act rashly. As for the matter of mobilizing troops, Constantine quickly mobilized a battalion of the Izmailov regiment in the Marble Palace and sent his adjutant to the Winter Palace to report, and then went to the Guards garrison and asked the other 3 battalions of the Guards to gather immediately and go to Nevsky Avenue to block the rebels' way to the south. Solovyov then went to the Pavlovsk regiment. Many people in this regiment came from the Moscow Grenadiers, so it was easy to mobilize them. How is the emperor now? According to the guards guarding the palace, it is. Before Solovyov finished speaking, these old officers knew. No need to say more. You come to convey the orders of the 2 princes. We also know the general idea. You are the one who sent the Jagger company. There is no use for them to stay here. You take this team of soldiers to the princes. As for how to arrange it, it depends on you. At the same time, Alexander's adjutants were also rushing to the garrisons of various troops, mainly the Guards cavalry. Count von Palin now found that, although he had completed the task of getting rid of Paul, the front roads were blocked. The Pavlovsk regiment came out of the barracks and they are lined up on the north side of the square. Are there cannons in the palace? No, in the previous military reform, the cannons directly under the Guards were all transferred to the Guards artillery battalion. At this time, we still need artillery. You go and convey my order to the 1st Artillery Regiment and the Cavalry Artillery Company of the St. Petersburg garrison to come to the Air Square to deal with the rebellious Guards. When the Zubov brothers heard this, they knew that they were being dragged into the water this time. Count von Palin was the governor of Petersburg, so he had the power to mobilize general troops. In addition, he could also forge the imperial edict now. After all, he thought that not many people in the outside world knew about Paul's life and death. After all, those who went out from the front were just a few young members of the royal family. They didn't know what was going on. It was just that Mrs. Levin arranged for the children to leave the place of trouble. Many people didn't notice what happened to Agapiev, so Count von Palin was now considering mobilizing troops to deal with the Pavlovsk regiment on the Mars Square. However, this idea was not so easy to realize. The messengers sent out were all on horseback, but the Guards cavalry had already begun to block all the main intersections, and in the end, only a few people actually passed on the order. That night, the Russian hussars stationed in Petersburg were all arresting people. Von Palin's plan could not be guaranteed to succeed in this way, and Count Tikhonhausen, who was responsible for conveying the order to the Guards artillery, also found the gate of the Guards artillery at this time. By order of His Royal Highness, the entire Guards artillery battalion will be dispatched, take all the artillery and all the shells that can be found, and assemble at the Palace Embankment Road. The artillery of this regiment is well equipped, including 6-pound guns, 12-pound guns, cavalry guns and unicorn guns, a total of 36 guns. The Russian unicorn guns are generally divided into 2 types, which are 10-pound unicorn guns and 20-pound unicorn guns. They can be fired with grenades, solid bullets and grapeshot, and their firepower is very strong. This kind of cannon was invented as early as 1757. It was not until the end of the Empress's reign that it was promoted in this way, by forced orders after Tsar Paul ascended the throne. The performance of the grenade is actually still very unreliable, especially the misfire rate is extremely touching, often turning into time bombs and solid bullets, and sometimes being hit back by the opponent. However, there are no cannons in the palace. If the Guards artillery comes out now and wants to fire cannons, they can still crush unilaterally. Tuchkov, the only one who was clearly wooed by the conspiracy group, was the commander of the 1st Artillery Regiment. The regiment did not receive any orders that night, but an adjutant sent by Prince Bagration notified him of the order of the Crown Prince, and all the garrisons in Petersburg had to be mobilized. As Kutuzov's son-in-law, Count Tikhonhausen had to go to his father-in-law's house. Kutuzov had already gone to bed by now because he was not fighting on the front line, and he didn't open one eye when he slept. When Count Tikhonhausen got off his horse and knocked on the door, the housekeeper was stunned to see him. "Son-in-law, what are you doing here at this time? The master and the lady are asleep. Something happened. I don't have time to tell you. Let me in." Seeing that it was an urgent matter, the old housekeeper did not stop him, but took him to Kutuzov's bedroom. The old man was wearing pajamas and sleeping soundly in the quilt. He didn't expect his son-in-law to come in at this time. However, the old man's psychological quality was very strong. After he sat up, he looked at his panicked son-in-law and sat there very calmly. "What happened? You came home in the middle of the night. Did Lizanka treat you badly?" "No, something happened in the palace." "Oh." Kutuzov thought about what the Tsar told him and felt strange. Although there were many strange signs, it was not likely to happen. But he had no time to think about it. He could only listen to his third son-in-law's report on the changes in the palace and the orders of the crown prince. "Let's do this. I will make arrangements. You go back and report to His Highness and tell him that I, Kutuzov, will send someone to Vyborg to mobilize troops. Go back, child, and report to His Highness." However, if Kutuzov wanted to send people to Vyborg to mobilize the garrison, it would take some time. Only a Cossack unit close to Petersburg could be mobilized quickly. There was no need to worry about that. Since Kutuzov had replied, Alexander, who was still trembling before, was now somewhat confident. It could be said that this was also a medical miracle. "Your Highness, the adjutant and the messenger have reported that we currently have 3 Guards infantry regiments, 1 Grenadiers regiment, and 3 Guards cavalry regiments that can be mobilized. The hateful thing is that it seems that 2 commanders of the Guards cavalry have sided with the rebels. Don't worry about them. The troops that are mobilized now are commanded by Konstantin and Bagration. Surround the Mikhailovsky Palace first. Don't act rashly. We still have to talk about the situation of this group of rebels inside." Alexander's mentality was still not to make too much trouble. After all, Queen Maria should still be in the palace at this time, and some of the women and civil servants are also there. They can't fight directly. It would be best if they could persuade him to surrender through negotiations. However, he underestimated how Count von Pahlen would struggle in this situation. Chapter 162 Petersburg Unrestricted Fighting Tournament, Part 3. It was still night time. According to von Pahlen's original plan, he only wanted Paul to sign the abdication edict. With the Tsar's temper, he would definitely stop his resistance by physical means. The final result would basically end in regicide. Paul had left a succession law during his lifetime. In the absence of a clear edict, Alexander would be the heir and become the new emperor of all Russia. However, sometimes some unexpected situations would happen. For example, Queen Maria was still in the palace. After Mrs. Levin had just sent the children away, she still found an opportunity to enter the queen's bedroom. The chaotic environment outside surprised the queen herself. She left the bedroom and saw the chaos on the review ground in the palace from the window. Some guards were lining up there, and it was unknown what they were doing. "What's going on, Your Highness? This is a conspiracy against His Majesty. There are 2 officers guarding the door of the bedroom. It seems that no one is allowed to enter. What should we do? I have asked the children to leave. They should have arrived at the Winter Palace by now." "You are right, but what should we do here now, Your Highness? It depends on your own decision. I'm just your tutor." Queen Maria also has her ambitions. Since Peter the Great, there have been 4 empresses and 1 female regent. It is not surprising to come to Russia without any purpose, or to be infected with some ideas that you should not have locally without this idea. In contrast, Louis's presence is very weak, which is a very strange thing in the Russian court. But today, on this night of the extremely excited coup, she was the calmest with a baby in her belly. Alexander, an emotional political animal, was planning, but it was difficult to hide his inner uneasiness. Konstantin was lined up on the north side of the air square, waiting for his brother's order to attack. At this time, he was extremely angry and only wanted to avenge his father. Queen Maria, following the example of her mother-in-law, wanted to be Empress Wei, but she didn't know what Empress Wei was, but the problems she showed now were surprisingly similar. What was more strange was that the soldiers of the 1st Battalion of the Putin Regiment were currently lined up neatly on the air square. They did not enter the palace, nor did they come to the team of Grand Duke Constantine on the north side of the air square. What happened? They lined up here to wait for Paul's morning review the next morning. Some soldiers yawned because they were on duty at night. The coup had little to do with them in essence, but in terms of form, such a serious incident did happen, and the attitude of the guards at this time was also crucial. However, Count von Palen could not think of any way to win them over. After all, this battalion had been trained by Solovyov before, and they were also taught the idea of loving the Tsar, loving the country, and loving the people. It was somewhat redundant for them to join the rebels. Count von Palen had very few soldiers at his disposal, but he still decided to fight to the bitter end. After all, he could still find some cronies in the city who could disrupt the situation in the city. But there were some things he did not dare to do, such as killing the queen with another knife. Queen Maria already knew the situation, and she came to the middle of the guards. "What did you do?" But the scope of the queen's speech was slightly smaller, only a small group of soldiers at the main entrance of the Mars Square, not even enough for a company. On such a night, you murdered a monarch, and then you just acted as if nothing happened here? Count von Palen realized that this situation was not good. If Queen Maria, who had lost control, continued to speak, the fortress would be breached from the inside. After all, most of the guards didn't know what happened. They just thought they were here to change shifts. "Your Highness, we are just on duty here. We don't know about the murder you mentioned. Besides, we didn't see the Emperor." A soldier stepped forward to answer. Queen Maria knew that soldiers would not lie to her. They were right. They were on duty here and were not at the murder scene. Count von Palen knew something was going to happen. He now had to arrange for doctors to go to Paul's bedroom to tidy up the appearance of the late Tsar, who was still fighting hard before his death. At least it should look like that. However, considering the cruelty of the officers who murdered Paul, Paul's skull is still intact now, which is a miracle. The count who murdered the Tsar now wants to calm the situation quickly and ask the queen to stop. And the method he thought of is indeed a more suitable one. His Majesty has indeed passed away. The cause of death was a stroke. Because it was a sudden death, Her Majesty is very sad. Her mental state is a bit problematic. Why don't you send Her Majesty back to the palace to rest? The implication was that the Queen had been greatly stimulated and had gone mad. The Governor General of Petersburg and the regicide, still walking in an official step, with an official belly, and showing off his official authority, gathered all the soldiers and asked them to gather in a room. Don't spread any false news, unless you are crazy. At the same time, the two sides in the confrontation were getting closer and closer to dawn. At this time, Solovyov came to the Marble Palace. The royal family members were also here. The Izmailov regiment, which was not involved, was guarding here, which was safer. Alexander was still a little nervous. He inserted his fingers between his belt to pretend to be calm, but his eyes would betray him. Your Highness, you still have to stay calm. Larissa grabbed his right hand and let him touch her belly. Think about Tona and little Martha, and then think about the whole family, all here. You are the center of this family, Apollo, Helios. You can't do this. Compared to her mother-in-law, Larissa was much calmer when faced with such a major political turmoil. This was in stark contrast to her usual image of a delicate princess who hid in her own bedroom and cried and lamented her fate. What should we do? Lisa, right now, the Queen Mother is still in the Mikhailovsky Palace. Let me go. You send me guards. I will go to the air square and gather the soldiers there. There will be other ways later. You are still pregnant. I can't let you go. I can't let you go. At this time, if you take risks and something goes wrong, I will live in pain in the future. But Russia still needs you, Alexander. If you go, it is inevitable that someone will take risks and stick out a gun from the darkness to shoot deadly and vicious bullets. As for the others, Constantine will help you command the army, and Juliana's status is not enough. At this time, if you want to rescue the Queen Mother, I have to rely on me. You can't let Maria go, right? Larissa was very strong. She directly proposed to go. Alexander was also a little afraid of losing his wife. Although he was unfaithful before, the queen had given Larissa a status when she was alive. He also knew that it was very rare for such a virtuous wife to stand up and help him at this time. If you really go to the square, Larissa, I still feel uneasy. Don't worry, my identity is not important. Even if you become the emperor, I'm just the queen. To those gamblers, I'm not a valuable bargaining chip. If they dare to kidnap me and have a child, you can just tell the archbishop to dissolve this marriage and choose an unmarried woman you like as your heir in the next life. But in that case, we need to treat our child well. She said this close to Alexander's ear. Because the two of them were hugging each other tightly, and the others kept some distance, no third person could hear this threatening whisper. Alexander felt that his daughter-in-law was still a little dark by nature. Although her weak appearance always made people love her under the light or moonlight, he did not expect that she could say such a decisive and cruel word. Of course, this was also a kind of exchange. Larissa's status was confirmed repeatedly by the Empress and Paul, and in the social circles of Petersburg, public opinion sympathized with this virtuous and weak girl. Alexander would not abolish Larissa's status unless he was obsessed with sex and lost his mind or had other intentions. Okay, you can go. I will send you a few of the most loyal officers and a team of guards cavalry to ensure your safety. If Alexander went to the square in person, there would be a risk of being sniped. Count von Palin now also had the idea of taking risks and creating as much chaos as possible. He didn't care who would eventually ascend the throne. Anyway, it would be a ridiculous effect of Lord Whitworth, His Majesty the King of England. My mission is accomplished. Tikenhausen, Solovyov, you two have to run to several troops to pass messages tonight, which is a bit tiring. But I will give you two a task now, which is to lead a team of guards cavalry each to protect the personal safety of my wife, the Russian Crown Princess Elizabeth Alexeyevna. If anything happens to her, you two will go to Siberia to cut trees. Count Tikenhausen is a family man, but he married Kutuzov's third daughter, the most famous of the 5 daughters of the old fat general, so he certainly wouldn't have any ideas. But Solovyov, he is the youngest among the middle-level officers of the guards. If it weren't for the revelations of several young ladies that he seems to be not interested in women, he might not always be assigned such a job. Then, Larissa boarded the carriage with the help of Solovyov and Natalia. A group of guards hussars followed Count Tikenhausen, and a group of guards cavalry followed Solovyov. He wanted to go, because the soldiers sitting stupidly on the Mars Square were all from the Putin regiment. Your Highness Elizabeth, these soldiers on the Mars Square are all from the 1st Battalion. Please don't move. I will go over and tell them. No, Solovyov, I want to get off the car. You help me go over. At this time, although you can convince them with your feelings, your status is not enough. This young wife seemed to have changed today. Although she still looked weak, she was wearing an otter fur coat to keep warm at night. On her head was the otter fur hat given to her by the Empress when she got married. Her dress was white. To be honest, a cold wind blew in from Siberia that night, and it was really cold. Solovyov and Count Tikenhausen were both wearing coats and bearskin hats, the signature of their adjutants. The two of them stood beside each other. Although one of them was not tall enough to be majestic, the momentum was enough. Natalia opened the car door. She was wearing a white fur coat and looked very beautiful. If the veterans of the 1st Battalion had not seen this distinguished maid, they might have mistaken her for the Crown Princess. She helped Larissa down, and the 2 temporary guard captains turned over and dismounted to help. However, Count Tikenhausen knew that the 1st Battalion was a unit that Solovyov had led for a long time and was only recently transferred. They had a deep relationship. Lisa, I beg you not to take this risk. It's okay, mishap. Just help me walk among them. These other soldiers you have led. Wouldn't it be safer if they surrounded us? Well, I'm worried that there is a gunman at the window, aiming at this place. You are so careful. At least Larissa knew that the people she relied on and the people she loved at the moment were very worried about her. At this time, she had more confidence. Soldiers, I'm Elizabeth Alexeyevna. You all know me. I'm the wife of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Alexander. His Royal Highness is not in the square. He is the one who has to coordinate the troops coming to Petersburg so as not to cause more chaos. Just a few hours ago, a tragedy happened in the palace. A loyal soldier among you, Agapiv, came to the Winter Palace and reported such a sad news to my husband. The voice was as sweet as a silver bell, but what was talked about today were all extremely sinister things. Our beloved emperor, His Majesty Pavel, the emperor of all Russia, was murdered in his bedroom by villains. On behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I now give you the order to remain silent, line up neatly, and go to His Royal Highness Constantine's team. Your young battalion commander is also here, as you can see. He came here on the orders of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. However, Larissa has always been in poor health. She said a few more words in the cold wind and then fell into Solovyov's arms. At this time, the major had to continue speaking. Brothers, you also heard that Her Royal Highness Elizabeth gave you an order. Now I order all soldiers, except the first company, to line up. Line up to the right. Look forward. Turn right. March in step. As for the first company, they lined up on both sides of the two cavalry squads at this time. After Solovyov and Natalia helped Larissa onto the carriage, they continued to advance to the Mikhailovsky Palace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Petersburg Unrestricted Fighting Tournament, Part 4. Alexander was in the Marble Palace, and he was very nervous. For him, after ascending the throne, more troubles were still to come. This coup turned into regicide, and how to deal with it was also a problem. The old count came from his official residence at number 17 Nevsky Avenue, and entered the Marble Palace under the escort of the guards hussars. Your Highness, how can you let Her Highness Elizabeth go to the Mikhailovsky Palace? If the rebels are so crazy that they hold the pregnant crown princess hostage, things will not end well. I wanted to go there in person, but everyone thought that, if I went to the square, I might be shot by the rebels. If Count von Polin is not so crazy, it is indeed feasible. At this time, what I'm afraid of is... The Count put his cane aside, with a very serious expression on his face. Your Highness, you need to know that the two highnesses over there are the two highest ranking ladies in the palace. If anything happens, I know that too. I just hope that Larissa can really bring her mother back. At the same time, the officers of the conspiracy group in the Mikhailovsky Palace were watching the infantry of this company lined up and heading towards the palace gate. What are they going to do? I don't know. Can you see clearly which highness's carriage is marked? I can't see clearly, but it looks like the carriage of the crown prince in the Winter Palace. Count von Polin thought that someone might come to negotiate. After all, they still had the queen and some women in the palace in their hands. This kind of coup to support the new monarch is in sight, and it feels like they have not been defined yet, but have already become rebels. It's really not good. After seeing Alexander's carriage, if these guards dared to stop it, Solovyov was ready to slap them in the face in the street. And he looked carefully and saw that the gatekeepers were all Putin's men, and their uniforms were clearly visible under the firelight. He rode over here like this. He was a man close to the Tsar. Now he went to the prince. Both sides could make sense. He was just asking him to come over. He could also disintegrate the guards who joined the rebels. Your Highness, we are already in the palace. You might catch a cold in the square. You should get off the carriage when you get to the place. Solovyov winked at Tkenhausen. Although he was not familiar with him, he had always been an adjutant to the prince. He understood some things. One hand was on the reins. The revolver in his coat could be loaded with a single click. He was also well prepared. Both guns were on his belt, there were darts in his boots, and there was a saber on his waist. What he said before was for Larissa's safety. Why was there a layer of metal plate on the outer shell of this carriage? It was not easy to be penetrated by lead bullets. However, meeting Count von Polin was also a way to test how crazy he was and whether these people were interested in going crazy with him. In general, it was very dangerous to take on such a job. However, Count von Polin did not dare to show up. The Zubov brothers were still here, but they were not crazy. When they saw the crown princess coming, they came forward to salute. Your Highness, I don't think it's safe for you to come here at this time." Although one of them had taken action at the scene of the regicide, the two still wanted to join Alexander's side. "Don't talk about safety. Such a big thing happened, and my mother was detained by you again. I just came here to ask my mother to return to the Winter Palace so that your sins will be less. Your highnesses have heard about the incident and have mobilized the garrison outside, but I still want to advise you not to go down the same path. Whether it is the emperor or your highness, they are still kind. They are unwilling to kill people. If some people make mistakes, as long as the final investigation shows that he is not the main culprit and has no blood on his hands and has committed a crime, there is still a chance for leniency. This leniency generally means that the death penalty is exempted, but the highest sentence can be Siberia long-term experience voucher case, and the lower one is to go home and hug the children. There is also a subtext, that is, if some people have made contributions anyway, they may be exempted from investigation. In Russia, at least when the Tsar personally issued an oral order or an imperial edict, this matter still has a chance to work. When Count Platon Zubov heard Larissa say this, he saw that she looked sick, but spoke so decisively, and he knew that Alexander still hoped to solve the problem quickly. The soldiers around him, and the officers who did not take action at the time, were all very nervous at first, but now they relaxed. "Since your highness said so, let's tell the truth. Everything was instigated by Count von Palin. Several of us, as well as the brothers who came to the Mikhailovsky Palace, all listened to his instigation. If His Highness the Crown Prince wants to punish us, we are willing to be punished. We just have to forgive the guards who were dragged along. Many of our brothers did not know the situation and went astray. In this regard, General Bennigsen can testify that all of us had drunk some wine and were more or less delirious. Bennigsen took over the blame, Your Highness. What Count Zubov said is also true. If necessary, one of us can send someone to escort Her Highness the Queen out and report truthfully to His Highness the Crown Prince." Well, if you can say that, it means you still know your identity and status. Ahem. Larissa was still a little tired, but she also knew that she was just too weak and not yet sick. However, after the big move was released, Count Zubov and his brother also went to find someone to let Nikolai Zubov escort Queen Maria out of the Mikhailovsky Palace. "Mother, you are frightened." Larissa said this to show off in front of her mother-in-law. She was particularly unpopular in the palace before. After all, in the court etiquette, she was the second in line as a royal woman, and she had never given birth to a boy. Alexander liked her, and she was still beautiful, and the sisters-in-law in the palace who cared about her would get married one by one. Paul was assassinated this time, and she suddenly lost one more person to rely on in the palace. At this time, rescuing the mother can always improve the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law that has reached the freezing point. After all, giving her son a happy time outside but not going home, saying that her daughter-in-law is unable to let go of her status, or even not coquettish enough, is also quite unconventional in the families of monarchs of various countries. You know, although Larissa may not be the most beautiful, she is also a very impressive daughter-in-law in the royal families of various countries, and there are various official and private certifications, that is, the evaluations given by various people with extremely discerning tastes, from the empress to the court painter. Although Larissa's extra points for rescuing her mother came, there was another problem later. She didn't know what Queen Maria was thinking now. Solovyov had no impression of this matter. After all, he had never seen anyone who wanted to be Queen Welly before, and he had only read a few examples in the book. Now his attention is on Larissa, and he is not even standing all the time, but always moving around. He is still worried that someone will suddenly take action. However, when Mrs. Liven and the Queen came out together, nothing like this happened, which made him feel relieved. Queen Maria didn't pay much attention to Larissa. Even if her daughter-in-law came to save her with a bulging belly, she was still relatively cold, as if to say that, as long as she was there, she would be the mistress of the Russian court. In this situation, although Natalia was submissive on the surface, she couldn't stand it in her heart. She helped Larissa get on the carriage. The royal carriage circled and arrived at the Air Square. Larissa and the Queen didn't communicate with each other. Seeing this, Mrs. Liven wanted to smooth things over, but she didn't say anything. After this team of soldiers came out, it seemed that the overall situation was settled. But sometimes, no one could expect some things. That is, Queen Maria came out herself, standing among the soldiers, and she wanted to declare that she could inherit the position of the Russian emperor and then become the empress. This confused Grand Duke Constantine, Prince Bagration, a group of regiment commanders, and the aide-de-camp standing beside her. What was going on? Go and tell His Royal Highness, if this continues, something bad will happen. Count Stroganov was on the north side of the Eyre Square. The Queen could still do such a thing at this time, which also caused the soldiers to whisper, Constantine, let alone other places. In this situation, it is not easy for him to resist what his mother did. As for the other officers, their status is not enough. If they want to persuade His Highness, at least someone of the regent level must come out, and they cannot confront each other in person in the square. However, the only one with this level is Prince Sólovyov. Considering his temper, if the monarch handed the capital to him, it would be fine. If he confronted the royal family members in public, he would not have the courage, let alone the confidence. After listening to it, Alexander also felt that his mother was really unnecessary. Your Highness, you should go to the square at this time, and you can't let Her Highness the Queen give a speech there. Since something happened in the palace, we have to listen to what she said. The old count had experienced a lot. Both father and son had to stand on Alexander's side, and they could not retreat at this time. Moreover, everyone knew that Her Majesty the Queen's political ability was far inferior to that of Elizabeth Petrovna and Catherine II. She was very partial to her family in Württemberg in terms of marriage and diplomacy. If this continued, it would not be so reliable, and it would even be easy to push Russia into the fire pit. Paul's diplomatic negotiations had finally persuaded all the French soldiers from Württemberg's father-in-law's family and Baden's-in-law's family to leave. If she came in, the situation would not be so good. Larissa, who was sitting in the carriage, felt chest pain at this time. She said that she had been weak since birth, and had always had some minor problems. This time, she was tossed out late at night. If she caught a cold, it would be extremely dangerous. The other female relatives were in good health. Even Queen Maria, who only wore a coat, could start a speech among the soldiers on the north side of the square, stating that she should succeed to the throne, and then ruthlessly suppress the rebels. But there were not necessarily so many people who really bought her account. These soldiers were whispering, Natasha, what are the soldiers saying? Your Highness, they seem to be saying that, if the Emperor is really dead, the throne should belong to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Larissa thought about it. At this time, the Queen had intervened, and the soldiers' attitudes were still hesitant. Alexander himself probably had no intention of breaking up with his mother publicly. If this was the case, it was hard to say how the situation would turn out. If they continued to be deadlocked here, not only would the rebels in the palace run away, but the situation would also get out of control. No, I have to go now. Lisa, you are not in good health. You have fallen into the arms of the Major twice tonight, and now you are lying on my legs. You must not degrade your body again, not to mention that you are pregnant. I know, Natasha, but if I don't go, your position as the Crown Prince will be in jeopardy. Help me up, my dear sister. I know my body. I won't die, and the baby will be fine. Just like what Miss Cat said, if there is too little sunlight, the flowers will wither. If there is more sunlight, they will grow stronger. She moved her body, gritted her teeth and sat up, asked Natalia to help her get out of the car, and walked to the middle among the soldiers' torches. Queen Maria did not expect that this daughter-in-law, who was so weak that she always needed someone to support her, and who had been very gentle to her before, would come out to challenge her at this time. What are you going to do? Mother, please allow me to say a few words. Even Solovyov was surprised. Larissa, who was always gentle, and usually like a docile little deer, raised her eyebrows today. It was as if she had released all the temper and grievances she had accumulated since she was 22 years old. The Queen herself was surprised and forgot to interrupt her magic. Moreover, Larissa took off her hat so that the soldiers could see her face clearly in the firelight. Brothers, in this time of national crisis, we should have a young and promising new monarch, not an old German woman. Although this is a bit disrespectful to the late queen, the people she cherished most in her life were her father and the crown prince. Now that His Majesty Paul is gone, then according to the Queen's will, it should be her beloved Alexander, my husband, who will succeed to the throne. Although Larissa was in poor health, and was supported by Natalia halfway through her speech, leaning on the arms of two aides-at-arms, these words were full of lethality. Thinking about the prestige of Her Majesty and the benefits that their most beloved Emperor Paul had given them in the past few years, as well as the release of their relatives, the serfs heard clearly what the crown princess said and were the first to shout "Jura!" People outside did not know what was going on inside, so they also shouted "Jura!", which was considered to be an acknowledgement of Alexander's status. Especially at this time, Alexander rode a white horse from Million Street, followed by several senior generals in Petersburg. When they came to the square, the soldiers shouted "Jura!", which completely cut off Queen Maria's plan to seize the throne. Larissa's face looked so gentle and cowardly, but the Queen Mother herself seemed to see the shadow of the queen. Of course, with the fragile body of the new queen, it is unlikely that she will be involved in any political activities, and she can only exist quietly as a mascot of the court. Chapter 164 Petersburg Unrestricted Fighting Tournament v. Solovyov did not expect that Larissa would have such courage to confront the queen. Now she was the Queen Mother Maria. Her body was light, but she did things that many men could not do. Even Constantine admired his sister-in-law. Usually, she seemed to be a crime if she breathed too much in front of the Queen Mother. However, today, with just a few simple words, she completely wiped out the Queen Mother's opportunity to learn from the advanced experience of the four queens. When Alexander rode over, the soldiers also knew the general situation. That night, their beloved emperor was murdered by treacherous officials, and the crown prince and his royal highness Constantine urgently mobilized troops to quell the rebellion. At this time, the queen came to do this, imitating the behavior of the two great queens in the past to call on the guards, which was a bit too funny. As for being choked back by her daughter-in-law, it was somewhat funny, especially the weak crown princess. She looked really good. This was the unanimous opinion in Petersburg, and everyone agreed that she was not in good health. The young officers in the square, the married ones envied Count Tikhonhausen, and everyone envied Major Solovyov, who could let Her Royal Highness the Queen lean on their arms. "Your Highness, the situation has calmed down. Do you have any instructions? Wait for Alexander first. Wait for him to come to the soldiers." When Alexander appeared among the soldiers on a white horse and wearing a gorgeous military uniform, some people began to shout, "Hurrah, Alexander, our little father the Tsar! Hurrah! Hurrah!" It must be said that Alexander's face was too good. He had always been a dragon among men and was destined to become the Tsar. He rode his horse into the crowd and saw the Queen Mother and Larissa, who were surrounded. Larissa had actually become the queen, but she had not yet realized this. But after hearing the cheers of the soldiers, she was relieved and leaned on Solovyov's shoulder. For the major, this was very torturous. It was true that he liked Larissa, but he didn't want to die, especially when Alexander rode straight over. Of course, what Alexander was more concerned about at this time was that the soldiers cheered unanimously and supported him to become the new emperor of all Russia. This is a natural actor, destined to be born for big scenes. If there is a camera, his sense of camera is probably not bad. Solovyov had never noticed before that Alexander was actually a 5-star general, but he was handsome and didn't hold a corncob pipe. As for when he got off the horse, he also whispered a few words to Larissa. "Lisa, my queen, my muse, if you can still insist, let's ride together to accept the cheers of the soldiers, okay?" His sweet words have always been lethal, and Larissa did not resist. Alexander helped her onto the horse, and the couple accepted the cheers of the soldiers together on the horse. Although Alexander was a man of mercy, he also knew that his mother's drama today was finally settled with a few words from this weak wife. In this way, he had to make a statement and not let people have any other ideas. Moreover, he also quite disregarded the dignity of the royal family, hugged Larissa tightly, and kissed her. Although some soldiers whistled and cheered regardless of the occasion, there were more people shouting "Jura!" However, Alexander knew that today was not the time for the couple to ride horses and gallop on the field of Mars together. Now he had to deal with the regicides who were still in the Mikhailovsky palace. He himself did not expect that Count von Palin would be so bold as to dare to kill the king, which made him unacceptable. Although the Zubov brothers and General Bennigsen released the Queen Mother, he did not intend to end it so easily. However, he still had to distinguish between occasions, so he cast his eyes on the entourage and the generals. This was asking what should be done, but Solovyov was quite good at giving a way out at this time. In addition, he just helped Alexander to help Lauisa onto the horse and hugged Lauisa for a long time, which was really exciting. Being close to others means getting benefits. He was the first to kneel down on one knee to express his loyalty. As an aide-de-camp and the actual commander of the current Putin regiment, he did get a big advantage. Your Majesty, please allow me to be the first to pledge my loyalty to you. Of course, Solovyov, you have made 3 great achievements today, but the problem now is that we have to quickly quell the rebellion. Your Majesty, I see that many people in the rebel army have been coerced, and it seems that many people have also been deceived. In this case, please allow me to command the Guards Artillery Battalion, and I will speak to the people in the palace. Okay, Major Solovyov, you are now the commander of the Guards Artillery Battalion, and also my aide-de-camp. Although he had military power, his rank did not change at all. After all, he came to Alexander on Paul's orders, and it was only a month. The 3 great achievements were just words, and what would happen in the future was another matter. Working for this actor is not as good as chatting with Lauisa to make her happy, and there are many benefits compared to being a guard for Paul. But with the Guards Artillery Battalion in hand, it was clear what to do at this time. General Bennigsen, since you are all here, please go back and tell the brothers in the palace. If they surrender to the new emperor now, there is still a chance of leniency. Otherwise, they are rebels. Wait for me to use the unicorn cannon of the Guards Artillery Battalion to blow them up one by one. His words also made Bennigsen tremble a little. After all, it was the first time he saw a tough guy who dared to directly threaten to fire artillery shells into the palace. However, in order to end this matter and let the unlucky guy who was fooled inside be forgiven, Bennigsen turned back and found Count Zubov. The soldiers of the 4 guards battalions gathered in the palace. After Alexander was clearly supported as the new emperor outside, the positions of Count von Palin and the Zubov brothers were very subtle. However, Count Zubov was in a better state of mind. Although his eldest brother was reckless and had fought with the late emperor, he was the son-in-law of the Grand Marshal. Alexander was usually very good to the Grand Marshal's family and would not necessarily involve him. Of the other 2 younger brothers, one was not involved in the matter at all, and the other was disabled in the war and did not participate in tonight's action. If he investigated further, he would not be punished. The trouble was on him, but he had no worries. After all, he had been serving the Queen for the past few years. As long as he did not involve his family too much, it would be fine. As for the sister who was involved and was Lord Whitworth's mistress, as long as she ran to London, there would be no problem. He also heard some rumors that the support funds suspected to be given to them by the British were hidden by his sister. In this day and age, people dare to accept any dirty money. At this time, he was inclined to surrender. No matter how you look at it, it was not a big deal for him. When he courted Lauisa, a 14-year-old girl, in the palace, he praised her for her beauty, like an angel, and it was also a farce in the court. The Empress did not pursue the matter afterwards. After all, nothing happened. His idea was not wrong. After all, even if Alexander and his wife knew about his rebellion, they would probably not do anything to him. They just needed to send him to a distant place and not cause trouble in front of others. This time he took the dominant position again, but several officers who took direct action did not agree at this time. After all, they directly murdered the Tsar. For the crime of regicide, they would probably be hanged directly on the field of Mars. They ran to Count von Palin, who also had Lieutenant General Terezhin, aide-de-camp Major General Kutuzov and others. This Zubov, he must have relied on sweet words to curry favor with the new emperor. He will sell us out and then forgive his sins. Governor, we all came here because of your call. Now our hands are stained with blood. You can't just sit there and do nothing. I know, but where to run? The Queen has been sent away and they don't even have a hostage. What should we do? I think, at this time, the only way is surrender. After that, Major General Kutuzov also left. He was not at the regicide scene. Instead, he felt that he was fooled by Count von Pahlen and left the room on his own. As for me, General Terezin, don't even think about getting the new emperor to forgive you. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to incite so many officers to defect from the guards. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to figure out the defense configuration of the Mikhailovsky Palace. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to easily replace the 1st Battalion on duty. Without you, the dead Paul wouldn't have relaxed his vigilance and given us this opportunity. Now is the time for us to escape and seek asylum at the British Embassy. Others would never have thought of this idea. He actually wanted to escape, and he wanted to surrender to the British. If this worked, Solovyov would have to thank him for finding the mastermind behind the scenes, which would make it easier for the diplomatic academy to have a good talk with the British. But no one knew he was going to run away, and the road to Prince Potemkin's Tavrid Palace in the east had never been blocked. When Prince Bagration deployed his troops, he mainly guarded the Winter Palace and the Marble Palace, and used the Guards cavalry to block the Nevsky Avenue and the Tikhonov embankments. He did not consider other directions, and then he suppressed the rebellion. Or, after we run away, we can call back and fight to the death. Some brainless people, such as Yashvili, the guy who strangled Paul with his own hands, advocated this. At worst, they would die. Then, several of the most violent guys at the time, as well as several of Count von Pahlen's confidants, also advocated doing this. We are waiting to die here. If we fight, we may have a chance. Besides, all the nobles have been hurt by Paul. Even the crown prince talks about abolishing serfdom, reforming the government, and drafting a constitution every day. It is said that he wants to give the people a constitution, and then he will take his wife to live in seclusion on the banks of the Rhine. There are many people in Russia who oppose him. Why don't we just run out and find like-minded people to fight Alexander? What about after that? I haven't thought about it. But there is one thing they should not have noticed, that is, there is no time now. The Zubov brothers and General Bennigsen downstairs are gathering the 2 battalions of the Semenovsky regiment that joined later, and they are lining up to surrender. For those upstairs, there is no such benefit. Lieutenant General Terezin is still the head of the Guards regiment, although there is actually only 1.5 battalions. Just now, he saw the crown princess come in and take the queen away, and many of them ran away with her. They are already at the end of their rope, and the remaining people are also somewhat shaken. As long as an officer comes in and yells, they may immediately turn against him. I think we should run now. In the end, this makeshift team made a hasty decision, but if they wanted to run, where would they run to? In the British Embassy, Lord Wentworth was still not sure what was happening outside. He just knew it was a mess. With the Guards cavalry taking to the streets, the troop mobilization in Petersburg, and even the 2 unicorn cannons passing by the door of the embassy, he knew that what he expected should have happened tonight. But he didn't know how the progress was. Since the coup plotters kept it a secret and the city was under martial law, Lord Wentworth could not learn anything. It was a strange thing that not even a single shot was fired in a coup. As for the entire battalion of the Guards artillery, and even the artillery of the 1st Artillery Regiment, they also began to mobilize, which made the Lord even more curious, but the Guards cavalry blocked all the embassies of various countries, so his efforts were in vain. At this time, Count von Pahlen escaped from the east, which really fooled everyone, just like he had concealed his plan before, and only showed the dagger to murder Tsar Paul at the end. Solovyov was not a professional artilleryman, but he knew one thing: the closer the gun was, the more accurate it was, and the more fierce it was with the bayonet on the cannon. As for the pressure, there were also the Guards chasseurs on both sides to cover, so even if the Guards inside wanted to resist, it would be useless. If Napoleon knew about it, he would have to praise him for this good arrangement, especially the artillery was lined up on the Champ de Mars. First, threaten. If the enemy's attitude is loosened, then everyone will be happy. If the rebels resisted stubbornly, then all the cannons that could be transported in St. Petersburg were transferred, and then don't blame the shells for not having eyes. And now Solovyov is still asking the artillery to shout to the palace to disintegrate the morale of the rebels. Brothers, stop firing, we surrender. This was exactly the effect they wanted. General Bennigsen and the Zubov brothers brought the soldiers inside out to lay down their arms and surrender, but they did not see Count von Pahren and others. Chapter 165 Petersburg Unlimited Fighting Tournament, Fin. Even if Solovyov had really read history books, he would not have thought how abstract the assassination of Paul was. But if he looked at the facts in front of him and compared them with historical records, he would probably find it even more abstract. He issued an order and fired cannons at the door of the Mikhailovsky Palace. In return, the guards inside surrendered. The rebel officers were either leaderless or followed the crowd and surrendered with a few leaders. Alexander was still thinking about what to do at this time, whether to conduct an investigation, and he had a good reason to leave the scene and go to the Marble Palace. Konstantin's palace was the closest to the Mikhailovsky Palace, and Lawissa's body was weak, which was now known to the soldiers in the square. Alexander held Lawissa in his arms and took her to the Marble Palace, asking the maids to take good care of her. Then he stayed in the hall of the Marble Palace, waiting for the report from Konstantin and Prince Bagration. Konstantin did not expect that things would go so smoothly. They had now entered the Mikhailovsky Palace. Knowing that his father had been killed, they sent several guards to seal the palace gate and then summoned the royal doctor and priest. Paul was murdered, not committed suicide. Even if the patriarch came, he could not perform the resurrection spell, not to mention that there was no such black magic in the Slavic world. But at this time, even the communique was not easy to draft. After all, this matter was horrifying, and according to Count Nikolai Zubov, the group of people who entered the Tsar's bedroom, except for their brothers and General Bennigsen and their entourage, the rest of them were on the side of Count von Pahren. It's like in chess, the king is hidden behind the castle. They have all changed their positions, and should have run away by now. Your Highness, what should we do? Don't worry about anything else. Clean up this place and chase these regicides. I want to lead the team myself. The reason why Grand Duke Constantine decided to go there in person was very simple, that is, to capture them alive. There are still many things to do. After all, there are too many things to count. Alexander has become the Tsar now. The cheers of the guards are proof of this. One more thing is needed, that is, Paul must be buried, and his body must be placed in the Mikhailovsky Palace for people to pay their respects. Only after the old emperor's funeral can the legitimacy of his succession be proved. As for the relationship with other countries, the communication with foreign countries, and even what kind of conspiracy is involved, it is difficult to conclude. Your Majesty, I think at this time, the homes of the leaders who participated in the rebellion, that is, Count von Pahren, the Zubov brothers, General Bennigsen, Count Panin and General Terezhin, who we already know, should be sealed. Of course, in order to show the emperor's kindness, their families will not be implicated, and their property will not be confiscated. They should be tried in accordance with the existing laws of our country. The old count still had a clear idea. Since the outgoing imperial prime minister had passed away, as the current first-class privy councillor, he had the highest rank among all civil servants, and he also had the right to make suggestions. Moreover, his only son was a close confidant of the new emperor. He had to be in high spirits to pave the way for his son. That's fine. But now, I'm confused. You must know what happened. In this situation, what should be done and what should not be done. You should also come up with a rule. But he was still acting. Maybe what Queen Mother Maria said just now stimulated him. You can get what you want now. You can sit on the throne and be your emperor. To be honest, this family, except for Grand Duke Constantine who was chasing Count von Pahren and others, and Lawissa who went back to bed, are now a group of actors. Solovyov's Guards Artillery Battalion commander was just a temporary position. The battalion had a battalion owner, that is, Grand Duke Mikhail, Paul's youngest son. He had been in this position since he was born with the sound of salutes. Until now, he handed back the command of the artillery and returned to the Marble Palace. It's been quite a lively night. He was also tired and wanted to find a place to lie down. Major, Her Majesty the Queen has called you over. Solovyov saw little Natalia. It seemed that big Natalia couldn't stand it after a night, so she went to rest, and this yellow-haired girl came out instead. Lawissa was confused. She was not weak now, but just tired. At the critical moment, she could really withstand the big scene. "Mishap, come here. I want you to get me some medicine." Larissa grabbed Solovyov's hand and put it on her chest. She knew that this cunning boy in front of her would be the most susceptible to her tricks. "Your Highness, you don't want donkey skin, do you? This thing replenishes blood and is good for your body. I know this, and thank you for protecting me for such a long way. His Majesty, he just came over and praised you for your proper response today and said he would promote you." "Why did His Majesty tell you that?" "Don't worry about it, go and have a rest." Solovyov was afraid that his secret intimacy with Larissa would be exposed, and he was also worried about some other problems. However, on such a night, he and Count Tikhonhausen were the busiest people. Not only were they responsible for passing orders, but they also had to coordinate in the middle. As for Count von Pahlen, he was hit by the hussars dispatched by Kutuzov on his way to escape. He did not dare to resist and turned back to run towards the city. As a result, under the dragnet, a very funny thing happened. Count Pavel von Pahlen was the son of Count Peter von Pahlen. Among the sons born to this count, only this one often served Paul. He happened to be not in the sequence of officers on duty recently. However, he was patrolling the streets as the commander of the Imperial Guards Breastplates last night, and he didn't care so much. He arrested those who didn't have the password on the spot. Then, he found that he had made a great contribution, capturing the escaped regicide alive, but this person was his biological father. When he came back and escorted the man to the Marble Palace, Alexander himself felt helpless. "General von Pahlen, you can withdraw. This matter will be arranged. I will naturally pardon you for your meritorious service." Good guy. The father planned to kill the regicide and killed his own father, but his son was simple and strong and directly captured his father back. This is fatherly love and son filial piety. It's hard for your son. You have to catch you, a poisonous snake. I don't have the heart to care about you. I will suppress him and send him to the Peter and Paul fortress, where he will be held in solitary confinement. As for the trial, it will take some time. There are still many things to do now, including arresting Count Kutuzov and Madame Chevalier in the palace. Count Kutuzov cried out that he was wronged. After all, he was very loyal to Paul. But Alexander had long been dissatisfied with this Figaro. The Tsar's barber eventually got the title of Count and the position of Secretary of State. "Your Majesty, I'm extremely loyal to the late Emperor. Why did you arrest me?" "Just one thing. I just heard from the soldiers of the guards that someone gave you a secret letter yesterday afternoon and asked you to pass it on to your father. Why didn't you pass it on?" "In fact, there was only one thing. There was no time. He and Madame Chevalier were having a hot affair. I'm guilty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." "Forget it. I will not punish you for following my father for many years and being loyal to him. You have made a lot of money in the past few years, and my father has also rewarded you with many manors. You can go to the manor and be a rich man. I don't want to see you again." Count Kutuzov, the captive captured in Georgia and Paul's favorite since Gatchina, now has a suitable ending for him, but he can't appear in St. Petersburg in the future. But life in the countryside is not bad. Paul is very kind to his confidants. These properties are enough for the count to enjoy for several lifetimes, not to mention the annual output of the manor and the income from business operations. As for the unlimited fighting competition, in the end, because the unicorn cannon was too scary, and the guards also knew that it was Count von Pahlen who killed the king, they had no intention of fighting, so they swear allegiance to the new emperor. This ended the coup. In fact, no matter what the result was, Alexander himself was the winner. He chose the one that was most beneficial to him. It was just a pity that he would never see his father again. Paul's body was now lying in the coffin. Because of the fierce fight with several officers who killed the king, his face looked so hideous that the professional team composed of court painters, royal doctors and priests could not completely hide the fact that Paul died of murder. The Queen Mother's behavior was very abnormal, so she was also sent back to the Winter Palace and did not appear in the Mikhailovsky Palace. Here are Alexander, Constantine, Maria and Catherine, who were Paul's most beloved children during his lifetime. Maria and Catherine both changed into black mourning clothes in the Winter Palace before coming here. The two sisters recalled the scene of their father helping them to ride on the pony, and the double standard doting of this strict father in daily life, and tears kept falling. As for the guardsmen on the side, they cried bitterly when they thought of the kindness the late emperor had shown them. Some soldiers, who looked very impressive with their big beards, cried themselves to death. After all, it was hard to say whether there would be such a good emperor in the future. Something similar happened on the streets of Petersburg. Solovyov now had another position, the acting commander of the Putin regiment. He had to control 4 battalion commanders with higher ranks than himself, which was indeed quite funny. After he left Lauisa, he returned to Alexander and waited for orders. Solovyov, come here. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? You have done a great job and made excellent plans. I want to promote you to be the real commander of the Preobrazhensky regiment. How about promoting you directly to the rank of colonel? How about it? It's very impressive to be the commander of the Preobrazhensky regiment, Colonel Baron Solovyov, isn't it? Your Majesty, I can't accept such a reward. Oh, you have made 3 great contributions. Why don't you accept the new position? I'm too young. When the late emperor was alive, I was hired as a 16-year-old adjutant and became the battalion commander of the Guards regiment. I'm not from a noble family and I don't have any foundation. People even say that my family is smugglers and that I got such a title because of the protection of Prince Menshikov. There is not even a certificate. Anyone who sees it will be jealous. Alexander understood before Solovyov finished speaking. I understand. You are afraid of being in this position and you can't sit still, right? Moreover, Lieutenant General Terezhin, who was the first to pledge allegiance to Paul, actually joined the conspiracy group to kill the king as the commander of the Putin regiment. This is indeed very scary. Alexander could hear it from what Solovyov said. That's right, Your Majesty. If you really want to reward me, you should put me after the veteran heroes and generals, and do it according to the level and title. Well, I will arrange your reward later. But I think your family's title can be improved. The baron in your family was awarded during the reign of Empress Catherine I, and there is no real certificate. Alexander Sergeyevich, you are the leader of the nobles in St. Petersburg, the current first-class privy councillor of the empire, and the leader of the civil servants and nobles. What do you think? Your Majesty, let's not talk about other awards. I think this certificate issue should be resolved immediately. Strictly speaking, titles with edicts, but no certificates can only be written into the Velvet Book according to senior registered nobles. Solovyov finally solved the problem of his family's title certificate, but it was only limited to the branch of his old father, Baron Sergei. That's it, Miss Cab. I will ask Alexander Sergeyevich to arrange your family's title certificate. By the way, what's in your hand? Just now, the maid of Her Majesty the Queen asked me to go over. Her Majesty is a little weak and needs some tonics. I took the initiative to get some donkey hide gelatin cakes, which also contain walnut kernels and various dried fruits. Her Majesty needs to take care of her health. Well, if all the servants in the palace can do things like you, it would be great. Alexander didn't know about the things that others wanted to know about Lauisa and Solovyov, and he didn't know that his Polish friend almost succeeded. Although it was difficult to guess the thoughts of this actor, Solovyov found that he was particularly fond of high profile, and except for those confidants who could say a few heartfelt words when admonishing him, he would flatter him, and he would benefit from it if they were right. It's no wonder that he likes to be ambitious and accomplish so many things, but he often fails. After knowing his temper, no matter how difficult it is to figure out his thoughts, you can probably figure out a way. Paul is dead, and Russia has now officially entered the era of Alexander I. It is actually difficult to predict what the future will be like. Chapter 166, Palace Etiquette and Status. Paul's body is now in the Mikhailovsky Palace, and the diplomatic department is preparing a press release to foreign countries. Because the incident was so serious, it would be impossible to explain it as a stroke, so a thorough investigation is needed. Your Majesty, at this time, we also need to find out everything. Who are the people behind this venomous snake? Then how do we find out? The task of investigating von Pollen's conspiracy group is actually extremely complicated. All the ministers present know that the regicide must have overseas connections. At this time, it was Privy Councillor Nikolai Rumyantsev who spoke. Your Majesty, at this time, either the investigation should be concluded quickly, or it should be delayed for a while. From what we all know, the British are likely involved in the conspiracy, but no one knows how deeply they are involved. Nikolai Petrovich, what do you think we should do? If the investigation is concluded quickly, although the conspirators can be dug out quickly, I'm afraid that the people's hearts will be unstable, and it will also affect diplomatic occasions and relations between countries within a few months. If the investigation is slow, I'm afraid that all parties in the conspiracy will have the opportunity to eliminate the information in their hands. If I were Lord Whitworth, I'm afraid that the documents would have been destroyed by now. I can send someone to the door of the British Embassy to take a look. At this moment, Prince Kurakin came in to interrupt. It was just reported that the British really burned something in their embassy, and we have no right to check. Now everyone knows that it is not easy to deal with. Alexander Sergeevich, you have the highest status. I'm afraid you need to say a few words to stabilize the situation. What I thought of was to first seal off the official residences of those people who were mainly involved in the conspiracy. We won't search for property, but just find those confidential letters, and then follow the clues. What we want first is evidence. The British really didn't leave any clues. Just using the intelligence we have about the British diplomats at the British Embassy and the correspondence between some of our great nobles, we can know what they did. I think we should do this. In addition to von Pollen's own official residence, the official residences of some of his friends must also cooperate with the investigation. Count von Pollen, who was imprisoned in the Peter and Paul fortress, was unaware of the search of his home, but he would not reveal any news of contact with the British, and the mourning activities during the national mourning period were still continuing. Since the Mikhailovsky Palace restricted access to people, only people with noble status were allowed to enter the palace in order. Many of the citizens in Petersburg gathered on the Air Square, where there were not so many palaces. Many citizens also gathered in places like Peter the Great's Summer Garden and Mikhailovsky Garden. As for Paul's death, the news had already been known in Petersburg. Many nobles celebrated, while the bourgeoisie and ordinary citizens mourned spontaneously. They also got some benefits from Paul's reforms. Most citizens and merchants did not need to serve in the military. Asking them to pay taxes made these citizens happier, thinking that the emperor was on their side. There were even serfs from the imperial estates near Pavlovsk and Oranienbaum and workers from the royal factories. After all, although the old emperor was moody, his personal character was impeccable. He was also willing to interact with the citizens. When he was young, he would secretly ride out on horseback to chat with serfs. Some people even called him Pugachev. When Paul was alive, he was always upset about the betrayal of Peter III by the great nobles. It is no wonder that those nobles who did not support him were a little too proud. That is, many of these people turned to Alexander and formed a political force. Otherwise, Alexander might really dismiss a group of nobles because they did not cry sadly enough. Now, we have to confirm the etiquette in the court. However, Alexander looked at the royal family members around him. Maria's brothers and sisters were all at the children's table, and they must not listen to the children's opinions. Larissa was very weak. After tossing around in the coup for a night, she helped him to call on the soldiers, and finally ensured a smooth coronation. Constantine also had to reorganize the guards. Your Majesty, at this time, you need to make your own decision. After all, when it comes to etiquette, we are all your subjects. Alexander was also very troubled. After all, Queen Mother Maria's status was not so easy to arrange, and it was not easy to place in the court etiquette. At this time, he even needed to come back and ask Larissa, even when she was lying on the bed in a daze. Your Majesty, you came here at this time without telling me, like this when you are only wearing pajamas. Lisa, you look so adorable. Are you feeling better? My head is no longer dizzy, and fortunately, I don't have a fever. I just feel a little tired. You have worked hard, and you should rest more. I think you should rest more, and Alexander is not like usual now. The poor poem he wrote to Larissa is very sincere. He praised Larissa's eyes as sapphires and a lot of gorgeous and empty words. Now he can't speak well. Your Majesty, you are the monarch of Russia. If there is anything, just tell me. I'm your wife. If I can help you in any way, just tell me. Alexander, I will not feel good if you do this. Alexander stroked Louisa's back and let her lie on the sofa. It is difficult to be an emperor. Now it involves the issue of court etiquette. The chamberlain, the eunuchs and the ministers and I have not come up with a set of rules. This involves the mother and you. Louisa actually knew that Queen Mother Maria was very strong. Even if she was said to be crazy and sent to the Winter Palace to calm down, she had a very strong influence on her children. Louisa always felt chest tightness, which was the result of being suppressed by the Queen Mother. When the more majestic queen was there, she was not so nervous. The queen liked her very much and always hoped that she could give birth to an heir as soon as possible, so that 4 generations could live together. However, her marriage with Alexander, from the initial freshness, repeatedly swung back and forth between coldness and passion. Alexander's mother was such a person. After the death of the empress, the diligent Paul had no time to care about the affairs in the harem. He also took care of Louisa in the limited time, but now he is gone. Alexander is going to make a deal with her now. This kind of thing will definitely make her sad. After all, it was Louisa who stood up that night, which made Maria completely become the Empress Dowager. There must be some exchange of interests in the palace. Tell me, Alexander, what do you want me to do? The status in the court, according to the latest rules and regulations, is like this. The most distinguished lady in the empire is the Empress Dowager, my mother, and you are the second. Alexander is an emotional political animal and an excellent actor. He is now posing with a guilty attitude, and he also wants to take advantage of Louisa's gentle character and always give in, especially after saying a few sweet words to her. This is the result of her desire for her husband's love. I think it's possible, Alexander. After all, the Queen Mother has lost a lot, and this is a kind of compensation for her. As for you, Lisa, I love you. I have already ordered jewelry for you. I wonder if you like the look. Alexander took the pattern himself. It was a dolphin pattern inlaid with a series of small diamonds. The size of this jewelry was not small. In addition to the necklace, there was also a crown and earrings. Louisa was not very happy about this. Thinking about her status, she could only accept it by default. Alexander came to please her, and she had to accept it psychologically. Your Majesty, everything will be done according to your wishes. This is what the Queen Mother deserves. Alexander did not continue to explain. He had already met the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother herself was very satisfied with this arrangement. As long as she was there, Elizabeth, this little hoof, would not be able to make waves, although Louisa herself hated to appear in public and preferred to enjoy a quiet life in the palace garden. In all senses, she was not her opponent. Louisa still had to restrain herself. When Natalia came over, she didn't know what to say. Alexander had already decided and just came to tell her. If she had not stood up to refute the Queen Mother in the middle of the night, although it would not necessarily be Empress Maria who ruled Russia, the situation would have been even worse. You are like this, it would be bad if you cry and hurt yourself. Natasha, you should go and rest too. I want to calm down by myself. If it had not been during the national mourning period, Alexander might have gone to his mistress to seek comfort. Although the Polish woman was not a big threat to her position, it always made her unhappy. She returned to the Winter Palace and came to the Queen's bedroom. The furnishings here were luxurious, but she did not feel comfortable. However, at this time, she did not intend to ask others to comfort her. Instead, she just wore pajamas and buried her head in the pillow and cried. She was the queen, but her position in the palace was very embarrassing. There was also the Queen Mother above her. Thinking about the fact that her mother's family in Baden was originally relatively weak, even weaker than Württemberg, there was nothing to say. The Queen Mother targeted her everywhere because she had a little bit of the shadow of the queen. Although it was a bit redundant, the person involved thought it was necessary. At the same time, Alexander was arranging other ceremonies, including the coronation ceremony in half a year. Now he had only set the time, and how to arrange it at that time would need to be gradually adjusted within half a year. As for politics, he was not ready to make adjustments immediately. He just sent the little Prince Saltykov, whom he did not like, to manage the diplomatic archives. It looked like a gardening vacation, but he still gave a very high standard of treatment to the prince's father, the old tutor Prince Sólovyov himself, and Alexander also hoped to replace many official positions in Russia with his own people. However, everything had to be done step by step. He also had to recall Adam Czartoryski from Lisbon and set up a new secret committee. There were many things to do according to his ideas. His actor personality could easily paralyze his opponents, but if he played too hard, he would also paralyze himself and his allies. As for what he was going to do, Solovyov had only one solution: "Yes, your majesty." Then he did it. His past intelligence was indeed restrained because of his low status. He was the last one to come among Alexander's confidants, and he was Paul's personal guard. What he didn't know was that Alexander was very satisfied with him, but because there were too many nobles who needed to be rewarded, his matter was not important. However, like in Paul's time, the reward of silver pocket watches, jewelry and manners was only implemented for his old father's title certificate. Solovyov's own idea was very simple. He wanted to go abroad to see the world. He couldn't stay in Russia all the time. During the Paul Tsar period, there were many restrictions on traveling abroad. For Russia, there will be a period of peace next, until 1805, when the next anti-French alliance was organized. This is a rare period of peace. For Solovyov, when he was old and confronted Napoleon, he could only move up through military merits, and he couldn't consider other things. It was still too early to exert his energy in politics. A major of the guards can only do so much. But he also noticed that during the national mourning period, many citizens came to the Mikhailovsky Palace to mourn spontaneously. He had no duty at the moment, so he came to the square. At this moment, he saw several serfs from his village. It was very convenient for them to come to Petersburg. "Master, are you on duty today?" "I'm not on duty, I just came out of the palace." "Master, you are a good person. Just tell me, shouldn't God punish bad people? How come Emperor Paul was killed by bad people at his age?" "Old man, I don't know. If you ask me, I may not meet such a good emperor in the future, which is harder than meeting a good boss like you, master." "Yes, may Pavel Petrovich's soul ascend to heaven smoothly and rest there. When I was on duty, I always saw the emperor praying in the morning. He was so pious and a good man. How could he leave like this?" Solovyov had a lot of things to say, but he couldn't say them. These country people and citizens in the city loved this Tsar who was willing to punish illegal nobles. In the future, there was indeed no Tsar who was willing to listen to the opinions of his subjects like this. Alexander could only perform. When he was alive, Russia might look calm, but as time went on, there would definitely be more unknown dangers, and one day the flood would overflow the dam. Chapter 167 Queen Elizabeth's Melancholy. After the memorial service, Paul's coffin was taken from the Mikhailovsky Palace to his resting place. Due to the suddenness of the incident, even the coffin board and many ceremonial props were arranged temporarily. This time there was no professional team, and the newly appointed Metropolitan Mambros presided over the funeral. Starting from the Mikhailovsky Palace, it finally arrived at the core area of the Peter and Paul Fortress, which is the resting place of the Russian royal family. However, when the burial was carried out, in addition to the ceremony, Paul's own preferences must also be taken into consideration. He was willing to be with his soldiers, so the guards held a small military parade here. In addition to the Guards Infantry Regiment, the Guards Cavalry Regiment also appeared in the fortress. As for the temporary military band, when the coffin entered the royal mausoleum, the music played was soldiers' narrative song. This was played when the Grand Marshal was buried in the monastery. Paul himself liked this song very much. He certainly didn't know the source, but he thought it was very suitable. The reason for choosing this piece of music was that Chopin's copy was too complicated. Solovyov knew his own level. It would be useless to invite Ludwig D. Ferguson, the royal music teacher, to such a complicated piece of music. Empress Dowager Maria was very satisfied with her current status, so she took her children to live in Pavlovsk, where the tomatoes have been harvested. In front of Paul's coffin, there were 3 plates full of tomatoes. This was Solovyov's last token of his love. The former Tsar did not eat the new fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse in Pavlovsk this year. This is a bit like not eating the new wheat. Fortunately, the Zeduozuan was not translated, otherwise it would be a headache. After the funeral procession returned from the north bank of the Neva River, they all went back to the palace. However, to everyone's surprise, Alexander did not return to the Winter Palace, but went to receive envoys from various countries. As for what he was going to do, Solovyov said, "I don't know. He doesn't have any position now. Apart from the certificate for the baron title and the reward of several villages, there is nothing else." Of course, this made him very satisfied. After all, Lois's place was vacant again. He was ordered by Alexander to chat with her, and nothing would happen. Among these attendants and adjutants, he had the most ink in his belly, and no one else could really take on this task. After all, the pregnant queen made Alexander feel more at ease, and he could go out and have fun with peace of mind. As for what Solovyov would do, Alexander was not worried. After all, this guy passed by flowers all day long, but there had never been any scandal or love news. Of course, his wife and attendants and adjutants were also actors. They would meet and be intimate in secret, but no one outside knew. But the queen herself, with her hair loose and lying on the bed, was really heartbreaking. "Your Highness, you look so haggard." No fever, no symptoms were found in the body, except weakness and dizziness. "I look so ugly. I don't know what's wrong with her. She just became the queen and her hair is disheveled, and her eyes are tearful. This is more painful than a broken heart." From the camera, it looks like Natasha's failed elopement. It seems that she has suffered a great blow. When he came here, only Natalia was here. She might know something. "What's wrong with your Highness? Since your Majesty came here last time, you have been in a trance like this." "Lisa has never been like this. But I'm not a doctor." "Mishap, you are not a doctor, but you are good at prescribing medicine. If it weren't for the medicine you got, your Highness wouldn't have recovered so quickly in the past few days." Yes, although Louisa felt dazed, her complexion was much better, but it was like this again. Solovyov's logical association was that the young new queen had been mentally stimulated, especially since little Maria, who had grown up a little, was also taken away. "I'll take your pulse, maybe I can find out something besides the pregnancy." Louisa was very slender, and even lying on the bed like this, the shape of her belly was very obvious, and this was still in the early stages. Is it so magical? If you don't believe it, I can teach you, Natasha, and you can help the sisters diagnose in the future. Solovyov knew the basics of pulse diagnosis. When he was with Louisa, in addition to listening to her heartbeat and breathing, he often took her pulse. As for me, I don't want to learn these things. Do you want me to be a female imperial physician in the future? There are always some benefits, Miss Shakovskaya. If you feel unwell, you can also try to diagnose yourself. Do you want me to take your pulse? She is Louisa's closest sister in the palace and the daughter of a prince. Countess Sofia Strodianova is not often in the palace. Louisa's lonely living environment here mainly depends on her to liven up the atmosphere. Oh, you bad guy. Am I that bad? I'm just a guest doctor. Natasha, stretch out your hand. I can probably judge some of the conditions. And she is also older than Solovyov. The younger maids here are mainly those transferred from the Empress Dowager, but Louisa doesn't care about ostentation. These days, they have taken the opportunity of national mourning to go home and reunite with their families. I'll hold my hand out. What can you tell me? Although your breathing is even and you don't cough, your heart and lungs are weaker. It's really strange. Most of the girls around your Highness are not in good health. Is it related to the environment? You should all walk more and breathe fresh air. I mainly want to tell your Highness to eat more fresh vegetables and fruits. If necessary, you can squeeze some fresh juice. I'm still talking about your Highness. Don't resist meat, especially you should eat some fresh ingredients. I'm still talking about your Highness. Louisa, who was not very excited, laughed after seeing his funny look. Your Highness, do you feel better? You little clever ghost, you really have a way. It's a pity that you don't want to perform in a drama, and you always have more important work. After all, I'm still a soldier, your Highness. I'm glad you're happy. Louisa made a gesture. Natalia didn't know what this gesture meant, but Solovyov knew that it was late at night. Anyway, with the loose alert state of the Winter Palace now, it was easy for him to sneak in. Moreover, without Alexander, The arrangement of personnel in the palace was relatively sparse, which was conducive to his getting close to the room with a direct view of the Neva River. Larissa seldom told others a reason why she was lonely now. It was a little difficult for her to accept that little Mariah was taken away, but this was also the rule. She asked little Natalia to guard the door again. The girl got sleepy very early and was not used to living in the new palace, so she returned to the maid's room. The front and the window could be sneaked in. Solovyov was actually very good at choosing the time to come in, and it was easier to sneak in spring. Larissa, I'm here again. This time, Solovyov did not dress like a student of the art academy, but changed into the clothes of a eunuch. There were also a few eunuchs of his age. I asked you to come today just to chat with you. Larissa still gave him a hug first, with an expression of a sister doting on her brother. Larissa, I know you feel lonely. If you feel wronged, you can tell me. In fact, Solovyov never thought that the two of them were relatives, and it would take a long time and years to complete this chain. Miss Cap, my life is so miserable. She buried her head in Solovyov's arms, tears falling uncontrollably. You are already the queen. Why do you still say that you have a miserable life? Sashka, he doesn't love me at all. That Polish woman has stolen his heart. In the eyes of the queen mother, I'm just a stupid girl who is in the way and can't seduce people. To be honest, she is actually quite attractive, especially when she looks misty with tears. When Pushkin went to school at the Tsarist Russia High School, he would also be attracted by the beauty of the queen and write poems to present to her. She has a kind of all-round charm. From Count Zubov in the 1760s to Pushkin and the boys in the Tsarist Russia High School in the future, they all like her. But she can't feel love for her husband. Liza, if you want to cry, just cry as much as you can. Just don't hurt yourself. You've just gotten better. You can't degrade your body like this. People who love you and care about you will say so. Alexander said so too. He just cares that I'm his wife and can give birth to his heir, but he doesn't care about my status in the court at all. Solovyov had heard that in the new court etiquette, the emperor and the empress dowager were in front, the crown prince and the crown princess were in the back, and the queen was sandwiched in the middle. No wonder Larissa cried like this. Her little D-like eyes were full of grievances. If I can, I want to go back to Karlsruhe. Larissa. Larissa, are you missing your mother? I envy you for having a mother. Although I also have a stepmother, she always acts like a sister at home, not a mother. Now Larissa is more like a sister who needs comfort. Go back to the Rhine. It's beautiful there. If you want, I can accompany you. After all, the aide-de-camp is a guard all day long. Sometimes I have to accompany you for a night to make you happy. Little rascal. Larissa's arms are around Solovyov, and they are even tighter. Lisa, it's not good for you to do this, and there's nothing we can do now. You can kiss me, Miss Cap. You care about me more than His Majesty. This is the truth, and he doesn't need to say words like cold-blooded animal or political animal. Just make Larissa happy. Don't cry like this. If you cry your tears dry, are you going to be called by God? If something happens to you, we will all feel bad. Lie down first. If you feel better, I will massage your shoulders and relax your body. Larissa lay limply in the bed. Now she finally felt better, but her eyes were a little swollen from crying. It was because she had to recuperate these days. This melancholy mood was finally relieved at this time. After letting her relax, Solovyov took out the stethoscope again. I still prefer to take care of your health, Larissa. I will translate another story for you in a few days. I just don't know if you will like it. You should still focus more on your future. I know you like me, but we can only be together at this time. If you go far away, I will miss you very much. Not for the time being, but Larissa, I do want to ask the emperor for leave and travel around Europe to broaden my horizons. Then you have to wait for a while, at least. I must stay in St. Petersburg when you are crowned. You must be very beautiful at that time, but, Solovyov said seriously, after putting down the receiver. Don't talk first, Larissa, let me listen to your heartbeat and breathing. Well, it's okay, much better than before. You still need to continue to recuperate and keep a happy mood, so that you can stay healthy and give birth to a healthy baby. In fact, Solovyov is very considerate. He noticed that Larissa was pregnant for the third time, but her belly was bigger than before. Maybe it's twins. Maybe, although I'm the third daughter in the family, I'm the second child. Then maybe it's a trait. Solovyov also tickled Lois's armpits. Her laughter sounded very sweet, and she looked very cute, which finally relieved some of her melancholy. Chapter 168. Russia's steamship is finally built. After counseling, Lois's mood improved, and her physical condition also eased. Entering April, the investigation is still going on. Alexander himself is worried. Whether he is happy with his mistress or playing cards, it can't make him happy. This emotional political animal and excellent actor is not completely indifferent to his daughter-in-law. The queen is beautiful and kind. She is very unforgettable at first sight. It is impossible for him to dislike her, because he is so lustful. However, he always has to make an exchange of interests. He uses the ceremonial status of the royal family and the two palaces left by Paul, namely Pavlovsk and Gatchina, to appease the dissatisfaction of the Empress Dowager, sacrificing the interests of his wife. Loisa has no compensation. She is only a queen now, and has not been officially crowned. Alexander knows where to delay, which is one of his more hateful aspects. Your Majesty, the queen is feeling better now. Do you want to arrange a place for her to rest? I think it's okay. She can choose to go to the aquarium, Tsarskoye Selo or Tsarist Palace. Also, she can tell you how many followers she needs, and what kind of ceremony she wants. However, Loisa's ceremony was not grand. She just moved to Tsarist Palace with a few caring maids and a few guard officers. She didn't go to Tsarskoye Selo, because it was too close to the Queen Mother, and she was bound to be caught in the middle. Although there were two chattering sisters-in-law, Maria and Catherine, she didn't like to make herself uncomfortable at this time. After all, the imperial physician had reminded her that during pregnancy, she should always keep a good mood. Solovyov went to enlighten her that night, and emphasized it again. Loisa, I'm going to make you something new during this period. The pond of the Tsarist Palace is now in the process of intense preparation. This is Russia's first steamship. Although the materials used are all designs used by the French before, it is still a big deal. The reason why Alexander himself did not appear on the scene was that he was busy completing the negotiations with France and some new political ideas. In comparison, Alexander, as an actor, is much smarter than his father. He knows how to do things in a roundabout way, but he is not determined enough, and he is prone to give up halfway when he is frustrated. However, the establishment of a secret committee, allowing confidants to discuss politics within this framework, and the reform of Russian government departments, to change the committee and the diplomatic academy into a departmental system, the administrative institutions of this reform, compared with Paul's forced reform of the table, at least the entry point is much more cunning. However, this is just a small fight. He likes to compromise very much. His wife is going to give birth to his children, and he sacrifices his wife's interests just to compromise with his mother. As for compromises in other places, who knows how he will do it. Solovyov really wanted to label Alexander as Yuan Shao. It was too tiring to watch him perform like this. If he were a minister, it would definitely not be as comfortable as being an officer fighting on the battlefield. In the first month of the old emperor's absence, Solovyov missed him very much. After all, the several inventions and ideas that he could gradually complete were all strongly supported by the old Emperor Paul. He has now completed the construction of 2 ships. The first ship will be displayed in the pond of the Tsarist Palace. Those who came to watch the steamboat were basically the women of the palace. Maria and Catherine also came from Pavlovsk. It was Konstantin, the second brother, who was kind enough to his sisters, and mentioned that Major Solovyov and the French had worked hard for a winter, and had completed the first steamboat. However, this ship was to start its first official voyage, and arrive in the pond of the Tsarist Palace. It had to sail on dry land, and be towed into the pond from the bank of the Neva River. Solovyov had never expected that so many girls would come to observe. The area around the pond of the Tsarist Palace was already filled with girls from the 2 girls' schools, the Smolny Palace and the Catherine Medal School. Brothers, with so many girls here to observe, we can't lose face. Otherwise, we'll become gossip among these little girls. Especially the naval cadets, who were also sent to practice with Lazarevs, but they were not nuclear powered, so they nodded after hearing this. Yes, Major, we can't lose face. Our sister is in the Smolny girls' school. Then we have to work harder. In fact, my sister is also a student at the girls' school. What a coincidence. The Lazarev brothers looked at Solovyov and estimated that the Major's sister was about the same age as Vera. Of course, they didn't know that Yulia and Vera were not only in the same class, but also in the same dormitory. Sometimes when they couldn't sleep, they would hug each other in the same quilt. They had a very good relationship. Solovyov himself didn't know. He knew that his sister was a social bull on social occasions, but he didn't know exactly what level she was at. She was in the barracks and the palace all day, so he didn't know the situation. The girls from the girls' school were now sitting by the pond, waiting for the arrival of the queen. Which one is the queen? The two sisters of the Komnenos family were still very curious. After all, the former Queen Maria, the current Empress Dowager, was very particular about pomp and circumstance, and although everyone had heard that the crown princess was a great beauty, they rarely saw her. This time in the Tauride palace was Larissa's first official duty. Although Alexander's relationship with his daughter-in-law had become indifferent again, her few words on the air square that night were indeed very useful. But a queen who didn't care about pomp and circumstance was somewhat strange in Russia. If Larissa married to another country's court and became a queen, those monarchs would love her too much. After all, the atmosphere of the courts of the German princes in several major countries was similar, except that Vienna was worse than Petersburg, or Larissa was not very adaptable to the Russian court. If a princess who liked pomp and excitement was replaced as queen, the problem might be solved. Anyhow, look at the one in a white dress. That's Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth. Yulia recognized Larissa. After all, her ruby brooch was given by the queen, although she was still the crown princess at the time. Her Royal Highness is such a beautiful big sister. The girls in the girls' school all agreed with this, and they were not children anymore. Girls were sensible early, and they all knew that the queen, who was obviously slender, was a little fat, which should be, because she was pregnant. They came to the girls' school for one purpose, which was to cultivate qualified ladies. When Larissa sat down, she also heard the speech of the head lady officer. Your Highness, can we start now? You can let the major start. I hope he can succeed at once. After all, this is the mature design of the Marquis. Through several demonstrations in the palace and night talks with Solovyov, Larissa also learned the concept of steamships and was looking forward to it. After all, it was Her Miska who discussed with the Marquis to change the display location from the Neva River to the pond of the Tavrid Palace, in order to make her happy. But she didn't expect that such a big scene would be created all of a sudden, and all the girls from the girls' school would come. For the Marquis de Jouffroy, this is indeed an opportunity to show up. Although Tsar Paul is gone, the new Tsar Alexander is a face-saving person, and has agreed to the bounty and research funds. Although he did not attend the event in person, this time the young queen, 3 imperial sisters and 2 grand duchesses also attended the event. Of course, Yevdokia and little Maria have no idea about this thing at the moment, but Larissa missed her daughter, so she asked the nanny and the tutor to bring her over. Strangely, neither Nicholas nor Mikhail came. I wonder what the queen mother was up to. Constantine had military duties to attend to, and he also had to clean up the conspiracy group left in the guards. It was normal for him not to come. Major, Her Majesty the Queen means that you can start. Marquis Jouffroy, let's get started. Okay, monsieur, light the fire. Of course, for a small boat, it's relatively quick to burn the boiler, but for a large ship, it's more of a disaster. After burning the small boiler on the boat for a while, steam finally came out while it was burning, and with the white smoke rising, the paddle wheel of the steamboat finally started to turn. The boat sailed from the west side of the pond, passing by the wooden viewing platform where Larissa was sitting in front of the Tavrid Palace, then passed in front of the girls' school students, and finally turned around and came back. When the steamboat with steam and a simple whistle structure slowly passed in front of Larissa, she smiled, a smile from the heart, and hugged her 2 daughters tightly. The little girls also clapped their hands. Maria and Ekaterina maintained their ladylike manners. They were the ones who appeared in front of the girls' school students. The noble sisters of similar age and younger were watching them. They couldn't lose face. Solovyov and the Marquis were both operating the boiler. Now that they had confirmed that there was no problem, they lined up neatly on the boat and saluted the queen on the boat with the young cadets Lazarev and his brother, who were sent by the Naval Academy. Larissa saluted them back. She also noticed that the ship had a golden name, Elizabeth Alexeyevna. It was obvious that she came here and chose this ship to pay tribute to her. In fact, there was another reason. When the Marquis was testing it on the Neva River, the boiler of the Pavel exploded again. The Marquis himself found it funny. His inventions always exploded the small boiler, and this time it was completely broken. Originally, the ship was named Queen Maria, but Solovyov remembered that the unlucky Black Sea Fleet always managed to sink its flagship, especially the battleship Queen Maria, which was sunk by an explosion in the ammunition depot caused by overheating of the boiler, which even Admiral Gayot could not calm down. This name was not auspicious, so it was changed to Larissa's Russian name. The voyage was relatively smooth, and they were also restoring history. The first steamship in Russia was called this name. Larissa was particularly happy today. After the steamship turned back, she wanted to take it herself. Sister-in-law, you still have to pay attention to safety, and you haven't been in good health recently. Maria did persuade her sister-in-law not to get on board, but she was not worried. Major Solovyov is here, don't worry, and we will only take a short ride and come back. If the ship is considered to have a load, the women can also come on board to try. The Marquis is a little timid, and he feels that he can't afford the risk of the queen falling into the water, but Larissa is very confident. Just drive the boat. We are going to the girls' school. If you are afraid of problems, just let the boat moor at the small dock over there. The girls from the girls' school were all there. Today, Larissa felt much better, so she dared to take risks. She believed in Solovyov and believed that the boat would be very stable. It was indeed necessary to drive safely. Solovyov knew that the responsibility today was not ordinary. Several young ladies also got on the boat. Of course, the boat was very stable, so there was no need to worry. It was also moored at the dock. The two Lazarev brothers jumped down first, holding Maria and Ekaterina's hands there, and asked them to jump ashore as well. Larissa, on the other hand, came to the dock with the help of Solovyov. She was in a very good mental state today. It seemed that after several days of recuperation, her complexion was not much different from the healthy complexion of her peers. Of course, when Yulia saw her brother, she was not as unruly as before. She saluted the queen first, and then she was recognized. Is it Yulia? Your brother is here. She is really cruel to send you to the girls' school instead of studying at home. Your Highness, it's good here. I have many sisters. This is Vera, this is Anaya, and this is Kataya. We live in the same dormitory. And Vera also saw her two brothers. After saluting to Larissa, she ran over there. Today is a really good day, Major. Yes, Your Highness. It is a very memorable day in Russian history. On April 10th, 1800, the first Russian steamship completed its maiden voyage in the pond of the Tsarist Palace. This is indeed a restoration of history. Historically it was in the same place in 1815. Larissa is very happy today and is sitting among the girls in the girls' school. Fortunately, there are only about 80 or 90 students in the first term of the girls' school. The term she takes care of happens to be the first and second grade students where Yulia is. The Lazarev brothers are also very happy. After all, their sister is here, but they didn't expect that they are really in the same class and dormitory with a major sister. This is a coincidence. The successful voyage not only made the Empress very happy today, but also the mission was successfully completed. The successful operation of the Russian steamship will also be reported in the newspapers. The next time it sails on the Neva River, as long as it does not capsize, it will be a victory. Chapter 169 Tsarist Palace. The Tsarist Palace looks very new. St. Petersburg is relatively new, and many buildings were built after Peter the Great. The palace was built between 1783 and 1789. It was built by the queen for Prince Potemkin. The name of the Tsarist Palace is related to the ancient name of Crimea, Taurica, and also represents Potemkin's title. During the construction of the palace, Russia won a great victory in the war against the Ottoman Empire. However, there are not many places in the palace to commemorate the military achievements of the Russo-Turkish War. Instead, the decoration is very luxurious. This is what it looked like after Paul moved most of the property of the Tsarist Palace to the Winter Palace. Potemkin's manager, Ganovsky, and Zubov's secretary, Gribovsky, actually took all the palace property, including gold, silver jewelry, furniture, paintings, sculptures and even building materials, after Prince Potemkin's death. This was discovered during the Empress's time. Potemkin's nieces discovered that they transported these properties through the Fontanka Canal and finally imprisoned them. Speaking of Ganovsky, his mansion blocked the sunlight of the poet Derzevin's residence, making his house look cold and gloomy. Lowesser, if you want to say it, it's dark. This speculator tried to use the inheritance of the Duchess of Kingston that he obtained to engage in real estate speculation, and finally ended up in prison. The young queen herself had heard the story of Ganovsky in the Deep Palace, but she only knew it from the girls of the Galitzin family, and there were many deviations from the original story. What was the palace used for later? I remember seeing it on the Fontanka River embankment. Although it looked magnificent, it was not pretty. Although Lowesser herself was dressed simply, her aesthetic taste was inherited from her mother. When she came to Petersburg, she was also influenced by the Empress, so she still had high standards. It is now a barracks, owned by the Guards, and used by the Izmailov Guards Regiment. Unlike our regiment, they are always on duty in the palace. They lived there during the reign of the late Emperor Paul. You are now an adjutant, but you still care about your former brothers. They also sincerely support your majesty and his highness. They have grown beards, and call the emperor little dad, and you little mom. But I never had that idea. Not everyone can become Her Majesty the Empress. The two of them were chatting in the garden, sitting on a blanket. Lowesser also followed the doctor's advice to walk more in the garden. But you are the queen, your highness. Natalia was also here. She knew that Lowesser was not used to life in Petersburg and preferred the quiet environment of the Tsarist Palace. The struggles in the palace were dangerous enough for her, not to mention the political struggles. She even had a hard time dealing with Alexander's mistress. The queen mother was still suppressing her because of her little shadow of the queen and her status in the court etiquette. It was only with the guidance of her best friend and lover that she relaxed a little. I know, Natasha, it would be great if we were in Karlsruhe. It's warmer there at this time. Lisa, aren't you warm in my arms too? Speaking of which, this maid is also the daughter of a prince, and her own conditions are indeed good. Yes, there are only a few people here who can comfort me, and the children. My little mouse, how is she these days? Little Mariah is doing well these days. I asked Vokonskaya to go and see her. Your highness, you always care about others, but you rarely think about yourself. When you think about yourself, you hide in bed and cry. Solovyov said this, as if repeating the story that Natalia had told him before, and he was really covert in doing things. That's what I told you. At the same time, when His Majesty sent me here, I saw it several times during the night patrol. Once when you were not there, and little Natasha was there, your highness fainted because of weakness. I always thought it was caused by malnutrition. This kind of malnutrition should not happen in the palace. It's really strange. Solovyov knew a lot of things. Of course he didn't know more. He didn't know a lot of things that the queen mother did to Lowesser, but now that he said this out loud, he thought that the queen mother in Pavlovsk Palace would not let her daughter-in-law go easily. Especially now that there is actually only one daughter-in-law. Juliana applied for a trip abroad for recuperation and returned to her parents' home in Saxony. Of course, we can't go off topic when chatting. Natalia reminded, Major, it's time for your highness to take a walk. We are going to the garden. Lowesser's health has improved a little. She can indeed walk around. Moreover, the road in the garden is flat, so she doesn't have to worry about falling. The reason why an officer was sent here is that it is more convenient to support the queen. In addition, the Queen Elizabeth steamboat is still in the pond of the Tsarist Palace. This ship has to run a circle in the pond every few days. It is also used for testing and preparations for the Marquis to sail on the Neva River. Solovyov also has another advantage, that is, he can be used as a tour guide. Although he doesn't often come to the Tsarist Palace, when he is on duty with Paul, he knows what the artworks here are after a few glances. Especially there are many sculptures from the time of Peter the Great. Of course, Alexander is still very relieved about his work, which is quite ironic. Your highness, That is the statue of Venus purchased from Rome during the reign of Peter the Great. The head of this statue seems to be broken. Yes, I've checked the archives. When the statue was unearthed, the head and the base had suffered considerable damage. Moreover, it is strange that it has no arms. Statues of Venus are always armless. Is this to show a kind of beauty? Why do you say that? Solovyov was not afraid of talking nonsense. The Venus of Milos, also known as the famous Venus with broken arms, was not unearthed until 1820, and the statue of Venus bought by Peter the Great was unearthed in 1718, and purchased from Italy in 1721. Missing a pair of arms can always arouse people's imagination, which is also a kind of charm of imperfection. There is some truth in this, Miss Ha. I remember you told me about Chinese painting art. Your Highness, in Chinese art, there is always some blank space. Not everything needs to be stated in detail. In some literary works we read, there are also such techniques. It should be said that it is not an art unique to the East, but a global art. However, I don't know whether Europeans can appreciate Chinese paintings. Okay, let's move on. There are other statues to see. Do you know the stories behind them? Your Highness, are you testing me? Of course I'm testing you. Although some people call you a fool, that has nothing to do with wisdom. You are like a walking encyclopedia. But there are also some parts missing. I don't know everything. It would be meaningless if a person knew everything. Do you know the story of the ancient Crimean legend? Your Highness, it couldn't be. I'm a little tired. Let's stop here. Larissa felt her feet were sore. She was not very good at land sports. She preferred swimming. It was a typical case of I'm not good at running. Larissa leaned on the bench and huddled in Natalia's arms. She would not ask Solovyov to hug her in public. That would seem too intimate and easily arouse suspicion. Speaking of Taurica, we should mention the Epic of Iliad, in which Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter as a sacrifice. However, at such times, there is always the protection of the gods. Artemis took pity on her and asked her to come to the temple of Taurica to serve as a priestess, which is the story of Iphigenia that we all know in the drama handed down by the Athenians. The following is a series of stories in it, and there are indeed the brilliant writing of Aeschylus's tragic trilogy, as well as the opera dedicated to the Russian royal family, and the meaning is also very obvious. No wonder there are so many Greeks in Crimea. There should be a lot of treasures waiting to be discovered there. But it is mainly the ruins of Greek statues and palaces, just like the remaining sculptures in the Ottoman Empire. I think there will always be some thieves who want to make a fortune from this. What about the French? When Napoleon conquered Egypt, he also took away a lot of treasures. But Napoleon has ambitions and dreams, Your Highness. Larissa asked this, and it is true that she always disliked those antiquities dealers and thieves. This General Bonaparte has ambitions and dreams. He wants to go to Egypt to replicate the great deeds of Alexander the Great. And what he brings with him are not antiquities dealers, but real French scholars and artists. He can help the outside world better understand Egypt and what the world was like 4,000 years ago, or even 5,000 years ago. This is a cause with real cultural significance, not theft that the British often do. It may seem unfriendly to say this to the British, but compared to the elegant thieves the French, they are very barbaric. I remember Mikhail from the Dolgorukov family. When he arrived in the Peloponnese, he was warmly welcomed by the locals. He mentioned this when he was telling stories to Katish in the palace. Yes, that's because the old prince was there once as a volunteer to help the Greeks complete their independence, but it's a pity that they didn't succeed in the end. Although Russia is a big country, it cannot decide everything. Similarly, it cannot stop those thieves who steal culture. Peter the Great really spent money to buy it, but the British always rely on stealing, and they are also scolded by their own people. This is just short of reporting the Elgin family's household registration book. After all, it was them and the Western European antiquities dealers who did it. If the museum's search for specimens for a search has some scientific significance, the direct theft of cultural relics, which has caused the original sculptures to leave their original places, has a clear result. I don't like those thieves. When Larissa expressed her emotions, she was sometimes very direct. The last time Solovyov heard that someone was treated like this was Adam Czartoryski, but that was just a short-term dislike. Your Highness, but sometimes we can't control them. It's good to be able to manage things at our doorstep. Larissa couldn't control it either. Although she was the queen, she was a nobody in the palace. Only the girls in the 2 girls' schools could obey her management. There was also a queen mother above her. This kind of thing far away in Greece was something she couldn't solve. I know, you can see how pitiful and helpless Larissa is now. My feet are sore, and I can't walk. I can only ask the major to carry me. I'm happy to serve your highness. However, I still need to find a wheelchair and push your highness back to the palace. Considering that there were only Natalia and a few maids close to Larissa in the garden, and there was not even a guard, he had to carry Larissa out like this. But he was also very careful. In order to avoid trouble, he ran down to the Tavrid palace to find the butler, and pushed a wheelchair out. Larissa also smiled. This brother was indeed very careful, and cared about the relationship with her, instead of the fanatical attitude of some young officers. It's not that there were no other guards officers who wrote love letters to the queen to express their love. After all, there was the queen before, and even the queen mother often corresponded with Count Nikolai Rumyantsev. Becoming the lover of the queen or queen, in the eyes of some adventurers, is still very rewarding. But it is not so easy to win. If someone is seen pushing the queen's wheelchair, or has a close relationship with her, some struggles are inevitable. After all, Tauride Taurica Taurus, back to Latin, is Taurus. When Zeus turned into a golden bull and had something happen with Europa, the meaning is very clear. When Alexander was outside, he would inevitably become a popular target for the Minotaur. Solovyov wanted to maintain this secret and intimate relationship, so he kept it secret and always kept a little distance in public. He deliberately kept his distance, but some officers of the guards did not think so. The Aide-de-camp was next to the lovely queen. If he wanted to get the queen's reward, he must find a way to move him away. But they all seemed to have forgotten that Solovyov's own combat effectiveness was not low, and the last person who dared to sneak into Peterhof Palace to do so was killed on the spot by him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, How to Solve Financial Difficulties? Part 1. Russia's tight money supply has been a problem since ancient times, especially during the Paul period. Alexander is now sitting in the office of the Little Winter Palace, looking at the piles of official documents, and he really feels a headache. In fact, it is not a problem of backlog of official documents. During this period, there was a coup, and then a state funeral, and many etiquette issues had to be solved. Alexander suddenly felt a lot of pressure. No wonder my grandmother always wants to find a lover, and my father wants to use military training and talking to young women to comfort himself. The job of emperor is uncomfortable for anyone. The inner monologue cannot be heard by the outside world, unless someone can read minds. But at this time, the servant of the inner court handed a letter to him. What's going on? Your Majesty, this is also your Majesty's family affairs. It was arranged by Count Kutasov before. In Alexander's impression, although his father has a bad temper and is a little narrow-minded, he has very few known illegitimate children. He knows that he has an illegitimate brother, Semyon, who serves in the navy, but disappeared in the Caribbean a few years ago and has no news since then. As for how this cheap brother came about, Alexander didn't need to say anything. With his quick mind, but lazy thinking habit, he could see through it at a glance. After having a mother, Paul was still very dedicated in this regard. Although he liked Nelidov more emotionally, if he really had any ideas, the lady would not always be so slim. This matter, I know. If the child is really born, it must be done according to the wishes of the emperor. Alexander felt that it didn't matter if his father gave him 2 more brothers or sisters. Compared with other European monarchs, Paul knew that there were risks in having children with his wife, so he turned to find 2 maids. This was enough. Compared with his grandmother and grandfather who were more distant, Alexander looked at the separate order left by his father and the official document left through the Kurokin brothers, and signed it. If the child survives after birth, he will be given the surname Muzinurev, each with a village of 1,000 serfs and annuity. Alexander didn't even notice that he and Constantine had signed it in February and they had to reconfirm it after Paul's death. It's a real headache. I need a capable civil servant to be the Secretary of State. Alexander thought of Prince Solovyov, who was very easy for Paul to use. But the young Tsar himself hated this man. After all, he had a set of words to say, and his relationship with his confidants was not very good. This confidant was Peter Volkonsky, the beloved nephew and heir of the old commander Solovyov. However, when it came to hiring people, Alexander decided to keep this man, but he still had to consider whether to make him the Secretary of State. If Solovyov was there, he would use all kinds of knowledge to make jokes and make up for it. This would be a Petersburg crosstalk group. Don't think too much. Let's go to the Tauride Palace. I want to see how Lisa is doing. After all, he still has to rely on his wife to give birth to children for him, and his wife is really beautiful, but she is too thin. Your Highness is pregnant. Do you want to invite Madame Narishkina? Of course. We are going to play Mahjong too. I sent Solovyov to entertain the queen. I want him to come and play Mahjong in the evening. Solovyov was massaging Louisa's feet, but it felt like he was massaging a kitten's paw. Louisa looked so lazy and had a dazed look. She was really attractive. I just didn't know why Alexander was with a Polish woman. There were many people in the guards who were crazy about the young queen. He looked more restrained than normal. It was not surprising. He had cheated on her and was always by Louisa's side. Your Highness is about to fall asleep like this. He loosened his hands and covered Louisa with a blanket, but found that little Natalia was sleeping again. The girl curled up at Louisa's feet like a kitten kept at home. There were too many of these Russian ladies and noble ladies who were cats. The more reliable elder Natalia was not feeling well today and asked for leave to rest in the maid's room. Solovyov could only send Sofia Volkonskaya, who came from the Queen Mother, to come. Sonia, His Highness is asleep. You stay here for a while. Okay, go ahead. Sofia knew that her cousin Peter would come today and she would be able to see her brother if she stayed here, and the major probably wanted to avoid suspicion. After all, he was sent by the emperor himself and could not stay in the palace all the time. These girls were a little dazed when they were on duty, and Louisa was afraid of the cold, so the house was still heated by steam at this time. It was a little hot, and the girls' physical strength was relatively poor. It was not surprising that the growing little Natalia and Sonia took a nap. After all, it was cooler in the yard. Solovyov went to the steamship to check the ship. If Alexander came, he had to ensure the operation of the steam engine if he wanted to observe the ship. Alexander was too kind-hearted. There were no donkeys in the Tavride Palace, so he might as well get two. Solovyov was still overthinking. When he went to check the steam engine, Alexander's carriage had already arrived. The young Tsar actually brought his mistress to see his pregnant wife. The effect of this scene can be said to be very explosive. Of course, he still asked Maria Narishkina to go to the palace arranged for him, and he went to Louisa first. Lisa, are you feeling better? Your Majesty, why are you here at this time? I don't look good with my hair loose. The sleeping angel is also very beautiful. If you untie your clothes, it will be like Diogenes' painting. Alexander's hand followed the curve of Louisa's body and touched her belly. At least the surface work was done well. Now Narishkina is not the same. We will talk about it later. Her relationship with Alexander is getting closer and closer, and she is very favored, more than other mistresses Alexander knows. And Solovyov didn't have to burn the boiler anymore. Peter Volkonsky came to the pond. Mishap, His Majesty wants you to come over. This Prince Volkonsky has a very high status. He is an attendant general of the Imperial General Staff and accompanies Alexander all year round. He came directly and saw Solovyov debugging the machine there. Peter Mikhailovich, you don't have to come in person. Just send someone. Solovyov was still very polite to this Prince Major General. After all, he was the nephew of his old boss and his status was much higher than his. He came in person, which was indeed beyond the standard. If it was official business, I would send someone to call you over. This is the Emperor's own business. Your Majesty's business? Yes, if you want to play Mahjong, you need someone to play with you. Then you don't need me to go. If we play with the Emperor, we will play randomly. You are an expert. It's a good opportunity for you to tell the emperor about this thing. God knows how this thing became popular in the palace after Prince Bagration played Mahjong on the night of the coup. Solovyov himself doesn't like playing Mahjong. After all, he doesn't like gambling. Even if he is a good card player, he doesn't like playing poker or Mahjong. But Alexander asked him to play cards, and he had to go. To be honest, Alexander really likes to enjoy himself. This is very similar to the two queens. His lack of ostentation and those beautiful words are all said in social occasions. As for meeting Alexander himself, Solovyov didn't expect that he could bring his favorite mistress here openly. This lady is indeed a strong beauty, like a living Greek statue. It seems that if she wants, she can make any man who appreciates her become an intimate partner. The key point is that it is so big that Larissa is still a bit big, and at the same time, with the blessing of her physical condition during pregnancy, the gap with this pair is too big. Solovyov, we came here to play Mahjong. I know you know this, but we are not very good at playing cards, so you can introduce it to us. The Mahjong set used by Bagration had all the swastika tiles replaced with gems, but Alexander insisted on making things more complicated and played Mahjong in an authentic way, so this set, made of ivory, was created. The jewelry factory in Peterhof Palace was also very hard, and when processing, people who could write Chinese characters were specially asked to make the mold. After talking about the rules of Mahjong, it was time to start playing cards. This kind of unlucky job, and having to make jokes at the right time, when the Tsar and his mistress were flirting, is honestly quite difficult, and not something that ordinary people can do. No wonder Count Stroganov, who values family life, and has always been inseparable from the Tsar, did not come today, and even his cousin, who has always been by Alexander's side, did not come. In order to hold hands and be intimate, Alexander and Maria Narishkina sat next to each other, especially when the Tsar himself was at home. Was he going to set the fire directly to his lover? Peter Volkonsky was not here either. He went out for a walk with his cousin. There were some signs of their free love since the end of 1800. The happiest people today were these popular people. If she had fallen asleep like Larissa, it would have been fine if Alexander had not performed such a scene. Now it was really lively here. Solovyov sat opposite Alexander, and opposite Maria Narishkina was Lieutenant General Count Tatashev. He was 62 years old, and with such a high military rank, he was only the head of a regiment. Such an old man was here, and he was always energetic when playing whist. Solovyov didn't understand what kind of personnel strategy Alexander had. Seeing him like this, only two words came to his mind: incompetent monarch. He needed to suffer some setbacks to change his temper. Of course, now on the card table, the cards have to be played well. But the old man Tatashev played cards in a completely random manner. It can be said that they were just randomly touching and eating. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, these people were novices. What they played now was more like hot-blooded Mahjong, and the main focus was on excitement. What was more fatal was that there were bets when playing Mahjong. Maria Narishkina could win the cards no matter what, but the old lieutenant general and the young major could not, especially when the old man played randomly. I won again. This lady used to be a court maid, and she was also raised by the empress, because her pro-Russian father was hanged by the citizens of Warsaw, and she was so presumptuous when she spoke. Well, Madam Narishkina, you've won again. When playing cards, whether it's paper cards or dominoes, sometimes you have to rely on luck. Really? Your Majesty, you must believe me. There is a certain amount of luck in the back and forth between you and me. I have always wanted to win, but the cards were all broken into pieces. This can't go on. Of course, he only lost 3,000 rubles, but Alexander's bet was too high. Among the four people at the table, only Solovyov insisted on going from street to street. The Tsar himself may not know as much about the prices outside as his sisters. You have to show your true skills, Solovyov. I'm winning now, but you are an expert. It is impossible that you only have this little skill. Your Majesty, that also depends on the cards. If you don't show your true skills, I won't have a good time today. Speaking of which, the most similar thing between Alexander and Paul is that they like others to show their true skills. They are more serious when entertaining, and it was the same when playing cards before. As for Madame Narishkina, she even deliberately fell on the Majin table and used her chest to make a winning hand. Solovyov felt embarrassed when he saw it. Alexander's taste could not be said to be bad, because this lady was very beautiful, but what she did was too arrogant. Your Majesty, then I will confiscate the house. What is confiscate the house? Your Majesty, it means to take everything out of the house. I accidentally said a Chinese word. This is when the Emperor of China punishes criminals. They will seal their official residences and then liquidate their property. However, in order to let Alexander experience it, he needs to perform more explosively when playing cards. In this deck of cards, the middle, the white, and the white are represented by the double-headed eagle, the golden bull, and the white board respectively. Only the white board remains the same. As for the golden bull, the reason is very simple. The patron saint of Taurus represents wealth. There are many elite Luo and Jinxie in the third Rome of Russia. When carving the cards, Solovyov also took local factors into consideration, and the wind cards are also represented. Well, you have to play well. If you win, I will reward you handsomely. If you lose, I will assign you a tough job. Chapter 171, How to Solve the Financial Difficulties? Part 2. Compared to Alexander's unpredictable temper, Paul's temper, which is like a wind in March, is easier to get along with. At least when he is happy, he can still make people around him feel comfortable. Who knows if the Tsar himself will do something after losing the game today. In fact, his temper is still going with the flow. Then it was Alexander's own time to make a fuss. Especially Solovyov was lucky. When he touched the cards, he also encountered a big 3. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Solovyov, you won the card by order. I have already said it before. Sasha, this handsome young major is an expert. You have to be careful. Maria Narishkina did not forget to remind Alexander that she was also careful just now. If she played the wrong card, it would be her turn to make a fuss. Alexander's brain is very smart. He now recalled the rules that Solovyov talked about, and he is also paying attention to his card playing rules. It's not easy to win the card this way. Just now, it happened to be a lucky guy with a white bull eagle, and he may not be so lucky in the future. The unlucky person at the card table was replaced by the old lieutenant general, but it didn't matter if he was just here to make trouble. Alexander would compensate the loser and forgive the gambling debt. However, the one who was most happy to have the gambling debt forgiven was Prince Bagration. That night, he arrested the 3 officers who participated in the conspiracy, and he didn't have to worry about the money he lost. Although Alexander released these people because they were more or less his confidants, no one dared to mention the money. Alexander still had to have fun playing cards. He was naturally happy to win by his own ability, but he still had to admit his defeat in a real fight. Sorry, Martha, I just need the card you played. Your Majesty. Oops. There was no delay when it was time to win the game. Alexander had played a lot of cards directly to the Polish girl and won a lot back at once. It's okay, I'll make it up to you. What do you like? Your Majesty, I'll tell you when the time comes. Well, let's continue. At this time, it was time for Solovyov to show his true skills. He wanted to play a straight suit, but Alexander still found his trick. You know, the young Tsar who had not yet been crowned was very smart. He had been observing Solovyov's card strategy, especially after he won several times in a row. It turned out that he liked to play a straight suit and a mixed suit. After being targeted, Solovyov also found that if he couldn't win the hand quickly, there would always be a break. In the end, he gritted his teeth and wanted a big one. After he had the cards together, he played a gang on a flower. Playing Majin is really fun. Solovyov, you really won the cards from the 3 of us. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself, Your Majesty. I'm just lucky. It's always like this when playing cards, but it's not the same on the battlefield. Yes, you've been to Italy with Alexander Vasilyevich. Well, count how much you've won. I'll have a reward today, and the losses will be counted to me. Solovyov calculated that he won more than 8,000 rubles tonight, which was not a small amount. He had seen people lose more playing cards. Alexander forgave the old lieutenant general for the loss, and he still owed Maria Narishkina a little. As for how the 2 of them would make up tonight, it must be a night full of passion. Considering that the palace where Larissa slept was far away, at least nothing would happen at night, and Larissa also knew that Alexander always needed to find comfort from young women in various places, and she herself had someone to accompany her at some time, although Alexander himself did not notice it. Solovyov was going back to the cabin at night, but Alexander stopped him. Solovyov, if you win, it's like confiscating the property, right? I know you have some knowledge of art, and I think, when I need you in a few days, come to my office and I will assign you a task. He was going to spend time with his lover, and didn't want to be disturbed at night. Solovyov went back to the cabin by himself, but he also leaned over the window to see Larissa sleeping. In comparison, if it weren't for Alexander's own actions, this royal couple wouldn't have ended up in the embarrassing situation in the court. It was obvious which party was responsible, but he was the Tsar after all, and he always had the final say. Confiscating the property was a solution to the current problem. Alexander himself had determined that the conspiracy group's actions were regicide, but he pardoned General Bennigsen, who was a foreign citizen, and Count Panin, who did not enter the final stage. What was even more unexpected was that Count Panin had recently come to St. Petersburg and served as the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the responsible cabinet, organized by Alexander himself. However, Count von Palin, who directly planned this matter, as well as the Zubov brothers and some generals, were severely punished in the end. Before Alexander finally tried the members of the conspiracy group, he also ordered the guards to seal these mansions and not allow anyone to take the property out. When he arrived at the Tavrid Palace, he remembered that after Prince Potemkin's death, his manager embezzled and was finally imprisoned by Paul. The value of the property directly confiscated was already very high. Now the country's finances are tight, and we have to do two things. First, melt some silver tabloid and decorations from the palace to mint silver coins. Second, we must ensure the market circulation of currency. Third, we must confiscate all the property of some nobles and merchants who have committed serious crimes, but we cannot cut off their livelihoods. After all, many of them have many families. To ensure their family life, some manors in the countryside can be retained. Although this confiscation of property sounds like a temporary solution, it is still very feasible, and if it is carried out in stages, it can always enrich the national treasury. At this time, Solovyov was summoned to the Winter Palace by Alexander to discuss this issue. Your Majesty, Solovyov is here on orders. Please sit down, Major. I know you are quite knowledgeable about art, so I asked you to come. I think it would be more appropriate to ask Mrs. Lebrun's son-in-law Pierre to come at this time. That young painter with a beard? He married Julie and has 2 girls. Mrs. Lebrun herself may be more suitable. She has a strong ability to appreciate art and is a master of the Petersburg Academy of Arts. But it is not appropriate to let a famous painter participate in such things, and she is a foreigner. What's more, she is still in Moscow and has not returned. Your Majesty, it should be no problem for me to check the accounts, and you know my background. Yes, I know your family background, which is also useful. When my father was alive, he trusted you very much. You go and confiscate the home of Peter von Palin, the venomous snake. But, Your Majesty, you also have to consider that it was his son who arrested him. I know this very well, but he cannot be allowed to transfer his property. This regicide should be punished accordingly. Also, you should confiscate the home of the traitor Terezin. It was what happened in the Guards that led to Paul's assassination. Even at this time of review, there are too many people involved in such a big case as Paul's assassination. Among those who participated in the conspiracy, there are also many wealthy nobles. Admiral de Ribas was found to be involved in the conspiracy, but he is already dead, so number 1 Million Street is not included in the scope of this house search. Count von Palin's official residence in St. Petersburg is indeed large in scale. In addition to this, there is also his manor in the countryside. Since his 3 adult sons have married and lived alone, they have not been implicated. This is mainly because Count Pavel himself caught his old father. But they have all been suspended from their posts, so when confiscating their property, they need to leave a part for them. It's just that in terms of property, this is a small matter. What's more important is that after these official residences are blocked, what kind of explosive communications can be confiscated from them? especially in his conspiracy to bring Count Zubov back to St. Petersburg. These letters from the British played a role in the conspiracy, which was more valuable than the 800,000 rubles of property found in his house. All these letters must be collected, without any damage, and classified. But the problem of artworks, and when the family property was confiscated, how much of von Palen's property would be confiscated into the treasury, was also a problem. There was no way, so he invited Mr. Pierre Gurin and his old father. Baron Sergei came here on crutches, and he also admired the Count's mansion, and couldn't help but sigh. Emperor Paul has given him so many rewards, he should abide by the law, and not have such unreasonable expectations. Mishap, you must be loyal to the Emperor, and don't have such unreasonable expectations. Dad, don't worry about this. What Russia needs now is stability. If something big happens, everyone from top to bottom, nobles, civilians to serfs, will be involved in the disaster. Only stability and order can allow the people to settle down, and stupid rulers will invite war. Yes, but where are the account books? You asked me to come, and I must help you, and the master in charge will check the accounts. Dad, this is our family's housekeeping ability. You came here just to see what the accounts are related to. To be honest, although the incident happened suddenly, it took 2 days to seal this place, and it is inevitable that some evidence was destroyed. I understand, son. It's a pity that you don't learn this craft. If you have a younger brother now, you won't have enough time to teach him. But it doesn't matter. I will write down all these experiences. You won't need them in the future. If you have a son, or if your younger brother grows up in the future, he can learn from you. Dad, don't be so confident. What if you have a younger sister? Then when Yulia gets married in the future, let her learn this skill. How about that? Baron Sergei thought so, and Solovyov, as a son, was helpless. But after he came to check the accounts, he saw that many of the income items in the current accounts were related to some local merchants, so he began to question Count von Palen's butler. The butler regretted it very much. The father and son were really powerful. The son dug 3 feet deep and didn't let go of a single copper coin in the official residence. The father was even more fierce, and even the accounts transferred out and the debts owed outside were questioned clearly. Prince Alexei Kurokin looked at the grandfather and grandfather and said that if Baron Sergei had not been lame, he should have come to the Minister of Internal Affairs as an assistant, or to the Attorney General, and there would be no mistakes in the audit. Of course, some small tricks were left over from when their family was managing the property of Prince Menshikov's family in the past. Just relying on Arkhangelsk, Solovyov's grandfather was able to embezzle hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this was still discovered by Peter the Great's interrogation. Baron Sergei also remembered this lesson, and many of the methods used by the Great Tsar were also incorporated into it. It can be said that it was a one-stop operation without any loopholes. Of course, the Countess was more trusted by the Queen, and her personal property was collected and not confiscated. If all were seized, the gold coins of this family would have been millions of rubles. As for some nobles, merchants, and nobles who colluded with the British, it was not known how much would be confiscated. Count Nikolai Zubov was lucky, because he was the son-in-law of the Grand Marshal, so only the property in his official residence was confiscated, and nothing in the manor was touched. Count von Palen's family came from Courland, and there was still a lot of property in his hometown manor. This required special notification to the governors of Lithuania and Courland to go to the countryside and dig up everything, but a lot was left accordingly. Prince Alexei looked at the account book and called his cousin Prince Vasily, and their eyes were full of greed. There are so many regicides. Should we suggest to the emperor to confiscate a few more families? Vasile, you are a born bastard. You are always thinking about calculating other people's property. The emperor will make his own judgment when the time comes. Alexei knew that he was already very greedy, but he should be more restrained when doing work for the emperor. This cousin dared to touch anything, including robbing relatives' property by trickery. Greed is a fault, and greedy people really make people feel disgusted. The eldest brother has never married and has illegitimate children. At the same time, we must also consider that the bulk of his family's property should be given to his younger brothers. Is this not enough? Even among the bad guys, people like Prince Vasily are indeed among the more despised bastards. It took Prince Alexei Kurokin half a month to complete the confiscation of his property after the final registration. If you count it, this is also a considerable income. If there is such a harvest every year, not to mention that the country's finances can be improved, even if they are good at work, Alexander will reward them, which is also a considerable income. Chapter 172, The Tricky Russian-British Relations. If you start an investigation, you can always find a lot of things. After Count Rostopchin was dismissed and returned to his estate, von Palen actually killed the king. This forced Alexander to frequently replace the supervisors at the diplomatic academy, and the first departmental reform was to be targeted here, to be reorganized into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For this reason, Alexander recalled Count Panin and Prince Alexander Kurokin, who was dismissed by Paul, to return to his post as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Today in the Tsar's office in the Winter Palace, Alexander saw how von Palen and Platon Zubov contacted the British. Not to mention the situation of the letter to the British, Lord Wentworth's reply and some other evidence are all here. The British are indeed suspicious, but in the absence of clear evidence, we accuse the British government of this. They can just push the blame onto Lord Wentworth himself, saying it was not a government action, but a personal grudge. Why do you say that? Alexander Borisovich, I'd like to hear your opinion. Your Majesty, I think the British like to use this method, which is to confuse the public. The son of the tutor knows this very well. He has specialized in dealing with the British. However, Alexander was not happy when it came to Humphreysky. Although they both advocated enlightened politics, they were always at loggerheads, and not in harmony. Your Majesty, when you need someone, he can actually be of some use. Moreover, this is a period of change in our country's foreign policy. Reconciliation with the British or neutrality may bring public resentment. At least this is not Constantinople or Isfahan, where the pagans will lose their minds. Russia has always been a civilized country, and we must find a way to deal with the British. Well, when necessary, you can let him come over, not to manage documents and archives. That department is really not suitable for him. At this time, he should be put in a suitable position. It will take time to bring back Prince Alexander Nikolaevich Saltykov. The decision-making of the United Kingdom is now moving towards an unknown and dangerous situation among the people of St. Petersburg because of these letters from Lord Wentworth. There are still many issues to be discussed at the Standing Council of State, but there are no three people in the historical documents. The regicide was successful, but the political intention was crushed, which led to changes in the members of the 12-member committee. In addition, when some rumors were spread that the British ambassador to Petersburg, Lord Wentworth, had a personal grudge with Tsar Paul, and that Britain might be involved in the regicide, there was still a strong anti-British sentiment in Petersburg. The British diplomacy in the 1800s was not necessarily brilliant, and sometimes there was a kind of clear stupidity, especially these diplomats in the East India Company in the host country, who often distorted the cabinet's decision. In other words, Lord Wentworth's own actions have led to the current British diplomatic situation not being so optimistic. After all, the first consul was bombed in Paris some time ago, and General Bonaparte was very dissatisfied, saying that the British were a group of despicable villains. This is good, forcing Paris and Petersburg to reconcile. Alexander's not directly turning against London is already a very calm move. The way to counter it is to impose tariffs on British imports. What the British can't stand the most is the rising costs, and of course their smuggling is also very rampant. Under this premise, what will the British cabinet do? If they send gunboats, they have to consider the low salinity of the Baltic Sea and the navigation conditions after thawing. In short, there are ways to deal with the British. If the British really want to go to war, they will do it too much. For Britain, it is a very stupid act to turn a powerful ally into an opponent. Therefore, Alexander Kurokin advocated sending a diplomatic note to London, strongly condemning and expressing sympathy for the Irish and the colonial people. This routine will definitely annoy the British, but Paul's adjustment of the relationship between the two countries during his tenure has also led to the current British Prime Minister having no way to deal with it. Especially at this time, the last wish from the Appleby constituency, where Cambridge is located, the former Prime Minister William Pitt the Younger, finally breathed a sigh of relief after leaving office. He almost couldn't come down. After all, King George III His madness suddenly broke out in February. Because the new cabinet could not meet the king, the previous cabinet guarded the king until his illness improved and then officially handed over. As for what Lord Whitworth did in Petersburg, Denmark was at the door of the Baltic Sea, and now the news had to be delivered through the Hanoverian territory, which would cause quite a lot of shocking stories. The news from Petersburg is not only known to us now, but also to Berlin, Vienna and Paris. I think it also includes Madrid and Lisbon. Uncle. Thank you, Lucy, they should know it too. So what will the Russians do? I think, at this time, the Russians should issue a condemnation notice. They may first send a note to the embassy in Petersburg, that is, Lord Whitworth, and there will be some time delay. If the Russians really find out something, it may be a big trouble. William Pitt the Younger sat on the sofa. His niece was actually his personal office secretary under normal circumstances. After leaving office, he often entertained others in his office like this. If something was really found out, how bad the relationship between Russia and Britain would be, he still had a plan in mind. If it is just condemnation, it is meaningless and easy to be ignored. If the condemnation is ignored, no one knows what Petersburg will do next. And if trade is interrupted, there is nothing left with Russia now. If war is launched in the end, it will be very excessive. As for aid, after Paul actually withdrew from the anti-French alliance, this option is no longer available. We should talk to the Russians. I wonder if the new Russian Tsar has any plans to let Count Vorontsov resume the post of Prime Minister? I don't think so for the time being. The Russian government is reforming their diplomatic department. Reform? The Russians have been tossing around enough in the past 5 years. What are they going to do now? I hope the Prime Minister can deal with it properly. You know, our king will at least not let a ship swing back and forth in a strong wind. But George III may enter a state of illness at any time and place, which may be more dangerous than swinging back and forth. It's a pity that there is only Appleby here, but no Huck, Humphrey and Bernard. And the attitude of the British actually determines one point, that is, whether Britain can sell Scottish steam engines to Petersburg. If Solovyov in St. Petersburg knew about this, he might sigh that, even if the world was advanced 200 years, many things would not change. It's just that this time the Russians have become too strong. In terms of industrial planning, Alexander actually intends to continue the rail transit plan and bring rail carriages out of the mines for transportation in the vast areas of Russia. This will also improve the transportation efficiency between cities and towns and plan for future transportation networks. Alexander's ostentation is much more serious than his parents', especially from Moscow to St. Petersburg. From Moscow to many places, these road plans have been put on the agenda. Even he himself has only seen steamships, and Russia does not have mature steam locomotives. Then Solovyov had to burn the boiler while watching the Tsar and Maria Narishkina pulling on the boat and kissing. Solovyov, can this ship be made bigger? Your Majesty, I think it will require a more powerful boiler. The current speed of this ship is too slow, not even as fast as canal transport ships of similar size. If we want to have a certain advantage in shipping speed at sea, I think, at this time, we should use fast clipper ships. However, the completion time of the first ship of the Admiralty shipyard will be delayed. Ah, I know that. How fast do you expect it to be? The voyage that used to take 6 months to complete is expected to be completed 1 to 2 months earlier. This is a technical advantage. After all, we have to follow the laws of nature more and take into account the air resistance, especially when running against the wind and running with the wind. The feeling is also different. Alexander has dabbled in a lot, but he may not know much about the specific content. However, he may be more familiar with the human body structure. That's good. We have to have some way to deal with the British. At least when we are hostile to them, some speedboats can't catch up with them. Then he kissed Narishkina's cheek again, and his hands were not too quiet. This strong Polish woman's physique is probably stronger than Solovyov's, although the comparison is not suitable. As for this kind of boating in the Tavrid Palace, it is not often done. Larissa is very clean. She is taking a bath now. She takes a long time to take a bath. Not only does she need to clean herself, but she also needs to keep her body in a warm environment. The doctor thinks this is good for her health. except that walking always makes her ankles sore. Laois's body is much better than the poor little girl who will be very weak if she speaks a few more words in winter. After sending Narishkina away, Alexander went to the Tsarist palace again. Laoisa pretended not to know, and at this time, she was quite pleasing to her husband. "You're here again, Alexander. You've gained weight again, especially your belly, Lisa, I think. This time it might be the children. My waistline is bigger than the previous 2 times. I've told you many times. You work so hard. I want to give you 1 million rubles a year as queen's fee. You should accept it all. Your studio is already simple enough." "No, your majesty, I don't think it's necessary to have that much. You can reduce my fee to 200,000. I don't need that much." "Yes, you don't eat much, and you don't like jewelry. Your body is so light and slender, so you can save a lot on fabrics, including your feet. Your feet are also very small, so you can even save a lot of material for making shoes. Your majesty, you can spend the remaining money. These 800,000 rubles can do a lot of things. You are so nice. Lisa, do you want a kiss?" Although the relationship between Laoisa and Alexander has faded, the couple still show intimacy when they interact with each other. Alexander has to play his role well, while Laoisa has to protect herself, especially when there are always people threatening her position. As for the 200,000 rubles that Laoisa kept, she never spent more than 15,000 rubles, and most of them were used to support the girls' school. In the Tsarist palace, she didn't need to be ostentatious, as long as she had a few clothesmaids and attendants. Solovyov felt that Laoisa was worthy of the status and reputation of the Russian queen, and in the past few months, her reputation in Petersburg had always been very good, and there were more people sympathizing with her than before. After all, a queen who could handle the relationship between her monarch husband and his mistresses, lived a simple and low-key life, took the initiative to save a large amount of royal expenses to save money, and even used the money she used to support 2 girls' schools and charity, could be called a virtuous queen. Especially compared with the Empress Dowager, the pomp and expense were far different, not to mention the exaggerated wardrobes of the 2 queens. It can be seen in the Tsarist palace that Solovyov often saw Laoisa wearing white clothes, and the black clothes she wore at Paul's funeral some time ago. However, she was rarely seen wearing the red dress that matched her figure. "Laoisa, His Majesty has left again now. Do you want to take a breath?" "No, it's good to lie like this. Miss Cap, come and chat with me. If you want me to tell you a story again, I don't have time to create or translate new content recently, or..." Krylov was not famous at the time, and he followed Prince Sergei Golitsyn's rigor. It was not easy to find a talented fable writer, and even Krylov himself had not published his satirical works. No need for other stories. You'll be familiar with Iphigenia's story, if you remember it. It's a sad story, but she finally reunites with her brother. It can be heard that Laoisa misses home. Although she has a daughter here, she is being raised by a nanny and a tutor. She is in poor health and is pregnant. Obviously, she is not like the young Empress Dowager who can take care of her children. This makes her feel lonely all the time. The only things that can entertain her are the elder Natalia singing with her at night, teasing the confused little Natalia like a cat, and Solovyov telling her stories during his duty. Chapter 173 Alexander's Secret Council. As Laoisa's belly grew, her movements were more often taken care of by the double servants sent by Alexander, and Solovyov's happy life of being ordered to chat was about to come to an end. Moreover, he was very clear about his position, unlike those guards officers. After all, he succeeded, and like Laoisa, both sides were playing an ambiguous game of keeping a certain distance but very close. He was going to return to Alexander. After all, the Tsar also needed him, and he had never fulfilled the reward during the coup. "Your Majesty, Solovyov has been ordered to return." "Ah, you are here. Sit here. I have been thinking about where to take up a position for you these days. Do you want to be a diplomat?" "Your Majesty, although I can speak a few foreign languages, and even Chinese, I'm not very good at diplomatic rhetoric, and I'm as stupid as the British ambassador." Speaking of Lord Whitworth, Alexander knew that he was not directly involved in the regicide, and all parties wanted Paul to step down, so his words were not too angry, but rather a little sarcastic. "If you were in England, you might be sent to St. Petersburg as an ambassador." Going to London or Paris would both be very suitable for you. I learned from Lisa that your stepmother is French. Yes, your majesty, my stepmother is French, but she is from the West Indies. Maybe she has some relationship with the wife of the first consul of France. I heard that the lady was from the West Indies. I think it was Martinique. Where is the Baroness from? It's Guadeloupe. They are on the same island, so the relationship is not that close, right? That doesn't matter. You can choose to go to Paris. The French always say that Paris is the center of the world. Some people say that Cusco is the belly button of the world, your majesty. Haha. You are good at making jokes. You succeeded in making me laugh. So, you will be on duty in my restaurant at noon today. You, as an adjutant, are willing to study hard, and you are hired by Peter's uncle. You are one of us anyway. Solovyov had no idea how many hidden figures were hidden in the Moscow Grenadiers. He had come to St. Petersburg from his station with his superior. His old superior was from the Volkonsky family and had brought many effects. In addition, how is the relationship between Peter and Sonia going? Your Majesty's staff officer and Her Majesty's maid are very close. They always go for a walk in the pond behind the Tsarist Palace. That's good. I hope they can make some progress. But don't be nervous. I won't arrange marriages for you like your father did. You have to adapt. If you want to get married, you have to make sure what kind of families the girls come from. No wonder Alexander and Constantine both chatted with Duke Engin. The Tsar was more willing to be a friend of women rather than a marriage agency. At lunchtime, Solovyov knew all the people who came here. In addition to Count Stroganov and Czartoryski, the little Poland next door, there were also Kochubey and Novosiltsev. These four people can be said to be Alexander's closest friends in the inner circle. Although he failed to hook up with Count Pavel's wife and was almost pushed down by his Polish friend, this did not affect their friendship. In Solovyov's view, only Kochubey had served as the deputy prime minister of the empire and always had some diplomatic and administrative experience. The other three mainly made suggestions as friends on political policies. In short, this was a high-end political exchange meeting, which was much higher than the keyboard warriors. They could really go straight to the point. After they finished speaking, behind Alexander stood Peter Volkonsky, who was already a general of the aide-de-camp. Solovyov played the role of aide-de-camp. Alexander's other friends had not returned to St. Petersburg, so there were still people absent from this meeting. They all had the right to come and go in Alexander's restaurant at will, and they could speak more freely, and occasionally they could change to Alexander's name when addressing your majesty. Adam, it's great that you're back. Today our committee is complete. But there's one more general, and one more adjutant. Sasha, what are you going to do? From today on, we can discuss political matters here. Petar and Miss Hay are the aide general and aide-de-camp. They are just here to supplement the military issues. After all, you are the palace eunuchs, diplomats and administrative officials. Among the five of us, only I'm a soldier. We all know. Sasha, how are you and Lisa doing recently? Czartoryski still misses Larissa, and Alexander is relatively calm about asking about his wife. Lisa is pregnant again. She has been resting in the Tsarist Palace for a while. You know she is always sick or very weak, but she is much better there. She looks like she was when she first arrived in St. Petersburg. Alexander's best impression of Larissa is the image of a girl in a nightgown, with a wreath on her head, curled up in his arms. It is always the best when you just get married. I hope she is in good health. Obviously, the man from next door still misses her, but he has no chance to go to the Tsarist Palace. Alexander will assign him many tasks. Adam, you should also prepare to get married. You are the only one who is single among us. By the way, we have to add this major mishap, but you are too young, so the situation is not quite the same. It seems that among the suitors of Larissa, only these two are the closest, and one of them has succeeded. Alexander often unconsciously uses the big prophecy, and it is not known whether he really knows or not. This game sounds very exciting, and the risk factor is not low. Before our common career and personal career have a result, I can't get married. Your Majesty, you also know Alexander. What you are going to do is not only groundbreaking in Russia, but also in the world. So I need you. Today we have to think about what we can do. Alexander's problem is that he has a wide range of interests and the topics are very broad, so it is easy to miss the point. But Count Stroganov quickly condensed the topic. He said directly, "Your Majesty, I think at this time, what needs to be solved is the issue of the affiliation of serfs and the difficulties of national finances. Our fiscal budget is always under great pressure. Her Royal Highness the Queen can save you 800,000 rubles. This is only the budget cost saved by the virtuous Queen personally. Compared with our country's annual budget of tens of millions, it is just a fraction. Pasha, have you thought of any solution? I think it is necessary for the royal family to save expenses. But it is not easy for me to explain to my mother, and a lot of expenses have been saved in the past few years. In the courts of Pavlovsk and Gatchina, it is not easy to save this expense. For Maria and Catherine's dowry, Paul still established a royal fund for the royal family with existing jewels. These were all prepared, and they could not be touched unless it was a crisis. In other words, the two girls were more sensible and usually spent frugally. The biggest expense in the palace was mainly on the Queen Mother. But the pomp and circumstance here, Your Majesty and the Queen, can still be reduced appropriately. Of course, Alexander's own expenses were not low, and the part that could be saved was limited. In other words, Larissa herself did not want such a high queen's expenses, and she reduced a large amount of expenses at once. This is also feasible. I can also save 250,000 rubles, but it must be used as education funds, especially for running schools in St. Petersburg and major cities. Alexander's outfit was still the uniform he often wore during the Paul period. For an emperor like him who spent money lavishly, it was already considered economical. In other words, Larissa and Maria Narishkina were both not fond of dressing up. One was mainly a light macute beauty, and the other had never liked to dress up, so that the people present would focus on her tall and majestic figure. Their expenses were really not high, and together they could save Alexander a lot. If it weren't for the hostile relationship between the main wife and the mistress, they might have become friends. This is just to save money. The important thing is how to improve our fiscal revenue on the basis of gradually abolishing the poll tax. Pasha is right, Your Majesty. We can't always have this kind of time to confiscate property. Novosibtsev agreed with his cousin's suggestion. Moreover, the time he spent with Alexander should be second only to the Tsar's private tutor, the Swiss Lahab, and he repeatedly stopped him from doing stupid things at the age of middle school. According to the statistics of the confiscation of property presented by Alexei Kurykin, this income reached 10 million rubles. Although it was not as much as the property of Count Stroganov's family, it was also a considerable expense for Russia's current budget. When confiscating property, we also have to consider real estate and some artworks. The speed of cash conversion itself is relatively slow, and it is impossible to convert all of them into usable wealth. Stroganov said so, and Alexander kept nodding. In the Russian treasury settlement, there are many properties of the great nobles in St. Petersburg and Moscow. Because of various reasons such as giving up inheritance, donations and having no heirs, they are actually collected and exist as state property. However, many properties are now empty and need to bear maintenance costs, which eats up a lot of government expenses. In 1857, after the Crimean War, Russia's fiscal budget for the year was 260 million rubles, but a large part of it was used to fill the fiscal deficit in various debts. Now it is 1801, and the fiscal budget left by Paul is close to 100 million rubles, and much of it is still used to fill the fiscal deficit in various expenses of the late empress. In essence, 4 generations have faced this problem. Then there is another way. I melted all the gold and silver in the palace to mint coins and use them as precious metal reserves. With sufficient precious metals as a guarantee, the issuance of paper money can be guaranteed. The one who managed the money on the spot, that is, Kochubey, sometimes listened to the reports of the finance minister's men, and Solovyov, who had some financial knowledge in daily life. If he did this, if he issued paper money indiscriminately, it would be difficult to exchange 68 kopecks of silver rubles from the Empress's period, and through Paul's series of new policies, it was improved to 80 kopecks, and the paper money would be devalued again. Your Majesty, the issuance of banknotes must not be excessive. Although Solovyov was listening, he knew the dangers. After all, his family had been dealing with money for 3 generations. You can talk, Miss Han. I know that your ancestral craft is to deal with money. And, Your Majesty, I'd better talk about it myself. Solovyov's grandfather embezzled money from smuggling in Arkhangelsk for several years, which was equivalent to 8% of the national tax revenue in the last year of Peter the Great. There are many problems involved in this family scandal. If the governors of various places can severely crack down on the local nobles, they can actually dig out a lot of things. Even when Solovyov himself talked about these family scandals, he did not forget to think about Peter the Great and the late Emperor Paul. Only these two had time to toss with the nobles. As a result, one insisted on going into the water to save people, which aggravated his kidney disease and died early, and the other was murdered by his own confidants. These two can be said to be the most feared by the nobles. After all, one wants life and the other wants money. However, the local governors may not be able to do things well. Some of them have to make money when they go down, and some of them are calculated by the local nobles when they go down. After all, in Russia, there is a precedent that no one can afford to offend, except Peter the Great, that is, the rural autonomy of local nobles. The problems of these nobles are huge. To be honest, this is the root problem of Russia. During the reign of Queen Elizabeth, the nobles were barely suppressed according to the wishes of Peter the Great. Soon, a magical Peter III appeared. This uncle loosened the nobles and left all the problems to future generations. The foundation of the queen was unstable, but she was able to suppress these people with her prestige in the later period. Among the huge expenditures of the country, the largest part was military expenditures, which once accounted for 73%. The expenses of the royal family have remained high, and the government can only control 12% of the expenditures. These problems were left to Alexander. Paul himself cracked down severely and reduced the privileges of the nobles, but he did not kill them all. After all, he was still the largest landlord, and the basis of his rule was these people. He could see the power of the serfs, and he also knew that he had the prestige to use this power. The peasants all listened to the words in the emperor's edict, which listened to their opinions, but they could not afford to use it. If they were not careful, they might overthrow the Russian royal family. This dilemma was unavoidable. Chapter 174 Alexander the Great and his reform designers. This afternoon, Alexander mainly focused on the current financial problems. The way to save money is not on military spending. The expenses of hundreds of thousands of Russian troops are there, and there is no way to avoid it. After all, the family is big and the business is big, and this aspect cannot be saved. No matter what, a suitable budget sheet should be produced. Alexander was a little anxious. It was true that he lacked patience, and the Ministry of Finance had to be established. His idea was very good to unify all local budgets, but there were also considerable difficulties in unifying them. Solovyov once wanted to say that we should have a 3-province 6-department system and change the content in it, and basically it would be complete. You know, in terms of political system, China still has some system advantages only in the separation of departments and civil service examinations, but the content is becoming more and more rigid. And Russia, in general, as far as the Russian Empire is concerned, all of this is a system problem. The characteristic of Russian legislation is loose. The law does not regulate all important aspects of social relations and management procedures, which is compensated by administrative regulations, traditional and stable practices of bureaucratic relations, and informal connections. There are so many things involved. In fact, an economic expert is needed, but there are not many civil servants who understand economics, and those professionals, even if they have read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, they still have to adapt. When they adapt to the new economic system, Keynesianism will soon come. For this theoretical basis, Solovyov has to thank Sir Desmond for his outstanding performance in him, which makes him more familiar with this aspect. Solovyov actually has an opportunity to stand out, that is, to be an external brain for Alexander. After all, he knows a lot about this aspect, and is not completely unable to take on the challenge. Just like Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, the two of them served as chiefs of staff for Blücher. But now he can't care so much. Solovyov knows that, if he follows Alexander all day, this job is actually very difficult to do. He still keeps silent, just like when Paul was there, waiting for orders, and he will say whatever he is asked, and never do anything beyond his duties. Considering his father's limping appearance, Alexander was a bit hypocritical. Anyway, he usually didn't see Mr. Talleyrand with two L's. If there was a lame man in front of him, he would not like it too much. Moreover, Baron Serge's ability was only to manage the family property for the family. He was a typical manager. His ability in this regard was that he knew all kinds of means. If Alexander needed a confiscation department, it might be of some use, but it was not so good in other aspects. Count Stroganov was still worried about Alexander, both as a friend and a minister. After all, he had the problem of being ambitious and enthusiastic for 3 minutes, which he had since he was a child. If he was still the crown prince, he could avoid some problems in this regard, but he was now the monarch of Russia, the leader of one of the few countries in the world with a large territory, and he needed to consider some aspects of doing things. Even whether the budget can be unified now, many problems need to be paid attention to. After the first meeting of the secret committee, Alexander went to the Kurakin brothers. Prince Alexei had to report the statistics of the confiscation to him. Mishap, don't you want to go with His Majesty? We'll go wherever the Emperor tells us to go. This time he kept me in the palace to accompany you guys and see if we can come up with a charter, and he asked me to record it. If it's departmental reform, it's easy. Just change the signs first, but it's not that simple in finance. After hearing what Stroganov said, Kachubi also said, taxation is different in different regions. I remember that there were many debates about budget and taxation issues at the Imperial Council meeting. Also, take a look at this report. I got it from a friend in Hanover when I was in Dresden. What report is this? Adam, do you know that His Majesty is planning to use separate taxes and separate budgets for the territories in Poland and Lithuania? I don't know yet. What is the Emperor going to do? Czartoryski was still more concerned about the situation in Poland. What I learned from Spiransky is that Poland's taxation and budget are all based on separate tax rates. You have high taxes and high budgets, so you collect a lot, and you can use it and get back a lot. But this tax rate is much lower than the taxation of independent Poland. Your Majesty still has to fulfill his promise to me. Czartoryski's goal is an independent Poland, at least in part, and Alexander himself is not very interested in this. He just promised to give Poland a lot of autonomy, just like what Paul mentioned in the edict. Now, starting from taxation and budget, Poland can still get a lot of benefits when it is part of Russia. But this is far from the idea of the Polish prince. He still wants an independent Poland, and Alexander actually verbally agreed to some things, which these people don't know yet. Czartoryski's goal is still to become the Russian foreign minister, so that in foreign policy, there will be some opportunities to sell his plan to Alexander. But Solovyov didn't like this person. He had always coveted Larissa. It was true that she was his rival in love. There was also a serious problem, that is, the Poles always couldn't figure out their own weight. If Czartoryski became the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he would definitely try to sell his plan to make Poland independent. At this time, the benefits of Maria Naryshkina could be seen. This Polish girl never asked for anything except Alexander's favor. Political issues were not something a woman of her status should care about. It should be mentioned that her status in Poland and Russia was not low. And what did Czartoryski want to do? In fact, the other 3 formal members of the committee, as well as Spiransky, who actually had the right to attend, were somewhat dissatisfied with his behavior of peddling contraband, but due to personal friendship and the Tsar's great trust in him, they all let it go, and did not go into it. This secret committee, including the 12-member standing committee, was still somewhat immature in terms of organization. After all, these people did not necessarily represent the will of the Tsar himself, and many of them represented the great nobles. It seems that this has regressed to the middle period of the Empress era. The people who can exert political influence have also changed from the Empress's lover and good friend to Alexander's personal confidant and friend. The framework is very similar. Solovyov did not act with Count Stroganov today, but was waiting for Speransky, who did not attend the first meeting. This Russian Assistant Secretary of State is just the son of a priest. His old father used to be the governor of the diocese. He was able to study and come to St. Petersburg because of the care of Prince Saltykov and Patriarch Samborsky. When he enrolled, he got the surname Speransky. Although Samborsky liked little boys, he liked Speransky's intelligence and sent him to the seminary to study, and then came to St. Petersburg. However, the Orthodox seminary in this era taught not only religion, but also science, philosophy, foreign languages, and many practical subjects. He performed well here and was recommended by the Metropolitan to Prince Alexander Kurokin. The interview required him to write letters quickly to 11 people of different identities and departments. He successfully completed this task in one night, and thus officially became a secretary in the Russian civil service system instead of continuing to hold a church position. Speransky's continued promotion and his outstanding performance as the secretary of the Attorney General attracted the attention of Tsar Paul. However, because he was too young, he was not assigned to any department and had always served as a personal secretary in the Attorney General's office. Solovyov knew that he was very loyal to Paul and Alexander, and at the same time, kept a certain distance from many people. When Paul appointed him to a public office, he also gave him an annual salary increase of 1,500 silver rubles. This favor was naturally particularly appreciated for a civil servant who was less than 30 years old and had a low background. Now his main task is to prepare for Alexander's liberal reforms. It's a pity that your majesty went to see Prince Kurokin. You are a little late. It doesn't matter. I can wait here. I have to work 18 hours a day. I come to the restaurant now, just as a break. It's just right for me to sort out my thoughts before the emperor summons me. Among Russian civil servants, it is still relatively rare to work so hard. No wonder he is only 29 years old and has always received special allowances from the Tsar. From the perspective of officialdom, with his background, he will soon become a state councillor and work by Alexander's side on a daily basis. Solovyov, I remember that you were the battalion commander of the guards before. How come you are now an aide-de-camp to his majesty? This is all personnel arrangement, just like you, who left the Attorney General's office and are now the Assistant Secretary of State. You are very suitable to be a civil servant. If you are promoted to colonel, and it is not so easy to be a general, you can be a civil servant, a local civil servant, or in St. Petersburg. I think you can do it well. If you want to be a civil servant, please spare me. What I fear most is red tape. The etiquette in the palace is better than the mountains of case files. And although I can work more than 10 hours a day, I don't have your energy. I only rest 4 hours a day. It's not your fault. After all, you have worked for the Grand Marshal and have never left the army since you were 13 years old, right? Yes. Have you checked my file? Do you still remember the questioning of Korsakov? I remembered you at that time. By the way, what did His Majesty talk about today? It's mainly about finance. We haven't talked about anything else. When the Emperor comes back, he will summon you alone. Speransky knew that the country's financial difficulties were also great. Paul's attitude was relatively tough before, which could be regarded as suppressing all the local nobles. Alexander still wanted to promote liberalism, but his determination was not as good as Paul. He met him when His Majesty went to the countryside to play. It was Prince Saltykov, the tutor, and Patriarch Samborsky who took a fancy to him and brought him to St. Petersburg. So in terms of loyalty, people of his status and background are willing to act according to the requirements of the monarch. Moreover, although he was not born in a high position, his ambitions were very far-reaching. The liberation of serfs, the new constitution and the implementation of the new policy were all his wishes. Solovyov talked with him for a while and found that, because he was directly responsible for departmental affairs, he actually understood the situation better than these great nobles in St. Petersburg, especially because he had studied the problems of the state system and knew where the resistance would appear. Of course, Speransky also discovered that Solovyov had followed Paul on horseback to the manor and the village for inspection several times, and he had a good understanding of the people there. No matter what the village is granted by others alike, the villages in my village are actually free, but it is limited to the villages granted to me by the emperor. It's probably like what you said, state serfs are only considered free when compared with landlord serfs. I actually thought about it. If the landlords themselves were to free the serfs, it would obviously be unlikely. The root problem is that the landlords rely on the manor to live, and they are unwilling to give up their interests. There are also many cruel landlords like the Sólovyov case back then. If the serfs are oppressed, have no food, and no place to live, they will always take risks. Relying on the freedom of the serf's identity, they have no means of production in their hands. If the fields are distributed, Russia's land annexation will not be light, and it also involves the buying and selling of serfs. It was Alexander's new edict a few days ago that banned the buying and selling of serfs, which went a step further from Paul's prohibition of splitting up families to buy and sell serfs. To solve this problem, there are still many things to do. Major, that's true. Do you have any ideas? In Russia, it's impossible to do what the French did because their republic is redistributing land and the old relationship has been broken. Russia can't do it now. The resistance is too great, but it can take a certain amount of time to reform. Of course, Solovyov never mentioned surgery to remove the tumor and could only prescribe medicine to solve the problem. The landlords in Russia are still very reactionary. You are right, but it is difficult for us to promote even the most basic 3-day decree. The important thing is to improve the law in the process of legislation. It is best to use written law to restrain the behavior of landlords. The decree during the reign of His Majesty Paul is still not enough to restrain them. However, this road is very long. Considering Alexander's patience, he is also a model, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete. Chapter 175. Solovyov has always been a werewolf. Speransky wanted to do it all at once and directly use the British tax law, but it was obviously impossible to implement it given Russia's current situation. Alexander himself was very interested. When he convened a meeting to discuss it, he also boasted about his strange ideas. The second plenary meeting of the secret committee was held in this way. Solovyov was very glad that he was not on duty that day. After all, Alexander's performance was that Count Pavel returned to his home on Nevsky Avenue, and the content of his speech was very abstract. And Solovyov came to the mansion this time at the invitation of the Countess to participate in a cultural salon. After all, he was still a famous translator. But the major himself noticed that he was the youngest in this occasion. In addition to the ladies, there were also some noble lords with a higher level of culture. In terms of identity, status, and age, he had to accompany them at the end. I can't sit like Cassandra, can I? What kind of story is this? It must not have come from Kitten. Okay, prepare a short sofa for the major to lean on. He believes that he is like the Titans and his feet still need to be on the ground. Madam, you see I wouldn't compete with Achilles in this state, and what I just talked about was not a myth. It was about a successor. However, considering that the name of the Tsar of the time was Alexander, it was somewhat inappropriate to discuss Alexander III of Macedonia, the Great, and the successors. In other words, there was no literary inquisition in Russia. But Cassandra was a vicious man. He killed the emperor's mother, wife, and son, and forcibly married Thessalonica. It's really hard to imagine that a loyal old minister like Regent Antipater could give birth to such a vicious snake. But there are very few historical materials from the period of the successors. What I remember most is that Cassandra failed to complete his coming-of-age ceremony, so he sat for a long time when attending events. Solovyov could still show off his knowledge, but he was not interested in going to university. Alexander's ambitious plan included school education. When the guests went to dinner, only Count Pavel and his wife were here. They did not sit down and wanted to be intimate for a while. Mishap, you should go to dinner too. I think this kind of thing. Yes, our reception is prepared for the guests, and you, a little major, should also go. Solovyov stayed not to be a light bulb, but he was a little worried about other things. Well, we should have enough time for dinner. You young eagle, do you know that? I thought you didn't like girls, but you treated yourself as their sister. Okay, I'll go eat too. I won't bother you. I just thought of some tax issues. From the known information, the couple's love is stronger than gold. Nothing can shake their feelings. Count Pavel already has 3 lovely children, and there will be more children in the future. Solovyov will play with the children. He doesn't want to go to the banquet hall. The guests who came today are all friends of Count Pavel, including his brother-in-law, General Apraksin, the cavalry director of Moscow, the son of the field marshal. Their family is also very lively. It is said that Alexander intends to make this general the military governor of Smolensk. The girls brought here are not enough to be nannies. The children come from Moscow and still feel fresh in St. Petersburg, especially the large number of toys and books that Pavel prepared for his son Alexander. Although they are also in Moscow, the things that can be seen in St. Petersburg are all the latest fashions. Mr. Major, our master and young master have told me that you are an expert in this area. The young masters and young ladies have many questions, and we can't answer them for a while. What to do? You will know when you go there, Mr. Major. The housekeeper of the Stroganov family is also somewhat educated. This family has always been very rich and attaches great importance to cultural education. Even the servants summoned from the countryside are required to be literate. They are required to teach the children to recognize grains and animals that can be seen in the Russian countryside, but they don't know so many seafood that come from the North Atlantic. Solovyov ate a little hurriedly and ran to the children's room to play with a group of children. Speaking of which, he is not even 20 years old yet, and Pavel's son calls him Big Brother. Boss, you are here again. Children are very curious about black and white animals, but it is indeed necessary to talk about the habits of these animals. Professionals are indeed needed. Sashka, what trouble have you run into again? Boss, you said that great auks and penguins look alike, but, is that so? You want me to explain why they are not relatives? Well, Natasha and Volodya asked. I just know that they are different, but they are both black and white. Solovyov couldn't say that great auks don't charge Q coins, but penguins charge Q coins. This kind of joke would be more appropriate to tell 200 years later. What's more, there is a great auk piggy bank on the small desk of little Count Alexander, and he himself puts some copper coins into it. Then you have to see the difference between Mr. Thin and Mr. Fat. If you go to the aquarium, you can see it more clearly. Moscow is not by the sea, and there is no aquarium there. Then he had to explain to General Aprexin's children how there were two animals that looked similar, and how they came about. Because of the similar environment, they grow up to look similar, are good at diving, and can't fly, and walk in a clumsy way. He is very good at amusing children. He has played the role of enlightenment teacher for Alexander's daughter and younger brothers and sisters. Imitating the way penguins walk can also make children laugh. Okay, that's it. You should all listen to the nanny. Take a bath first, and then go to bed. Finally, these little guys were coaxed. They were all taken to take a bath, and then, when he saw Count and Countess Stroganov, they all changed their clothes and came out. Well, can I tell you now? Of course. Count Pavel looked refreshed, and he was quite proud of it at the moment. I think there are many things that should be considered in local taxation. The emperor is taking it for granted. I know this. Your Majesty is always like this. His ideas are good, but he doesn't consider the reality very much. We have too many problems to solve. Local statistics should also be introduced into the taxation. How much tax can be set in a year, and then see how much is collected in the end of the year. The problem of tax farmers is probably not small. I seldom go to the countryside, Miss Ha. You have lived in the countryside since you were a child, and you also manage the village yourself. I would like to hear what you say. Our taxes are divided into direct taxes and indirect taxes. Among our country's direct taxes, the largest is still the poll tax. This kind of tax is too heavy a burden for the people. No wonder when the late emperor was alive, he issued edicts many times to exempt the apportioned poll tax. The burden here is too heavy. Yes, so the emperor is considering reforming the tax system and increasing the types of indirect taxes. However, these taxes will still be apportioned to ordinary people and should have no impact on the nobles. Why do you think so? I have asked about the tax situation in the villages granted by your majesty, as well as the villages that your majesty passed through when he was on tour from Gatchina. The people and their families, the livestock they own, and the land they cultivate are all taxed. These are considered direct taxes that can be seen. In the past, during the reign of Empress Elizabeth Petrovna, direct taxes were still the main tax. Until now, indirect taxes still have to be imposed on ordinary people, and the amount that can be collected from the nobles is not that much. I know, but few people are willing to pay more taxes, especially those nobles who value their property more. Not everyone is like that. In terms of tax types, Count Pavel and his father were actually very clear that there were tens of thousands of serfs in their family. If the head tax and serf tax were to be settled according to the serfs, this would be a considerable amount of tax. Although for the count, these were all small amounts of money, and they took the initiative to pay taxes, but other nobles might not want to do so. If everyone was a good man like Alexander Sergeevich, the emperor wouldn't have to worry about the national expenditure all day long. Do you know what the national tax revenue was like the year you were born? I don't know much about this. After all, I'm not a tax collector. I got it from Speransky. He now has a suggestion, which is to readjust the tax system and tax farmers. But the key point is a tax report in 1781. Petersburg alone can pay 3,704,667 rubles as a province. Most provinces can collect hundreds of thousands of rubles in taxes, while some places, such as the southern provinces, can only pay 5-digit taxes, but the burden on these places is very heavy. It seems that many places are still not honest. Kiev can only collect this little money, so how many towns and villages are there around it? This should be considered that Ukraine's tax revenue has been preferential for a period of time, and they still get more benefits than Russia. Seeing these places, everyone knows that they need to change, but there is also a lot of resistance. But there are still ways to deal with business taxes in various aspects. However, Solovyov thought that, if he only relied on the will, the emperor would still need to reply to the edict, but there were other ways to solve the problem. You want to do insurance and trust? Yes. Then how do you arrange this trust? The state will set up a trust company, and then charge the trustee management fees. At the same time, it will also hire professional managers to evaluate the property of these nobles. Although the state's credit to the outside world may be lost due to defaulting on debts, this credit can still be maintained domestically. The main reason for his strange words was that, although Russia's political credit was higher than that of European countries, its economic credit was extremely poor, and defaulting on debts was a common practice. However, for the domestic situation, as long as the company was established with the approval of the emperor himself and managed the property, there would always be some ways to collect the money. A typical example is Alexei Orlov. He is so rich, but he has only one daughter, Anna. Although she is very rich, how should the property be arranged? There are indeed problems in this regard. Sometimes you really have some wonderful ideas. No matter how the property is managed, on the one hand, the interests of the client must be guaranteed, and on the other hand, the money cannot be kept there, and it cannot be used to make money. During Solovyov's explanation, Count Stroganov recalled one thing, that is, when he studied Roman law in the past, there were many legal provisions for wills and property distribution. If Paul was still alive at this time, he might ask the Tsar's expert on legal provisions. Wait a minute, I'll get the Roman law from the bookshelf. If this kind of article can be found, we'll know what we should do. There are some benefits to being with people who read a lot. Companies established by the state can serve as trustees when the property reaches a certain scale, but the property appraisal involved here can only be used to accurately estimate the value of those properties, including deposits, bonds, securities, precious metals and real estate. It is more difficult to value jewelry and artworks, but they can also be preserved. In addition, we need to strengthen supervision. Domestic banks and non-bank financial companies must be managed. There are many things involved, and they must be directly responsible to the cabinet and the emperor himself. You are right. This is to establish supervision from the system and gradually collect some management fees from the nobles, while also ensuring that their property will not be transferred abroad. Mishap, I shouldn't say something. Where did you get this trick from? Did it come from your family's past experience? It's true. Among my grandfather's 4 brothers, Fedor, who was not given a title, was Prince Menshikov's steward. This kind of property transferred abroad was still quite large, and he passed through his hands. As for the details, I don't know much, but I just heard my father talk about it a few times. Count Pavel didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain here. If the property of some nobles could be detained in the country to avoid asset transfer, they could also be tied down, which was killing two birds with one stone. Even after counting the entrusted assets of these people, if they dared to make any mistakes, it would be more convenient to confiscate their property. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.